Okay. Might have to do a little OBS upkeep here. I went through and deleted all of my webcam sources because I think that was part of the issue, as well as some other browser sources I wasn't using anymore, which also causes problems. Let's see here. Now, why is there still? All right, I'm gonna go through some scenes here. Don't mind this. I'm just trying to find. I still have a webcam source somewhere, and I don't know where it is, and I want to get rid of it. In tea? How'd you dip a headphone in tea? It's not this scene. Ah, you guys remember this? This used to be a thing that happened very often. Ah, it's this one. Oh, no, apparently that's not the last one. Say hi, Emma. Wait, where are you? Oh, it's this one. I think. Yeah. Yeah. This is my reaction setup. Oh, I still have webcam somewhere. Where is it? Wish there was like a search function. And also use this time to get rid of all these restream shits. I don't think it's this one. No. What else could have webcam? Stationary, so. No. No. Here it is. No, it happened again. Why? Why do you continue to crash on me, OBS? Okay, the browser sources are significantly lower now. I don't know why. Well, maybe it's because I didn't get all the webcam stuff cut out in time. But all right, 1 second. We're gonna drop for a second. Well, a little longer than a second. I'll be dropping for a few seconds, but then I'll reinitialize. All right, are we good again? finally. No, yeah, you won't see me yet until I add the webcam. I had 3 different sources going for the same source. I think that was part of the reason it started crashing. Browser sources are reduced, so that shouldn't be an issue anymore. But if it happens again, I don't know what else to try. Oh. Huh? All right, I think. There we go. That's good enough. Kind of a stickler for this sort of stuff. What am I clicking on? Oh, the game? Need that. Okay. Okay, so we're not really going to be playing games. We are doing 2 activities, one of which is completely self-indulgent. The other is something that's going to be a prelude to something else. First thing I'm doing is first thing we're doing is I am going to be putting together high school playlist. Now, this is meant to serve a couple functions. One, you'll learn more about high school me, whether you wanted to or not. And 2, from all my other alternative enthusiasts, you'll be able to provide a bit of input, stuff I might be missing. So it's kind of chat interactive in that regard. second thing we're doing, once we're done with that, I don't think that should take very long. Second thing we're doing is doing community tier lists for there we go. Community tier list for first Ace Attorney, second Danganronpa if we have time. And the purpose of that is twofold. One, if you remember, I want to give you a chance to make yourself heard. In terms of your Danganronpa opinions. Two, I'm going to be using it to reevaluate my old tier list, especially the Phoenix Wright one. Because looking back at that tier list, the reason I haven't reposted that video yet is because I want to put together a better, well-reasoned one. And I think hearing what other people have to say might give me some better idea as to why I might like or dislike a character. So this next one will be more thorough. So I call this High School Blues because these are essentially my blues when I was in high school, even though the genre is not at all blues. But here's the caveat. Here's the caveat to the tier list thing. As you can see in the title, it's member community tier list. So only members will be able to put in votes as to what tier character should be in. And then the final, oh my god, it crashed again. Oh, you can't see it yet, but here, in fact, I'll show you. Well, I can't show that window. I can show you this, though. Look at this. Okay, you see this? Hold on. OBS has crashed. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so I have no idea what's causing this. We're gonna have to figure it out. I might just not be able to stream if I can't figure it out, though. Which would suck. I've actually been looking forward to this. There isn't too much we can do if OBS just keeps shitting on me for no reason. I can tell there aren't a lot of normally what happens here is there's either conflicting sources or there's a bunch of browser sources. Both of those things I've taken care of. So those should not be an issue anymore. So I don't know what's causing it. Maybe I have to reboot the computer. That's possible, I guess. You win some, you lose some. Volpe is the ultimate source of copium, I think. I did not recently update it. And normally, if there is a new update, it tells me, like, would you like to update? And I'll say yes, or whatever. The last update was a little while ago. Yeah, so it was going to be for the first 3. If we can include Apollo Justice with... No, I don't want to do that. Because I'm sure part of Apollo Justice is going to be the rest of that trilogy, right? So it would be based on the first trilogy, 1 through 3. But yes, apparently I did, well... Apparently I stole it. I don't know how I would have done that. I guess I'm just a mind reader. All of your thoughts come into my mind subconsciously. But yeah, it's only going to be 1 through 3. I'm not sure it's fair to do Apollo Justice just yet. At least in terms of when I'm involving you guys, because you guys have all played all the games, so it's not as easy for you guys to rate it based on through X game, where you played all the games. So like, it's fine for me when I do the next tier list when I include Investigations and Apollo Justice, because I still haven't played the other games, right? Or The Greatest Attorney. I haven't played those other games yet. So we can compare them from that point in time and then later, and then that'll be interesting. But for members, I'm gonna have to ask you guys to be like, hey, so remember back before you played Dual Destinies, what'd you think of the characters at that point? Versus, you know, don't think about what you think of them now, but back then, what did you, that doesn't really work as well. But it is, I think it is reasonable to look at characters in the context of first trilogy versus second trilogy. Versus, or all of them, you know, all, whatever. Wait, Trep, can you do that? But also then go back to your to the other thing? Because I do not want to run a fresh thing of OBS unless I have to. What I would do before doing something like that would be copying the log and then running it through OBS's, their Discord has a thing that you can use that creates like a, it creates a report and it'll tell you what the likely problems are. Problem is that takes time, and that's why I haven't done it now. Oh, I see. That makes more, yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, if it keeps being a problem, then I can try something like that. Because, yeah, then I'd have to figure out what the issue is. Because, interestingly enough, Streamlabs OBS has not had this issue at all. And it imported a ton of what was in OBS before, plus some new stuff that I have in it. But I only use Streamlabs OBS for Twitch. If that is another possibility too, if crashes again, I could try running it through Slobs instead of OBS. Because I just have to change, because I have it on for Twitch right now, but I can change that so that it's on for YouTube instead. I would hope it's not rebelling against me. What have I done to it? How have I wronged it? I feel like we have a good relationship. Capitalism indeed. No, Sarah. There isn't going to be such thing as a regular. That's kind of the point of the perks of memberships. If I just gave it to regulars, then there'd be no less incentive for regulars to become members. You have my respect as a regular. That's what you get. Like, that's not good enough. Feels used. Hey! I give it... I guess it is free labor. I'm gonna say I keep it sleek and fresh. No different from a car, my car doesn't rebel against me unless there's actually a problem. Not just because it's sentient and irritated. Before the other night, correct. It had been running pretty smoothly for a while. It could have something to do with the scene switches. Oh, you're talking about, like... I mean, it hasn't done anything since... the last crash, but... In which case, it could be the stinger, which is fine because I've been meaning to switch it anyways, because I have Lightgazer's stinger that he gave me to use. All right, Tim, have a good night. No, it's all right, Ricky. Nobody's going to make such a... Nobody's going to vote for Acro in anything above C tier. Maybe B tier if they're kind of crazy, but... Mom destroyed me in Monopoly? Good lord. Yeah, there are two more, but we're the only ones that stream. One of us lives in Japan, so his situation's a little different. Alright, let's try this again, and hope it doesn't. Why, just because you won't have the players until Tuesday? Living in Uwu land? You thought we were in college? I don't know whether that's a compliment or an insult. Yeah, I was even past law school by that point. So yeah, not at all in school. I still get told that I look like I'm in my mid-20s, and I still almost cry tears of joy every time. Oh man, I was ready to hear that, Maxim. That sucks. All right. I mean, you'll be able to use my... I can share my playlist if you want, but no, these will not be... I can't even play the music, which kind of sucks, but... I mean, if you're really interested, you can always follow along. I don't think I need... There we go. We don't need friend activity, since I have no friends on Spotify. Hey, thank you to Acme Studios for the raid. Hold on, I need to just realize I don't have chatbot up. I could. The biggest issue isn't that it wouldn't serve any purpose really or impact the list at all. It's that polling chat for every single character would just add a lot more time that would not be needed to be added. All right, there we go. Whereas like when we're doing the tiers, we could just say, all right, what's the vote? Blah, blah, blah. All right, good. Blah. There we go. With chat, you have to put it, I have to make sure everything's inputted and then give it some time. And you know, that's not even that, even if it isn't that much time, that's like adding up with all those characters would take forever. Anyways, make sure to check out Acme Studios' YouTube channel. There's the link. Jump some love from the radar way. I greatly appreciate it. What were you guys playing tonight? I'm sorry, Tom. But if it makes you feel any better, if I ever lose my hair, I am not going to be able to pull off being bald nearly as well as you do. And so, by that time, the tables will have turned, my friend. Oh yeah, I mean, this list entirely is, it's all sad. My high school life in terms of music was either sad or irony. Sad, alt rock, or like shit like Hollaback Girl, which I only liked because everybody hated. And it was really fun to get hype when that song would come on the radio and everybody else would be like, oh! Well, yeah, I appreciate it, guys. I had always been worried that I was not going to get my father's genes. For those that don't know, and have never heard me talk about this, my father and I get mistaken for brothers consistently, probably since I turned about 22-ish, where I looked old enough to finally look like his brother, but he still looks young enough where it looks like he's not my dad. I mean, I'm turning 35 next month, and he's going to be 63 in 63? I think it's gonna be 63 later this year. So for a while, I took it that as an insult because I'm like, you think I look that much older? But really the whole thing was that he just looks really fucking young. And I was worried that I wasn't gonna get that luck. I still don't think I'm gonna look as young as he did at 63, but if I can get even half of that fountain of youth, I'll be very happy. No, Tara, I think you posted it in the right channel. Here, let me see. Because you posted... You posted the one yesterday. You posted the Great Ace Attorney yesterday in the right channel. I don't know where the other one, where the one you posted today went. Hey, that was like KY till he met me, Volpe. Really only video game and anime music. Ooh, see, I need facial hair. If I couldn't grow facial hair, I would be very sad. But that's specifically because of how I look. There are certain looks and faces where if I had those faces, I'd be like, I don't want any facial hair. I'd be very happy if I never grew facial hair. Copyright's gonna fuck us. So if you want to, you can follow along, obviously, but like I can't play the songs. The only reason I can play these songs from Stream Beats is because these are made specifically so that streamers can play them without getting copyright struck, which is super cool. Would you make a better lawyer or doctor? I'd say you'd be a better lawyer just because you have a keen investigative intellect. You play the younger version of him? Were you guys like relatively close in age? That's really funny. Thank you. I mean, you guys saw, for those that aren't in the Discord, I posted this today, the not safe for work. It's not safe for work, but I feel like it's better, just a little better to post it there than, for those that don't remember what I look like with just a goatee, I posted a little reminder. This is from 2015, so my hair wasn't as gray. I was in Washington, D.C. in a jacuzzi with McDouble. And boy, let me tell you, that McDouble was tasty. It's not gray, but I have a lot more gray in it than I did before. Like that hair is, that was still some fresh brown. Why do you think it is? Is it like the hair, soft facial features, something like that? I look familiar for some reason. Well, I have been told in the past that I look like every mixed person that has ever existed. And I'm kind of not joking. I'm only partly joking. Whenever I play basketball, it doesn't matter if I was playing with a white guy, a black guy, a Hispanic guy, whatever. Somebody would be like, oh, that's X mixed player. Tayshaun Prince, Tim Duncan. Like, dude, all fucking mixed people look alike. I mean, I am too. That jacuzzi was nice. So I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be very honest as to why I stopped the goatee look. which I had for 14 years? 16 years. It was towards the end of high school. Like the first 2 years of high school, I had like the Johnny Depp like mustache, soul patch, and goatee, but it didn't connect. I didn't have a connecting goatee. It wasn't until I think later in junior year that it connected well, and that's when I was 17. I got the beard when I was 33, 2019. November 2019 is when I started growing it. That's just the person I remember them. I'm not trying to like humble brag like the Johnny Depp, but I think he has like kind of an iconic type of facial hair, right? Look like Shaq could pulled off a bald head way better than I could, though. Yeah, his head shape's better for it. But anyways, there's two reasons why I did it. One was medical, and that is that as someone with as a person with minority blood, African American blood, as they say, my hair is very curly, and so my facial hair grows curly. And those of you that don't know what that means when facial hair also does that. So then it grows, but then curls inside your skin, and that's how you get ingrown hairs. And that can cause a lot of spots that look like acne but aren't. So, and they itch like a motherfucker. So it's kind of, it doesn't look that bad as long as they're not irritated, because once they're irritated, they get kind of red. And for me, especially because I'm lighter skinned, that becomes very visible. On a darker person, it's going to be harder to notice that. But for me, when they're irritated, they become really red, and again, it looks like bad acne. And it can kind of be easy to get irritated because it gets really itchy, and if I itch it, oh, they're irritated. Let's see if I blow this up a little bit. Can you see what I mean? Oh, not really. My face is actually doing pretty good then. I mean, you can kind of see it right to the right of the goatee there on the side. You can see kind of the facial blemishes that are there. But, like, they're not red, so they're not bad at that point. But again, if they got really irritated, then they'd be red, and it would look like it would have like a bad acne sort of look. So a dermatologist told me a while ago, what you need to do is either take this cream all the fucking time or grow a beard. I was never able to grow a beard before that because growing a beard is really even itchier initially. But once you get past a certain point, oh, I don't itch my face nearly as much as I used to anymore, and it is fantastic. It feels so good not to have to constantly be scratching at my face. It's a McDouble from McDonald's. Of course it's small. It's a little piece of shit dollar burger. So waxing would actually work if I did it super consistently. But like, there's a really specific type of timing that I would have to use, because waxing does a good job of like completely ripping the hair out, right? The problem though is once you wax and it starts to regrow again, you have to let it grow a certain amount before you can wax it effectively again. But then if I let it go just a bit too long, then it's gonna start curling in, and I'm gonna get and then it won't have mattered. I might as well have just shaved it. I seriously considered laser hair removal on my face because I thought I'd just keep the goatee forever. Glad I didn't go through with that. The second reason I added the beard was much more vain. I think it makes my jawline look a lot better. This guy here doesn't even really have a jawline. Look at that. It just goes straight down the diagonal. When you have the beard, it adds, it at least creates the illusion of having more definition there. And I love that too. If that were the only reason, that's not why I would have grown the beard, but it was partly the reason. Yeah, like heat beams, Volpe. I guess I don't know what the best way to call it would be. Tips for shaving body hair? I don't have good tips because I never did it all that well. And when I do it now, I don't shave super close. Like I could shave a lot closer than I do, but I don't shave it really close because the rest of my body has the same issue that my face does. If I cut it too close, then it's gonna start to curl instead of growing outward, and then I'm gonna get those bumps in other places of my body too. So I'm more like kind of trim over areas. I mean, the two places I shave the most on my body, one is obvious, right? Unless you want to never have any type of intercourse ever again, unless you have somebody with a hair fetish. The other place is my armpits. Now, I know a lot of guys apparently think this is weird. I learned this from my dad. He had a thing about it, and my mom thought it was weird. And he's like, you really shouldn't think it's weird. You should be thanking me because this is like a big reason why people will smell awful, especially athletes. Like when you're next to them, I know what he means. If my armpits stink and I go like this, even raise my arm slightly, that shit's gonna smell. If you shave your armpit hair, it keeps in less moisture, and thus the stink is not as bad. So I do it for that purpose. But if you go too low, my dad just goes everything off. I'm like, I can't do that because if it goes too low, then it's just fucking scratchy if you like move your arm around. But I know I'm in the minority there, I believe, and I'm fine with that. Shaving myself with Death Star's heat beam. That makes sense. If you're putting on some sort of artwork. I'll do it if like some hair starts creeping up on my shoulders, I'll do that too. That happens very rarely, but every once in a while. Because what happens is that my hair grows down from my neck all the way down. And so when I get a haircut, it gets rid of all the stuff on the neck part. But every once in a while, if it gets a little too long, it can start to creep. And I don't tell my barber to then, hey, like, hey, bro, can you get my shoulder hair? I don't do that. I am very fortunate that I do not have much back hair otherwise. Like that, because like my back hair, it grows from here down. It doesn't grow like from the center outward or anything like that. So because it grows from here down, it's kind of easy to cut it off. So I'm very lucky that way. Okay. Want to know about your fucking ass hair? Yeah, and one of the reasons I feel really lucky is that my mom's side of the family's very hairy. Polish German mix. They have a lot of hair going on, which is why the rest of my body got so hairy so quickly. Face, I have hairy arms, not like Robin Williams, but they're pretty hairy. I got leg on my hair, leg on my hair, meat on the bone on the meat. I got hair on my legs way earlier than all my other classmates, and it was like embarrassing to me when I should have been like, motherfuckers, what's up? I got leg hair. What you got? That smooth ass leg. Are you my sister or something? Because you know that's how we talked when we were in middle school. Whatever devil's advocate thing you're coming up with, it's untimely. I grow hair and then legs on my hair. Oh yeah, my chest is hairy. Oh, isn't there a thing where they like don't want you to show your nipples on YouTube or something? I don't want to take my shirt off, but yeah, I have a hairy chest. My wife called it good hair though. Cause she was like, so I was used to seeing like my brother's chest hair when we were growing up and we would go to like swimming pools and stuff like that. And it was awful. And I thought then that all male chest hair was like that. So I was super happy to see when I saw your chest that not all male chest hair was like that. And I'm like, I don't know. And I lived with, we lived with him for a year. I don't, 2 years actually. I don't remember what she was talking about. But yeah, I have a lot of chest hair. It's like, I have it here and then it goes down. You got the treasure trove or treasure trail or few different things you call it, right? I guess, probably. I assume Tom Selleck's he looks like he's a hairy guy, but I don't think I've ever actually seen his chest before. I do wish I didn't have chest hair. That's one place where I'm like, yeah, I wish I kind of had no hair there. But like, I'm not unhappy with the hair that I have, if that makes sense. I have hair everywhere except my actual head. It's KY too. KY's a hairy dude except on his head. Very unfortunate. You have eye hair? Wow. Tell me your secrets. It's not Austin Powers bad. No, it's not nearly that thick. And it also doesn't go down like my sides like that. Like I said, it's kind of wider here, but then it like narrows into like a trail. They are called eyelashes. Yeah, that's what he was saying, Tara. But yeah, I did not expect to get into a conversation about my hair history with you guys. I hope you enjoyed that. I also have something else, and apparently this is weird. Maybe some other guys can fill me in here. I don't know the answer to this because I don't look at feet because feet are disgusting. But apparently it's kind of weird that, you guys think you're gonna see my feet, huh? I'm not gonna show you my feet, but I'm gonna show you my ankles. Like, so like my hair stops, like right here. And I basically have no hair on my feet except for like on toes like you would on your fingers. And apparently that's not normal. I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna get to it today, but if you want to DM me, and I can get to it at some point on a stream or something, then yeah. Ace Attorney 2, like, Justice for All? Or what do you mean? So yours actually stops a little above mine, Trep. Because mine stop, well, actually, no. It stops like here? So yeah, it's above the circular bone, whatever the fuck that's called. So I guess yours stops around the same place that mine stops. Does she buy fake lashes? Yes, she does. Only for super special occasions. She's actually very envious of my eyelashes. Don't ever tell her I told you that. Okay. Maybe it's just, maybe my dads are like that, and like, so the fact that I didn't end up having that was weird to them. I don't know. Because I never thought it was weird. I'm like, oh, I just assume this is where everyone's feet stop, or their hair stopped. Oh, that's interesting. Hey, human anatomy is very, well, not human anatomy, but humans are very asymmetrical in general like that, so. Wait, what's awesome? Your feet are like what, Ventus? Yeah, Seth, you should be able to just shoot me a DM. I don't have it as like friends only, so go for it. No body hair except head hair. I'm sure that's possible, just unlikely. Because most of the time, if people can grow no body hair, it means they can't grow body hair anywhere. What's that called? Alopecia? Or something like that? It's close to that. I honestly thought that women were supposed to have longer lashes than guys. Because in like movies and ads and stuff like that, when it comes to like a girl's eyes, it's like, oh man, look at those long eyelashes. And then my wife was like, no, generally speaking, men have longer lashes than women. And I'm like, I don't get it. And yeah, like chemo or something like that. Something that some external factor is causing hair loss. But again, in both of those situations, you're likely not growing hair on your head either. Gotcha. I'll check it out, Seth. You were surprised? You should not be surprised. It's very similar to the armpit situation. The less hair you have down there, the less it's gonna have hygiene issues. At least in terms of the smell. I don't know about the actual, like... Well, I mean, in theory, at least, less moisture means less breeding ground for bacteria equals better hygiene. Oh yeah, that's what Taro was talking about, having scar tissue kind of just prevents it from... I have a... You guys see? I have a scar on my head that... Can you guys see it? Hold on. I'm not sure if you guys ever noticed that. Right here. There's a little spot. Yeah, right here. I mean, like, maybe you can't notice because the rest of my hair is kind of, you know, whatever. But there's a specific spot right here where I'll never, like, fully grow hair. That little slash right there. That's because I hit my head at the bottom of a basketball hoop and gashed it. It was not fantastic. And so that left a scar. I think I also have... I think one of my eyebrows has a scar that, like, affects the hair growth there. I don't remember which one it is, though. Can't really look too well on the webcam. I don't remember where I got that one from, though. Fight, maybe? Something. Oh. Black? What do you mean? I guess that's interesting because I have hair, but not a ton. Yeah. Which, like, I don't even remember. I can't remember who it was, but they're like, man, you got like a. Did you know that you have like a scar on your eyebrow? And I'm like, no. I don't remember where I got that from. I got a scar. I think it's this hand. Yeah, it's kind of, it's hard to see now. It's finally like fading away, but I got a scar on my left hand from middle school where we were playing some game, some dumb fucking game where like you do something to hit each other's hand, and it was like one of those pain tolerance games, and my friend got me good. Like it was pretty prominent for years. But I am happy to report I didn't lose that game. Yeah, no problem, Amadeus. Oof. That sucks, Tara. God, that had a... Because is that something where like it didn't even really hurt and you didn't notice initially? Oh, that's interesting. I wonder why. You have a scar from your job? What happened at your job, Jake? I love that I've shoved my head into the tarmac at school. Ooh. Ouch. A katana slash? I almost lost a finger because of my sister's friend swinging around my broadsword. That was very close. Whew. Don't swing swords around. I mean, yeah, I think it'd be safe to assume that something like that could cause those issues, right? I mean, what do you mean in terms of, does anybody know what color skin they are? Like, if you were to go to Photoshop and find the exact color, I don't think many people know what skin color they are. But do you mean in terms of like, I'm not white, but I'm not black, so then what am I? I've went from more of a tanned skin tone to more of an olive skin tone over time as I've gotten less and less sun over the years. Which I still like my skin color, but I wish I could bring myself to go outside more and get back my original, more natural color. My body's just like, what's the point of this melanin? You're not gonna use it. Wire that connected a puzzle fell unconnected and stuck my arm in it, plug it back and got wedged in between two. Ah, that sounds awful. If you white, you Ben Affleck. Or what was the Family Guy joke? all Chinese people look like Jackie Chan and all white people look like Ethan Hawke. I think it was Ethan Hawke. Which, like, he doesn't even look generic to me. I don't know. Like, there is definitely kind of a more unremarkable look, where it's like it's a look you don't even remember, right? Because it kind of blends with the rest. Ethan Hawke's look is not a part of that to me. He's an actor. He hasn't really been in anything of note in years that I know of. No, it's actually really interesting. My I think, yeah, I mean, I talked about this before when I was on Big John's charity stream a while back. The racial thing in terms of how they look at you, it's really interesting. I mean, I'm either not white or black, or I am both. Depends on how you look at it. But in terms of polls, black. It's just how I'm going to be treated. Biracial still isn't like a hugely like widespread recognized thing yet. I still get tons of forums that don't have choose one. Choose one. You know how many people are mixing something these days? How long your lesson's gonna last? I don't know, Trep. That's something you're gonna have to find the answer to yourself. Can he do a kickflip? Like Tony Hawk? I don't think so. Tony Hawk's so fucking cool. Actually, Tom, now that you bring that up, immigration was the first time their forms was the first time I've seen you're either white as in white Latino or you're white non-Latino, which I was like, I have never seen that before. So then it's like considering its own subcategory, but still then mixing it with, I don't know. I don't know why. I never understood that. I thought that was very strange. What's the problem with them just being Latino or Hispanic or whatever your preference would be, you know? So strange. Fencing for 7 years? Fuck you, Maxim. That sounds awesome. I want to fence. Yo, what's up, dog? Shit, if I was enough Native American to, you know, qualify, legally speaking, I'd say I was Native American too. Because it's so, I don't know. Me personally, I feel like there's like a almost, I don't want to put this. It's not like an anti-stigma. That doesn't make sense. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I just feel like that. I feel like people that have that option will tend to do it. I have no evidence backing that up. Just anecdotal experiences. Maybe I'll just always remember that one. So when I got to Madison, UW-Madison, which is a public college university in the United States, I was on a full scholarship through that was like part of this like diversity sub thing or whatever. It was like, okay, so we're, you know, targeting minority groups. And there was a girl in the group that was like very much like 90-something% Caucasian. But she was just enough Native American where she still got into that program. And it's not like that's a bad thing or anything, but it was very interesting. Say, oh, we're in this minority program, and then we're all in a group, and somebody looks at her and they're like, you said you're a what organization now? You're in what group? I don't think that word means what you think it means. It's like, well, she's indigenous, you know? But like the perception behind it is like, and I don't think I'm ever going to forget like how many awkward moments that created with like people from outside the group. It's not like we didn't fucking care. We didn't treat her any differently. It's just, it would come up because suddenly, you know, things would get kind of weird and they were like, oh yeah, that's right. Some people would see that as weird, I suppose. Heinz 57. Am I doing okay? Yes, I am doing okay. But we're going back in the past to when I was not doing so okay. And that's what shaped my musical tastes. I haven't gotten the remakes yet, but I want to. One has one of my favorite songs ever for a video game. That song by Primus. Primus is hilarious. I love Primus. They don't sound good. The music doesn't sound good, but I love their songs. I just remember playing that when I was in high school, or like late middle school, early high school. And I'm like on the skateboard and I'm like, oh, this seems kind of cool actually to play this skateboarding game. And all of a sudden Primus comes in like, Jared was a race car driver. He drove so goddamn fast. Never did win no checkered flags, but he never did come in last. And I'm like, what is this? Just, I've never seen another band do so much with so little. It is truly legendary. Yeah, so Elizabeth Warren had that, that's kind of something similar, right? Like, okay. But you do understand why that's gonna be seen as kind of strange, right? Just because of the whole history behind that, you know? Yo, what's up, guy? How's it going, dude? Like, you guys remember when they played a trick on Andy Bernard and made him think that he was related to Michelle Obama? And he's like, I'm related to Michelle Obama. I'm like part African American. Everybody's like, oh, what does that mean? What does that mean? I just have to play Beat Saber in general. I mean, that's normally how it falls into, right? When you're so diverse, it's just, oh, white. But then that feels so, you're being reduced to one word, and that really sucks. You know. That's good. A lot of work over the past 2 weeks. Okay. All right, so we're going to get to the non-happy music here. Yo, what's up, Mr. Dominguez? All right, so in order for a song to make it to this playlist, it had to have been released somewhere between 1999 and 2005. So basically, end of middle school through the end of high school for me. Because despite that being the most emotionally chaotic period of my life, it did shape my musical taste, and I still do appreciate it. And I still love listening to this music, even though I don't feel the same way I used to. And sometimes, even when I do feel bad, I like listening to it. For those that have played Doki Doki Literature Club, Sayori, one of the more interesting visual novel characters I've ever met, mentions that sometimes bittersweetness can feel like a rain cloud is hugging you. And it's like, it's a rain cloud, but it's still hugging you. She said something like that. And that's kind of what this music's like. There's like a comfortness to it, despite it being sad. And I feel sad. Makes me feel not as sad. Oh, it still hasn't released physically yet on console? I do want a physical copy of it. Oof. I was not alive during the 70s and 80s. Which is like super interesting, Tom, because I feel like there's a lot more of that than people think, and you might run into a lot of people that are like have those kind of abrasive tendencies that are racially motivated. It's like, hey, by the way, did you know that you might have a little bit of that in you somewhere? You didn't? Oh, okay, well, just don't worry about it. Just continue being your ignorant self, right? You're like, maybe think about it a little more. Linkin Park was the second rock band I ever got into. Although, it could be the first, depending on whether you actually consider Limp Bizkit to be rock. But before that, I was only hip-hop and pop. And then I got into Limp Bizkit. And then I got into Linkin Park. Oh, dude, no, we play some 50s music. I just didn't play Fallout 3 until college, I think. But yeah, we get some of that Fallout music in a different playlist, let me tell you. I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart. Ink spots are awesome. They have basically the same formula for every fucking song, and it's still amazing. They sing their chorus and their, the verses, the bridge, and then he comes in later and basically restates everything in this voice all of a sudden. I don't want to set the world on fire, baby. They'll throw in a baby or something like that every once in a while. I love you too much. I just want to start a flame deep down in your heart. It's just a little bit of more detailed narrative with the deeper voice. I inverted it when I set it up for this scene. I think we all kind of start with a narrower sense of likes and dislike, and then it grows. Yeah, that sucks, guy. I'm sure a lot of people are in your position, unfortunately. And it does really suck, because playing that game without having it spoiled is a significant difference from just watch. Even though just watching someone do it and getting like stuff revealed to you as you're watching them play it can be really fun. I think there's a big difference between playing it and experiencing it yourself and watching someone else do it. I would say that 8-year-old me was listening to that, because up until I discovered that there was music outside of what my parents played, all I heard was oldies. Billie Holiday, Ella Fitzgerald, Temptations, some scat stuff. The Carpenters, my dad was a huge fan of, which kind of surprised me, like looking back at it. I still love me some Carpenters, man. That shit's corny as hell, but it's... I'm on the top of the world, looking down on creation, and the only estimation I can find... Just... And they like died when they were like 30 or some shit. You're like, oh my god. Yikes. Top of the World, Sing a Song. What's the other one that I really liked? There were 3 that I would sing all the time. Sing a song. What was the third one? I have Spotify open. I guess I could go check. Superstar. That's the other one. Oh, yeah, we've only just begun. We've only just begun. Although I think I didn't know that was originally a Carpenter song until later. Because I think the first time I ever heard that song was in Austin Powers. Who is it? Burt Bacharach? Is that what he's saying? No, or did he sing a different song? That was a different song. What? Some movie played it, but somebody else was singing it, though. Superstar, though. I love that song, and then they played it in Tommy Boy, which is still one of my favorite comedy movies of all time, where Chris Farley's driving, him and David Spade are arguing about whatever, and they're like trying to decide what to listen to, and they keep changing the channel, and they're like, no, we're not listening to this. Oh, no, we're not listening to this. And then they turn the channel. Hey, Jake, thank you for the re-up, dude. Much appreciated. Fuck. Was I? Oh, yeah. So they switched the channel, and they tune the channel, and the Carpenters start playing. You hear the beginning of Superstar. Long ago and so very far away. And so they start looking at each other like side-eyed, like, should I try to change it, or should I tell him that I actually like this? And so they go, oh, all right, fine, I guess we'll just listen to this then. And it's like, I'm fine with it, you are. And then they like go in like 2 minutes into the song, and they're both belting the song out and like crying, and God, just fantastic scene. Oh man, should put together a childhood one. Oh, that's sweet, guy. Just nice happenstance, right? Like, ooh, yes, indeed I will. Just you wait, Ventus. Okay, all right, so 1,000 Suns, Minutes to Midnight, neither of these albums can be on it. We're gonna go through Linkin Park because all these songs are gonna be on there because it's really easy, because Linkin Park's my favorite everything of all time. But Minutes to Midnight, I believe, was released in 2006, and Living Things and 1,000 Suns was, I think, 2009 or 10, and then Living Things, I think, was 12. So these cannot be a part of it. Meteora, 2003, though. You All Belong. Don't Stay, Somewhere I Belong. Easier to Run, Figure .09, 09. Breaking the Habit. Nobody's Listening. That song's so fucking hype. You want to hear some? I forget what that flute's called, but that sound is so sick. Reanimation was 2001, I think. Hybrid Theory was 2000. The biggest disappointment about that album was the In the End remix. I still think is hot garbage. It sucked because In the End was like one of the anticipated things. Like, that was the song from Hybrid Theory for a lot of people. And it just isn't any good. There should be more Hybrid Theory than this. Wait. Oh, this is because shit. Can I organize this by artist? Well, whatever. We'll figure it out. There's more. But yeah, so Runaway. Almost all of Hybrid Theory is going in this playlist. In the End, Place for My Head. Ooh, when did Collision Course get released? We'll leave that off, just because I'm leaving out most rap in general. Rising Tide was 2006, so that's not a part of it. Hollywood Undead, that was not high school. December Underground by AFI was not high school. Sing the Sorrow was, though. The Leaving Song, I think, was on Madden 03 or 04. And that is how I was introduced to AFI. Don't think Black Audio was like 07. I don't remember when was Phobia released? Yeah, I'm sure you didn't have like something set up, right? Like a big old container so you can be like, oh yeah, I was anticipating getting this PS5 today. Now it's nice and hidden. The Pretty Reckless, no. Nor have I heard of the Interrupters. At least not that I can think of. Ska punk band? Yeah, I would put December Ground on there if it was released when I was in high school, but it was not. Let's see. Breaking Benjamin. Phobia was released in 2006, so that would not qualify. Ooh, Bullet for My Valentine. This was like Halo 3 or some shit, so that's definitely after high school. When did The Poison get released? 4 Words to Choke Upon, I heard on a Madden soundtrack, but I don't remember which one it was. I don't remember if that was before or after high school. It's Bullet! Bullet for My Valentine is like 05. It is 05. Okay. Bullet for My Valentine is... I wouldn't call them an amazing band, but they speak to like... They're like... I don't know. They just speak to my angst so well where it's like, that's like pure... That just give me more of that. I don't care how good or bad it is. Just give me, inject it into my veins. Well, I do think the vocalists sound really good. I actually don't know his name. But yeah, would I consider them musical genius? No. Do they know how to put out some good ass angst? Hell yeah. I mean, like, listen to these fucking song titles. Tears Don't Fall. All these things I hate revolve around me. Like, please. Please. Oh my God. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But without falling into like the emo category where like My Chemical Romance and Panic at the Disco infest everyone and poison their minds. I mean, Tenacious D, I didn't get until Tenacious D until later. That wasn't really edgy enough for high school Twain. I mean, do you think I'm emo? I think everything about my taste screams emo, but then you actually interact with me and do I see emo? Seem emo? That's the thing. Not all people that listen to emo songs have the fucking mop jet black hair that they flip to the side every 3 seconds and talk like this about how much the world is just suffering. Why don't you become a Buddhist? Because I don't believe in anything. Would you believe the world is suffering? That's exactly what Buddhism follows. They don't even have like a deity. No, that's just too mainstream. Don't you understand? I just don't fit in anywhere. I honestly didn't know it was still a thing either. Down with the Sickness, yup. I think The Sickness was high school. An awesome name for an album. Oh yeah, 2000, of course. I have no idea when 10,000 Fists was released. Stricken's sick though. 2005. Okay, so yeah, Stricken would get in there. I know Tear Away by Drowning Pool gets in there. And in fact, let's go with our first off playlist song. So Drowning Pool had 2 songs that I really like. Tear Away, which for those that don't know, the fucking chorus is I don't care about anyone else but me. Oh my god. Like that's what happens when you're that angsty. It's because you're all up inside. It's such this very weird combination of low self-esteem but gigantic, just significant amount of narcissism. There it is. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. And then he died, and that was sad. Body Crumbles by Dry Cell. Dry Cell's really interesting. This is a band that created an EP that never got released, as far as I know. But they had some promotional material released, including being included on Madden, I think, 04 soundtrack and the Queen of the Damned soundtrack. The lead singer sounds a lot like Chester Bennington. Not as good, but a lot like him. So I basically listened to them as Linkin Park Light and got my hands on some of the other unreleased tracks by them as well. Anyways, Seether. Disclaimer. That was really sad when I discovered they were never going to actually release their album. ...2002, yeah, okay. That's definitely high school. So... I didn't know until much later that Amy Lee and the dude from Seether actually dated, so that Broken song actually makes a lot of sense. Fine Again's awesome. Alright, here's the Evanescence stage. My 2 favorite bands ever are Evanescence and Linkin Park. You cannot get more fake-ass high school edgelord than that. And oh my god, were both bands super fun to see in person. Fallen is just a fantastic CD. The Open Door, I don't think was released until after I got out of high school, because there was the one in between there that I actually am not a huge fan of. The one with Don't Call Me When You're Sober, or Don't Call Me When You're Sober. And then Evanescence, the self-titled one later on, was fucking sick. Farther Away was actually an EP release early on. That one was actually created before Fallen came out in its studio album form. Fall Out Boy, My Songs Know What You Did in the Dark. This is bad. This is good Fall Out Boy. This and Centuries are good Fall Out Boy. Fall Out Boy, when I was in high school, was absolute ass. Dance Dance. Sugar We're Going Down Swing. Sugar We're Going Down Swinging is one of the worst songs I have ever heard on the radio. Not only does it sound like trash, you actually can't understand most of what he's saying. I can understand more of what Twista is saying in his incredibly fast rap songs than I can understand what the fuck was going on in that Fall Out Boy song. There's a really old YouTube video that's really funny where they try to translate what's going on in the song, They do it really badly, but it's fucking hilarious. Oh, man. Like, there's one part in the song where it kind of sounds like the dude is saying, taking a black cock and you cock it and play. It's like, what? Speak! Enunciate, motherfucker! I didn't know Smooth Groove did parodies. Wait for it, Mr. Dominguez. Where's Going Under? I don't like Going Under. I don't know why. I hate the chorus of that song. So if I were to say that Fallen had a bad track, it was I did not like Going Under. I don't know why. I just did not like it. I did not listen to Foo Fighters until much later. Much later. Flyleaf, I think, was college. But yeah, you wait just a second, Mr. Dominguez. We will get to that. Which that's self-titled. What album was it? Okay. Yeah, 05. Oh no, it is 05. Wow. Okay, so that would go in there. This was depressed 3L blues. Oh my god. When I think of being drunk and self-destructive when my wife and I were not together for a summer in 2014, I think of Some Nights. Because inevitably at some point in the night, people were getting hyped to fun. And inevitably, bad decisions were made. Hey, that Matrix, I was going into that trailer fully expecting to hate it and think it was really bad. That trailer looks fucking dope. That trailer was really cool. I came out of that like, wow, I actually want to see that movie and I can't believe it. Awake, Godsmack. Okay, so Godsmack's funny for a few reasons. I like Godsmack, but KY's also right in that there will be a portion of every Godsmack song that sounds exactly the same in every Godsmack song. Should talk to him about it on stream sometime. It's really fucking his impression of it is so funny. At the same time, they do make some hype music. Awake, for those that don't know, in like this is the early 2000s, Awake was the Army's song. When you saw an ad for the Army, dun 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 dun, dun 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 dun, and you'd be like, and he'd come in like, yeah, yeah, and you'd be like, I think I want to join the Army. I think I want to join the Army. Oh my god. Whew. Whew. So yeah, that's in there. That's in there. Is that the only Godsmack song on here? That should not be. There's at least one more that needs to be on here. And that's I Stand Alone. So that song is fucking beast. American Idiot was... What did American Idiot release? You wanna be an American Idiot? Ironically, the worst song on that entire album. I like Green Day. I hated that song. 2004. Okay. So yeah, everything on Imagine Dragons. After years, Night Visions was the first CD that I had, or album that I listened to that I did not have to skip a single song. And that had probably not been the case since the Marshall Mathers LP. That came out after Hybrid Theory. Hybrid Theory, Marshall Mathers LP, and Night Visions, to this day, are the only 3 albums where I do not have to skip a single song. Kill Switch, didn't get into Kill Switch until later. Didn't get into Korn until later. Still not, I never really got into Muse, even though I really like The Second Law. But it would be interesting to go back and check out some of their older stuff. Mushroom Head, yes. This is all high school because KY introduced this to me at the end of high school. Offspring, yup. POD, yup. POD was actually one of the few bands that I listened to that like had positive messages that I really liked. Besides, well, Youth of the Nation, sad as hell, but Satellite's really good. I like Boom. And you had Alive. Alive was just that song where I'm like, I just need to feel good. I just need to feel good. And so I'd listen to Alive. That song's just so nice. Just so nice. Just a very nice song. Sleeping Awake was also awesome. That was from Matrix Reloaded, I think. It was Reloaded or Revolutions. I'm pretty sure it was Reloaded, though. They had a remaster? I should check this out. I know Knights of Sidonia. That was on Rock Band 3. That was the first Muse song I had ever heard, and the reason why I was always interested in getting into them, because Knights of Sidonia is really good. However, Muse was not a part of my high school life. What's wrong with Never Gonna Give You Up? I mean, it's a meme, but it's not a bad song. That dude's voice is Rick Astley's voice is fucking awesome. There's no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. And you like look at him and you're like, that is not the voice I thought that was gonna come out of that guy. He was not my favorite wrestler, but the American Badass is my favorite iteration of The Undertaker, yes. But I'll go on the record again and saying Jeff Hardy's my favorite wrestler of all time. Second would be The Rock. So those two I always held above The Undertaker. That ladder match that Jeff Hardy and Undertaker had, probably in my top 3 favorite matches of all time. Just because, like, that's before Jeff was, like, even remotely a singles wrestler. And you were, like, amazed at how close he came to winning the belt there. And, like, it was such a good match that Undertaker, who was a fucking heel at the time, like, after he pinned Hardy, brought him up and, like, raised his hand to the audience in respect. Like, this guy's fucking good. Give him his respect. I thought that was so cool. Yeah, I mean, Stone Cold's amazing too. It's not that I dislike Stone Cold, but because I like The Rock more, you couldn't. It was almost impossible to like them both equally, right? Because they were always kind of, you know, you got to root for one of them, and I was always on The Rock's side there. But I did love Stone Cold. Fucking Stunner's legendary. Hate Edge. Well, hated Edge. I still don't like him. As a human being, he was a gigantic piece of shit in the 2000s. Like what he did to his friend, Matt, like that's one of the worst things you can do to a friend. And then after he did that to Matt Hardy, went on and did that scene with Lita in the bed. They're both pieces of shit for doing that. I would have told Vince to go fuck himself. Lita wasn't gonna do it. She had some sense to it where she was like, that's probably in poor taste. And Vince was like, you're gonna be fired if you don't do it. But you know, if Edge had also told him no, I bet he wouldn't have threatened her with that. Because what are you gonna do, fire both of them? I don't think so. I don't think so. Fuck them. I have absolutely no sympathy for cheaters like that. Just actual pieces of shit. Yes, that was real life, Sarah. Lita was actually in a relationship with Matt Hardy, and then she cheated on him with Edge while Matt Hardy was recovering from, I think it was knee surgery or something like that. They started an affair, and then she left Matt. Matt got fired because he complained about it on social media, because Matt's been social media guy before social media was a thing. And they fired him because he complained about it on like LiveJournal or some shit. And the fans are like, that's ridiculous. The fan backlash was so bad that WWE had to rehire Matt Hardy because of how bad they looked for doing that. But then they still had Edge and Lita like take these angles, and it's like, you guys are assholes. You guys are fucking assholes. So to me, Edge can suck my fucking dick. What about people who forgive their cheats? I mean, good for them. Good for them. I hope Matt Hardy did forgive Edge, and they're able to all live harmoniously. Considering that Lita fucking left Edge for CM Punk then, and then CM Punk left her for AJ Lee, and I'm just sitting there like, don't feel bad for you. Don't fucking feel bad for you. Don't feel bad for you at all. Any of you. The only person I feel bad for is Matt. I don't forgive people for that. That's like, for me, it's like the deadliest sin. I think I'm more likely, well, no, that's not true. Yeah, I'd probably forgive a cheater before I forgave a murderer. But the fact that I even had to think about that is kind of like tells you how strongly I feel about it, right? I have absolutely no tolerance for unfaithful people. Which is why me and Rihanna didn't start off on the greatest foot. Not only did I think it was bullshit that she got famous off a song about her being a fucking cheater, I also thought she was really whiny in that song and did not sound good at all. Now, later songs I liked by Rihanna quite a bit, but it took me a little to get over that. Jeff Hardy is also the reason that CM Punk can suck my dick too. Fuck that guy. Is there more than one Atherin? I don't know anything about that game other than it's kind of lewd, right? Okay. Yep. Infest is definitely on there. I don't think Getting Away with Murder was high school. I think that was after high school. Because their second... Ooh, maybe not. 2004? Oh no, okay. Because there was another album in between Infest and Getting Away with Murder that I didn't really care for. Okay, there's a few more songs from Infest I want on here. No, I don't want to play that. Can I just go to Infest, please? Thank you. Broken Home. Blood Brothers. There was one more, but that might have been on the other CD. Yeah. Dead Cell's a really fun song live, but I didn't like listening to it. There's some songs that just sound better live for whatever reason. When was this released? 04? Oh, I could just do that. Yep. And that's passive. Passive-aggressive bullshit. Wait, did I? You fucking disappoint me. Maybe you're better off this way. Bulls on Parade. That actually was released before high school, but I got into it in high school. Rammstein. Yep. That was high school. The first time I heard, the first time I'd heard about Rammstein, I think I was in middle school, but I didn't actually hear them until XXX. When they did Firefly. Which I'm pretty sure, yeah. This was like 06, wasn't it? Oh, never mind, fuck me, 2011. Maybe this is the one I was thinking of, because this is on 08, okay. I hate Slipknot except for this one remix of this one song. I despise the original Wait and Bleed, but the Terry Date mix. The Terry Date mix actually allows the guy to... His voice actually sounds good. He doesn't sound like a goddamn junkyard dog in that song. Which for some people, if you want that, that's fine. If you have a good voice, I want to hear your voice though. Not like... Why? It's why I don't like death metal or black metal usually, which sucks because a lot of black metal and death metal they have sick music itself, but the vocals sound just awful. Smashing Pumpkins. That's more mid-90s, but that's when I didn't get into them until high school. All because of The Simpsons. Hearing Zero on that Lollapalooza episode later. All right, here we go. Where's Mr. Dominguez? You wanted some SoD? I got you some SoD. So we got Toxicity, Chop Suey, Toxicity, Aerials, Shimmy, all fantastic songs. As good as those songs are, and that CD is, I actually think Don't Steal This Album is better as an overall CD. Which I know is like, who thinks that? I think that. Steal This Album is fantastic. Chicken Stew, Vision, Mr. Jack, which that was a song that came out just about 10 years too early. ADD. Let's see what else is in here. Boom. Fuck the System. War! Fuck the system! War! Fuck the system! Fuck the system! I need to fuck the system! And then, unfortunately, I didn't like any of their music after Steal This Album. I don't know why. Everything they released after that, I'm like, eh. I didn't dislike it, actively dislike it, but I was like, eh. Toxicity is not a Pokemon. No. That was KY before high school, Possum. He only started getting into other music. Well, not that he wouldn't have eventually, but like, he'll tell you that I was one of the catalysts for him to actually get into like more music that was outside of anime and video games. Toxicity is a Pokemon. Yikes. That is quite the name. Yeah, the Vin Diesel movie. There's a scene in there where he has sex with this girl, and like, I don't even know who it is. I don't think it is like anybody like famous or anything, but holy shit was she hot. Like, I still think about her from time to time. She's like a complete non-entity in that movie. From Triple X, a movie nobody fucking cares about. I still think about that shit. That's when you know you're a bombshell. I don't know what baby metal is. Last musician I've seen, unfortunately, Chester Bennington is dead. I don't think I've gone to a concert since then. I might never go to another concert again. I personally don't really like live music. I will only go see live music if I really, 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 really like your music. I don't like seeing live music in bars because what I'm listening to is just a bad version of better stuff that I could be listening to. It's generally overproduced in those circumstances, and it's overly loud, so it just sounds like garbage to me. Some people like it, and that's fine, but if there's gonna be live music, and I know there's gonna be live music, I'm avoiding that. Because your setup's going to be bad. You're in all likelihood, you're not going to be better than anything I can just listen to on the jukebox. Why would I subject my ears to something inferior? So that kind of extends to concerts. I'm only gonna go to a concert if I really, really, really like the band. I don't go, like, I'm not the type of person that goes to concerts just to go to concerts. If I'm not a huge fan of your music, why would I fucking go see you in person? It's gonna sound worse than if I was listening to you in the car. Generally speaking, like I said, there are some exceptions to that rule. Metal mixed with J-pop, no. No, in fact, I'm not very familiar with J-pop in general. It's outside of anime. Okay, 3 Days Grace. Was this high school? No, it wasn't. It was after high school. Trapped. That was high school. 202. Wow. Yep. Yep, you get in there. Ocean Avenue. Yup. That's a Big 10-4. In addition, we add Ocean Avenue. 30 Seconds to Mars was not high school. In fact, I despised them initially, and then I came around a little later. City of Evil was 06, wasn't it? Oh, it was 05. Then yeah, I guess you would add that country. Beast and the Harlot. Where's the other one? Seize the Day. Kinda, yeah, I think it was Trash and Scattered was the other one I really liked. I didn't really get into Faith No More until a lot later. That is not High School Evanescence. This was like 2010, wasn't it? 07. No Foo Fighters in high school. I wasn't really a Guns N' Roses fan in high school. It wasn't until later. Hoobastank. Yeah. Yeah. Hoobastank gets in there. Here we go. Limp Bizkit, and there is quite a few Limp Bizkit songs. So let's start going through these albums. Okay, so wasn't actually a huge fan of $3 Bill. The only song I did like was Faith, and his version of Faith, and in retrospect, that song is that's a very bad version of that song. So we will not be adding that. Significant Other is when I first sort of started getting into it. I was a fan of Break Stuff and Nookie. There might be some other ones on here that I like, but I don't really remember too much. And then we get Chocolate Starfish and the Hot Dog Flavor Water. I know a lot of this album. My Generation, My Way, Rollin', the original, Living It Up, In the Fast Lane, the one. This could be the one. And then the Rollin', I don't really remember any of these. And then the remix of Rollin', which is probably better than the original. The rappers that get on there, they're pretty fucking... DMX, Redman, Method Man. Redman, Method Man are incredibly good. Middle Class Rut's not high school. This is the only My Chemical Romance song I can listen to without vomiting. When was this released? Is that 06? Oh, I thought that was high school. Not correct. Saliva, this, yeah. Was there anything else on this other than Click Click Boom? No, I guess not. Oh, back in your system. Always, yeah. Always. I just can't live without you. Oh. My Bad. My Life, 12 Stones. Was there any other... Why isn't there more Linkin Park on here? That's weird. Anyways, okay, time to start going a little deeper there, because I don't know why some of these bands aren't in here when they should be. Check this. Set it off. Okay. Yeah, I think I added all the songs I want to add. All right. They might have girls in it. Woman with Black Parade is their best song. Like, I actually feel it. I feel the message. I'm like, that, you know what? That's good. That's good. It's good. I listen to fucking Helena and I'm like, All right, we got a lot of songs to add here. Why is only the bonus edition in here? Okay, so, paper cut with you, points of authority, crawling by myself. I think a place for my head's in there already. Forgotten. Pushing me away. By December. Not a huge fan of high voltage, actually. That wasn't on the original version. Yeah. Did I add this one? This should be in there already. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. My December remix. One step closer. Okay. Line from you. Easier to run. Oh, that's in there already. Faint. Yeah, and then you get to 07. But 20th anniversary edition has some EP songs that I also managed to get my hands on before this was released officially. And one Step Up, Part of Me, Carousel. What was the crawling demo called? It wasn't called Crawling initially. This is a place for my head. So I don't see it. Do they not have it on there? I actually list it. Runaway demo, Place for My Head demo. Oh, Sat by Myself demo, yeah. Part of Me demo. The 0 demos. For those that don't know, before Linkin Park was Linkin Park, they were 0 with an X. And they sounded significantly different. Chester wasn't even the lead vocalist. It was, oh, they just call it Crawling here. It was something Wakefield. And it had more of like an distorted, like, acidity sound to it. Not a huge fan personally. Not a huge fan personally. Give me some points for effort. I mean, he's here. No, it's alright, Possum, no worries. Okay, so all my Ace Attorney Danganronpa members, fans, if you guys want to jump into chat, we can get geared up for tier list time. Or maybe I'm not. Well, you tell me. I also got into power metal in high school. And by power metal, I mean exactly one power metal band. I got into more later, but Iced Earth was probably all of my senior year. They are old. First album in 1990. Stormrider. No. I'm thinking of that Blind Guardian song. Dante's Inferno is good. That's a long ass song. Good evening to you, sir. How are you? Trep, where are you? Tom got in here before you. You know that makes Tom my new favorite now, right? He's over there arguing with the Miro.
Makes me your new favorite until I make Judge S tier.
I mean, if I'm any amount of smart, the judge is my favorite, right? Or at least publicly speaking.
Yes, Your Honor. You are the best, Your Honor. I promise, Your Honor.
No ass kissing here, Your Honor. Not at all. Just 100% genuine feelings. I need to find somewhere to speak. I still don't have a room. I wasn't aware that you didn't have a room in the first place.
Come on, Miro. Go get a room. God.
Yeah, what the hell are you doing? How do you not have a room? I'd make an emo joke, but Amira wasn't here for that, so it'll go over his head. All right, later, Amadeus, take it easy.
We should do the entire tier list in emo.
Oh, God, like, what is Phoenix even thinking by talking to Mia so often? Like, good lord, you two. You can't do anything on your own?
He's just experiencing the pain and suffering that we all experience when our besties move on, but we can't let them go.
I mean, I totally get it. It's just it's a vicious cycle of love and depression. And like, I totally get it, but like, her actually coming back constantly kind of ruins that, you know? Like, we're not supposed to just be able to see the people that we're pining over and sad that they left. That just ruins the experience of being edgy and sad, you know? I don't know. Phoenix just, I don't resonate with him all that well. See.
But then he gets to experience the loss again and again and again.
But she just keeps coming back. I mean, is she really even gone? Like, God, get your fake sadness out of here, Phoenix. I don't buy it for a second.
That's a good point. I got nothing.
How much time do I have? I mean, I don't have time at all anymore. I had a lot of time in high school because I, you know, only worked like 20 hours a week. Well, I say only, but oh, that was a lot. 20 hours a week, and then school time, and then homework time. I guess I didn't really have that much time, but when I was doing all these things, I was normally listening to music. Because Tom said we should do the entire Ace Attorney tier list in emo. I mean, this is not the important part of the stream, Emiro. We're about to get to the important part of the stream, in which I will need your input. Yeah, there are definitely people that only listen to Top 40, Volpe, for sure. What is this one? Oh. That's weird. Like, why wouldn't... Hey, JB. Trep is here, too. Just muted. Miro's gonna get in here when he has a room.
Yeah, I saw him, Jared. I was paying attention.
Croque, madame? Croquet? No, it's croquet, right, madame? A grilled cheesy ham sandwich? The sunny side up egg on top? That sounds really good. That sounds really fucking good.
And I was having fun with an interesting ROM hack for Pokemon Fire Red.
What makes it
It
interesting?
it replaces it's a Yu-Gi-Oh ROM hack. It replaces all the gym leaders and with Yu-Gi-Oh characters and all the Pokemon with Yu-Gi-Oh monsters.
That'd probably be interesting if I was a fan of Yu-Gi-Oh. I would guess, yeah. Let's see.
And it would interest Lugia for sure.
Imhotep, Jack, Damien, son of Satan.
Yeah, I just saw the ROM hack ROM hack itself. I'm like, I want this, so I just downloaded it.
Tilla, Reckoning. So yeah, their albums tend to be very themed, as a lot of power metal albums do. This one, the Glorious Burden, just it's fucking like Merca. Like half these songs are just America being America. Like they have a really good Star Spangled Banner. These last three, I think, are all Civil War songs. They're actually pretty fucking sad. Okay, I think that was the last album of theirs that came out when I was in high school. Okay, so we have quite an extensive list here. 122 songs. I'm pretty sure I can get that up higher. The issue is that I'm probably missing a bunch of one-hit wonders that I just don't remember anymore. And I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to remember those. Other than like going back and looking at top 40 alternative lists for the week of whatever, and I go through the entirety of those 6 years.
What about like Mr. Brightside?
That would not be on the list, no.
Uh,
I don't even remember what that sounds like. trying to get the tune in my head, and I a different song keeps popping up. I think it's a 12 Stones, which that's not it at all. Like, I don't know, that's kind of weird. You have your
I'm
parents.
not brave enough to attempt to sing, so sorry.
It's more shamelessness than bravery.
Perfect.
I don't consider myself to be brave, but I do consider myself to have lost a lot of shame. Okay. All right, let's go to tierlist.com. Or it's tierlist maker, right?
You should play that. You should just add all the albums that are like, now this is music number 12, whatever, 400. And this is what I call music number whatever.
Yeah. Oh, man. And those were, like, if we told young people about that now, they'd probably think it was one of the stupidest fucking things ever. Because, like, you have iTunes. You just go put together your own, now that's what I call music, right?
Oh, if only they knew.
But we couldn't do that. We had to like wait for these mix CDs to be released, like, and we'd have to buy them, the entire mix. We didn't have a choice. So,
or you went out, you bought the albums, you made your own mixes, burning CDs, spending time and time and time.
Because nobody here would ever have downloaded MP3s from Napster or LimeWire or Kazaa or anything like that, right? No.
Just turn your PC into a brick.
Still burn CDs for my dad.
It's like,
I don't think I have a CD player anymore.
My 2012 Civic still has a CD player. What?
Nice.
Oh, hi, Meryl.
Search. Wait, no. Oh, no, I don't want Danganronpa. I want Ace Attorney. Ace Attorney. Okay, we're going to have the first three. Can you? Yes, please. Can we? Ace Attorney characters. Wait, what the? Dude, I searched for Danganronpa like 60 seconds ago. Why is that just now popping up?
Is the site lagging?
The site is lagging quite a bit. All right, now it's good. All right, let's see here. Let's bring this up. Oh, there we go. And Spotify, go bye-bye. All right, so we want major spoilers.
We do want major spoilers? All
We
right.
do not want major spoilers. We don't want to do that. Trilogy characters. I assume then this is cases.
Do you want me to just get it?
They
sure.
do. They only call the first three the trilogy, right? And
I'll
everything
get
else
it.
is not referred to that way. So
Yeah. Oh, they saved my old one.
missile.
Wow.
It's safe.
Reset. Okay, let's reset this. All right, there we go. Okay, so S A B C D. Let's make
An F tier.
F, and then we are going to make there is one that that is not going to be up for debate. I think we know which one that is.
Really?
Oh yeah. Add, damn you. Oh, because I'm dumb. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you going to attempt to convince me why the judge shouldn't have his own shit tier on his own?
No, I wasn't gonna try to convince you.
I mean, we can start off talking about the judge. He's just not going anywhere else. This is the only one where I'm like, I'm putting my foot down, and it's orange, obviously.
You gotta move that A
Can you
tier.
hear
Then
me?
you gotta switch that A tier color. You can hear someone.
Ow. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
You can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, we hear you.
I reset my PC, so I don't know. I couldn't get my mic to work.
And this will be yellow.
Is this Trep?
There you go.
No.
No, that's a Miro. Trep is the...
No, it's a mirror. I'm just waiting for Trep to jump in and just be like, "Oh, really? You think that?
Oh,
well,
no.
I'm just gonna say the complete opposite."
Well,
of that
I mean,
thing
he
for
did...
no fucking.
He did just come in and say, "Wait, really?" about the judge, thinking that I wasn't going to just shit on the judge. All right, where the fuck is the judge? We'll just start with his dumbass right away. Where the fuck is he?
I'll
I
just
can't
fix
even
my
find him
opinions
because I
and that's it.
just want to.
Third row,
Third row to the far right.
Okay,
So mask the mask.
but in the interest of fairness here, let's. How do I make this like presentation mode? That's what I want. Presentation mode.
Yeah.
Okay. In the interests of membership fairness, you guys can discuss what you do and do not like about the judge and where you would personally put him. There's not going to be a vote on him. There will be a vote on the later characters, but if you want to tell other people why I'm wrong, then by all means, I cede the floor to you all.
I got nothing to say about Judge except for he's the dumbest chum alive. He's the dumbest judge alive.
Is he though the dumbest judge alive?
Unless you
I mean,
think
I can
Rosy
think of a
dumber.
few people in the Superior Court.
See here.
I think he has some good jokes sometimes, some good humor.
But it's not.
Yeah.
It's not.
But yeah, he
sorry,
is-
I said I wasn't going to talk. Zip.
He is a terrible judge. He is a terrible judge, but
My,
he's a decent character, I think.
my favorite judge moment is when you accuse the Maximilian bust of being under his bench. And he's
Yeah, that's
just like,
good. Double penalty.
I went through all of those options, right, before I picked the right one.
I think so.
'Cause I was like,
Not
no,
on-
it's not under his fucking chair. Like, there's no way he'd be that fucking
The
stupid.
judge's reaction to Maximilian Galactus' actual name being, it says the defendant's real name is Billy Bob Job.
Oh yeah, the Billy Bob persona. You like his beard? He does have a magnificent beard.
That is the one thing I'm like, this guy will have a better beard than I will ever have.
That is an objective truth. Nothing I can say about that.
Jerk. Almost
I
piano.
put him in C.
I put him in high B or low A.
Oh, yeah. Can we just call him Maximilian Galactus? You said nope.
So
Hey,
Trep
why
would
is
have
your
him in
F here,
here,
but you
somewhere
can't?
here. Amira would have him here.
Yeah,
Where would
I
you
was
put him,
wondering
Tom?
about that.
Yeah, I put him in high B or.
Twain, you want to switch your F and D
Alright.
tier?
I did not mean to make F.
A, B, C,
There we
F,
go.
D.
I did not mean to make D yellow and F a much better color. All right. All is right with the world. Okay, Tom, where are you putting judge? As a judge
Judge-ish.
person.
No, he. I
I
mean,
think-
it's generous to give him his own tier because honestly,
Yeah.
if we're looking at him as a person with rational thought, it's pretty bad. It's I'm like, how in the heck do you not take away sanctions against Francisca's freaking whip? I mean, like, holy hell. No.
I have to agree with Tom there. I have to agree with Tom.
I was actually, I think, I want to go back and look at my first reaction. I'm pretty sure I was legitimately shocked when she used her whip. And I had seen an entire game of the judge already at that point, right? So I had a pretty good idea of what he was like. To see her whip and him not do anything about it, I'm pretty sure I was still, like, that shocked. Like, you
First
can't
game judge
do
is not as
that!
kooky.
This,
Yeah,
also-
first game judge is not as kooky as the rest of the game.
He's not, but it's obvious that with Edgeworth and Von Karma, he let a lot go. So I knew he was a bit loose, but there's suspension of disbelief in being loose, and then Francisca's whip.
Yeah,
The-
and
the
when the whip
judge-
came into play, I'm like, is he just gonna take that?
Yes, he is.
The looseness that the judge has reminds me of a first-time prosecutor or defense attorney who's afraid to object.
And they end up letting
he's the
a lot
judge.
more go on the record than they should. And
Yes, but he's the judge. Jesus.
which is the, like, it's like you'd expect that from an attorney that, like, is new or whatever, but the difference between, for all of you people not in the law, just think about this for a second. It makes far less sense for a judge to be that bad when you consider that, at least here, now I hear in Japan it can be a little bit different in terms of who can be a judge, but here all judges are former attorneys, or at least former lawyers. Most of them former attorneys, which means they've been in front of judges before. They know the system. Like, that type of innocence shouldn't exist. There's just no way. Unless you got a person fresh out of fucking law school and you're like, man, we really need somebody to feel the judgeship. Can you go do that? But that would never happen. I won't say it will never happen, but it would only happen in the most rural and, like, desolate of areas where they can't get anyone else to be a judge.
In the state of California, you would need to be a practicing attorney doing litigation, not just practicing in general, but doing litigation for at least 10 years before you can become a superior court attorney, or judge, which is the lowest district. And if we do have some rural counties like Nevada County and stuff where there's like 2 judges for the entire county, and if there is an opening there, they'll just rotate judges from bigger counties in there until they can get somebody in.
Mm-hmm.
But like you look at a position like mine, I don't need to be an attorney. I don't even need to be a bachelor's degree person because I'm a hearing officer. But once I was hired, we still had to do a year of specialized legal training to kind of catch up to what it would be like to be a lawyer, at least specializing in traffic, traffic citations and
that specific
like legal code
area.
And so then I go in knowing a lot more than anybody else who went off the street. So it's even in a highly specialized position like mine, you need to have this education, this background. So yeah, it's and that beard says that he should have been practicing for a very...
Well, yeah, that's the other thing. This is somebody who's been doing it for a long time. People know him. He has a reputation for fairness or whatever. This isn't some fucking noob. And he's still sitting there like, I don't know. How are we supposed to go about this? You know what? That seems like that's correct. And you're like, no, Judge, you are not supposed to allow yourself to get whipped. Why is that so hard? Why is it so hard?
I'm looking at Tara saying that there was a guy who became an elected district judge in an area where he was a car dealership and had no law background. I'm like, I don't know if that's possible in Pennsylvania or whatever state that was in, but in California, you'd have to have something. Maybe this attorney theoretically would have been someone who did not practice for a very long time or very much, maybe like one case every month while he's doing his car dealership stuff. You'd have to have something. He could not just be elected without an actual background.
Yeah,
you can't run.
I'm actually not sure if it's a requirement in Wisconsin, but I have never, ever seen a judgeship election where one of the candidates was not an attorney, a licensed attorney. So it's either as a matter of law, they must have, they must be a part of the, accredited by the bar, have experience, blah, blah, blah. Or it's just a matter of practice that will never happen. And even if somebody did, because of the precedent that's been set, nobody's going to look at someone who has absolutely no background with, all these other people that do and go, oh yeah, that's who we should elect. That makes sense. We don't want someone with any experience. He's sure to not get corrupt or make right decisions at all. Mm-hmm. God. But yeah, I would say that's a very uncommon scenario. Very uncommon. But it would not surprise me if there are some states that have something like that.
I know that there are some states that have magistrates or justices of the peace that are like subordinate judges where you can be elected in or promoted in without an extensive legal background. But of course, each state varies.
Even our admin judges, our magistrate judges, I guess that kind of answers my question. I just was thinking maybe with elected positions it was a little different, but our commissioners, admins, what was the other one I'm thinking of? Those other judgeship positions that aren't as, they're not elected or appointed judges, those still require you to have a JD in order to apply for those positions in the first place. And because those are positions like commissioner, you don't get voted in as a commissioner. You don't get appointed as a commissioner. You get hired. Like, it's something you can actually, there will be a job posting and they'll say commissioner for X division or whatever, and you apply for it and then you get hired by the county. So, assuming that elections have the same requirements and qualifications as the county would ask for, I would assume the same is for the judges, but maybe not. That's just an assumption. That's not actually. Sometimes logic doesn't follow the way it should.
Bottom line, this judge is a horrible judge.
Yeah. He sucks. Acro.
Um,
Now, I know there are some people that feel very differently about Acro than I do. So, my thought is that he is a very... it's not just that he's a murderer. It's that he... First of all, he murders somebody innocent. Like, and that's a drawback to, a whole plot like this. Like, I want to get back at Regina, so I killed the ringmaster. Like, that's my vengeance or whatever. That's so ridiculously immature and short-sighted because of what happened to his brother. That means the ringmaster needed to die. He's just a piece of shit in general, and not in like an interesting way, because his personality is like drywall to me. His whole animal thing I thought was cool. That was kind of funny, where he had the bird on his shoulder like he didn't have a care in the world. But other than that, I don't know. I just didn't find him interesting at all.
Well, didn't he mean to kill Regina anyway, but accidentally killed the ringmaster?
Well, he wanted his vengeance on Regina, and then ended up killing the ringmaster.
The ringmaster, who was like his adopted father.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it was that. But wasn't it whoever was holding that box of pepper that had pepper in it that to throw the bus?
The pepper didn't. Was the pepper in that suit in that
Yes,
briefcase?
It was in that very heavy box.
Yeah.
And only he can hear what's inside the box to know when to throw the bus.
Right. So, okay. Here's the issue I have with that, though. Regardless of like what his intent was either to kill a 15-year-old girl because she did something with no intention of ever actually hurting anybody because she's just a fucking child, or kill her father, who is basically his adopted father, to get back at her. Either way, it's just a really, like, it's not a relatable circumstance. If something like that happened to me, I'd have a hard time thinking, I want to murder a child. I don't know, maybe that's not true for everybody. But I just feel like when it comes to children, you probably feel a little differently. That's why the law treats them differently.
Well, how old is Acro and how old is Regina again? Like, weren't they just only like 2 or 3 years off?
I thought Acro was a lot older than her.
no, I think it was in his mid-20s, right? Let me check.
Because I mean, Acro and Bat are brothers. If Acro is in his mid-20s and Bat's like 15, that's a pretty big gap. But it's possible.
I mean, my youngest brother is 13 years older than me, so
Your youngest
Yeah,
brother
but-
is 13 years older than you?
He's 26, yeah.
I have a brother who is 15.
10 years older than me.
I do have a brother who's 15
Yeah,
years older than me.
wanted to get back at Virginia for a quote unquote killing Bat, when Bat wasn't actually dead, just unconscious.
26
In a comatose,
Yeah.
not just unconscious.
Yeah.
He's in a coma.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, and come to
I feel like
for I don't even know how many years or months.
I feel like Acro's whole thing is that he is extremely illogical. Like, he was meant to be illogical and this kind, like, in handling his emotions. Like,
Yeah.
he is kind of chill and, calm, but he can't handle his emotions well when it comes to, those kinds of situations.
And I think that
But I don't think they
dichotomy
pulled
was...
it off well.
It's like that dichotomy was meant to be interesting, but to me it was just like, this just doesn't make sense. Like, oh, I'm always this really cool, collected person, but oh, I have murderous rage inside me that you never see outside of
Well,
the
that could
action
mean-
that happened.
That could mean he's a sociopath.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, that he was able to contain for that long. Would he have cared that his brother died? Yeah, I suppose. Sociopaths still
Not-
care
not
about
a-
their
yeah,
family,
well,
right?
He did have a tear
A
at
sociopath.
the-
Yeah.
He did.
Sociopaths still care.
Yeah, he did have a tear in his eye, knowing that he is gonna die. and not see his brother ever again.
And also when he was reflecting upon actually having killed Russell and not Regina, because he cared about Russell, but he didn't care about Regina.
That too.
Put him in D.
Which is kind of funny because if you really thought about it, he's killing his adopted father's daughter. Isn't that a screwed up thing to
Yeah,
do?
either way, he's fucking over his adopted father. Like,
So he's a bad, he's not in a rational state of mind. He's a bad person, but at the same time, I don't know if trying to get revenge on your permanently vegetative state brother is really so unrelatable.
Yeah.
Well, what is unrelatable is that, like you guys had mentioned, the cool, calm collectedness. Like if he killed Regina in a rage, like a Murder 2 type situation, that might make more sense. Instead, he stewed on it for several years and carefully calculated this thing.
which, like, how? So when she did it, she was like 13.
Yeah, or something like that. So okay, so did anybody find out the ages, or should I take a look?
She's 16, 17. I think that's as of Investigations 2, though.
No, she is. And Justice for All, 16.
Well, since she was born in 2002, when was when did Investigations take place?
Ken is 4 years older than Sean. So Acro is 4 years older than Bat. That's not a huge gap.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Hey Twain, can you screen share to Discord?
Oh yeah.
So like we can see without delay.
So-
Without the echo.
Acro was 26 at the time of the case, which means that he was 24 at the time of Bat's death, which means Bat was 20. So how old was Regina?
Still alive though.
Wait
Regina
a
would be
second,
14.
didn't the...
Regina would be 14, I believe, because she's 16 in the game.
Oh,
It's
It's
that's a
like,
huge-
why is he
huge gap.
dating her then? Oh, that's so bad.
That's another weird thing about the whole entire case is just how young Regina is. She should have been 20 also.
And they're all after her. They all are, except for
They're all
Mo.
after her. Like Ben looks like he's in his fucking late 30s and he's all after
He
her.
is he's like 33, I believe. I think he's 33.
God.
Actually,
Damn it.
no, it wasn't Ben that was after.
Yeah, he's younger than me, motherfucker.
Oh yeah, it's Trilo. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. No. That's the type of gimmick that a sex offender would use.
Yeah. That's true.
Look at my little.
It's the puppet. It's not me. The puppet has a crush on her. Sorry. So what are you guys thinking for his? So Trep said D.
Yeah.
I would have gone for D with Acro.
I also say D.
Yeah.
You say C. What do you say, JB?
Say D as well. Possibly low C, but mostly D.
All right. So D wins out there for Acro. All right.
Let me clarify something really quick. Are we ranking him on how interesting he is as a character, or how much of an awesome or douchey person he is as a character?
I consider that as part of whether he's awesome or not. Because you can be so awesome that you can be so douchey that you're awesome.
I mean,
Okay.
Like
I mean,
this.
Look how far he threw that bus. Look how far he threw it.
I take the totality of his character into consideration,
Yeah. Okay.
which makes it a little more difficult because the less you're looking at, the easier it is to rank them because it's a little more focused. But I also find that to be less interesting personally,
Uh-huh.
unless it's like,
I
hey,
just
let's
wanted to
rank who's
clarify.
hot. Okay, well,
Luke at me.
Start-
S
yeah.
tier, obviously.
Luke at me super. What's her face? A bikini? A for
Bikini.
sure. Just kidding. Okay.
Francisco's an F tier, straight F tier.
All right. Adrian Andrews. Everybody knows I just can't get enough of Adrian. I love her character. I love her.
I put it in.
Well, she did improve in Trials and Tribulations for sure.
I love the whole low self-esteem, gotta put up a front, like facade because I could really relate to that. It was she's also kind of fucking douchey because she wanted to set someone up, not even knowing if that's what really happened. She just kind of assumed. But then she served her time for it and seemed like she grew as a person. So,
And she actually got some excellent expressions in the Trials and Tribulations, which I was shocked.
she did get some excellent expressions.
Better grade emotes.
I saw her start to cry or get like scared or whatever when I'm like cross-examining her, and I'm like, no, I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. I'm
just
so
like,
sorry.
The budget she must have for spectacles.
If you get me to do that on Cross, there's something about you, because I'm supposed to take no prisoners, bloodlusts. You know, I smell the blood. It's time to go after it. But I know Adrian's generally liked, but I don't know how you guys feel about Adrian.
She is very intriguing.
Well, for me, she was a low B, but Trials and Tribulations, she became a high A for me.
Okay, fair.
I really like her. Like you said, her whole character about, putting up a front and being really dependent on other people. It's really interesting, and I think it's done well. Like, it's presented well.
Yeah,
so I put her in A.
I still feel like if I'm going back and looking at all the characters that were like, I don't want to call them side characters because I feel like that's diminishing.
Witnesses.
But yeah, like out of all the witnesses that we've had, she's still one of the ones that I feel the most connected with because of how well they presented her character.
She had such an intriguing side plot. She had such an intriguing motive for what she did to set up On Guard and help Corrida. I actually think of her as an S tier. I think she's probably one of the best witnesses the game has.
Jake also votes S.
I vote A, high A.
High A. And then so JB said A, Amiro said A, Trep said A.
Sounds like the A's have it.
Well, if I vote, it's split S. It's split between S and A.
Then it would be either high A or low S, right?
Right.
Split.
Oh, now you
I'm
have to
fine with
have
either.
an A plus or an S minus.
But I think A makes more sense.
God, Jake's the only other one that's... We have an even amount of people that sucks. All right, split the room, yeah, right? All right. God, how do I want to do this? All right, Lugia says A. Amadeus says S. Okay, you two, Amadeus, Lugia, both of you roll a d20.
And whoever critically fails is the winner.
Yeah, not everyone. Whoever critically fails, your luck is just so... Yeah, whoever gets that 0, your luck is so bad.
How does 0 even work?
It's just fucking... Oh, God.
Lugia wins.
All right, what did Lugia roll? 18. That's the highest I think I've ever seen Lugia roll. Ever.
He was determined.
Yeah, I guess so. All right, so she is in A. All right, look at me. Now, I will say, I think his whole thing would have been much more interesting had the trilogy not changed what it did. Because you guys said that in the original, you don't know that it's him, right? But the trilogy makes it a lot more obvious in that, like, flash scene. Where, like, you see his silhouette, and it's like, who else's fucking silhouette's that gonna be?
With the spiky hair.
Yeah, like the shoulders and the... Yeah,
I mean, I don't like him that much either way, to be honest.
I'm just saying, I wonder if I would feel differently. I'm not sure. I found him to be annoying, but at the same time, he was kind of effective to a certain extent, I guess. Because he was supposed to be kind of annoying and a blowhard.
Yeah, he did his job.
But I hate his design. It's just awful.
That knows.
I agree.
That
I
knows,
know.
but his mask could fit
Nothing-
over his face just fine. Still pissed off about that. You can't have both of those things be true. So I think
Maybe
I
it's a
had
fake
him.
nose.
I don't. Do you guys remember where I had him? It was either like low C or high D.
I put him in low B or high C.
I'd put him in B, like in the middle or something.
He's
Damn,
a
we're
D
fish
tier
flip.
for me.
I'd say low C for me.
Low C. What'd you say,
So
Tom?
C and
D?
D are tied.
Delta.
Yeah,
Delta. Wait, no. I thought Amiro said
he
B.
said mid B.
Jake, what do you say?
Yeah, Miro said Bravo.
What's C in the military language? Bravo, Delta, Charlie. Yeah.
Charlie.
F.
Sierra.
Jake goes hard with the F.
Well, F is closest to D, so I guess D.
I will vote D.
Yeah,
And so
I
with
guess
that
D it is then, I guess.
distribution, then it makes more
Above
sense.
acro, yeah.
Oh man, Jake went hard. All right, Rhonda Light. I understand why people might not like him or find him annoying. I adore Rhonda Light. He's
Yes.
so just like I love him.
Adore him, but I like him.
Okay, for being a whiner, he's a very low. Actually, no, he's below the judge for me.
Jesus Christ.
Oh. No. What? No. Don't look to my boy like that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, come on, man. That's not reasonable. Let's be reasonable adults here.
If I have.
Okay. I really like how he's like he's really nervous all the time and shouting and stuff, but he can actually think sometimes. Like sometimes he's just smart. And I kind of like him that about him.
Well, think about his whole scenario. The reason why he is claiming what he is so that he doesn't get put under suspicion for something else that he knows ahead of time that's problematic.
Yeah.
So he's thinking like, hey, if you figure out that I'm the burglar, oh, then I could not possibly have been the murderer. And based on the way that situation looks, I would much rather take jail time for stealing something as opposed to fucking murdering somebody and probably getting capital punishment.
Do we remember his motive?
Yeah.
Like, is he just a kleptomaniac, or did he have an actual motive?
For his wife, he loves her so much,
yeah,
and
yeah, his wife's shocking.
yeah, so he's somebody who believes his wife to be out of his, which I would agree, out of his strike zone, but she's with him, but he's so insecure because he still doesn't think he's deserving of her that he's like, I just want to buy the world for her. But the only way I can do that is if I steal shit, because my job alone isn't going to give me the money I need.
And
What's
it
her
doesn't
name
help
again?
that
That was it. I don't think that was it.
it doesn't help that Desiree
it's
has a
because-
habit of spending money.
Yeah, she spent a ton of money. So he had
Yeah.
to, he like kept
She
get,
spends a ton of money.
yeah, that's what I mean. He wanted to keep
So,
furnishing her money
Oh, okay.
so that, but the only way he could do that is by stealing and not just his normal job. He couldn't fund.
The only time he stole himself though was the first time. After that, it was at me blackmail him.
Right.
Also, he
yeah.
was fired from his job because he sold information.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
So like
He actually is highly intelligent to make those plans, though.
he's very self-centered in the way that it's all about him ultimately, right? I don't want my wife to leave me all these, but at the same time that's a real struggle that I think you can kind of relate to, maybe not to that extent, but you get the, man, I don't feel like I deserve you, man, I want to give you everything that you ever wanted, and it's gonna be hard to keep up with that because you might want a lot of stuff. I don't like his design. I hate the Cinnabon look. Only one person in fiction has ever looked good with the Cinnabon look, and it's not him. But I still love his character.
I kind of like his look.
Okay, I noticed that there's a mass in the tier list. Is that gonna represent the Mask 2 or the original Master Mask?
It's just going to be we'll leave that character out. It could represent
just leave
Mask to
the
Mask
out.
2, but we're not doing the investigation, so we're just gonna leave him out.
All right.
Even then, he was a victim. We didn't know anything about him.
Right. So yeah, I think I had him. I think I had him in high B or low A.
I'd
I
say
put him
low
below
A.
A, yeah. Below Andrews, for sure.
Yeah, that's for I would lean, I guess. Jake also said A.
I'm leaning Bravo.
Tom votes B, and JB's was F, right? Which
Yeah.
F's do not carry. So that's 4 A's. So we'll give him the low A there. This was the great grandmother or whatever.
Amy Faye.
Yeah.
So, like,
Amy
just
Faye.
But we don't really know
we
anything
don't- we
about
don't
her,
rate
right?
Yeah. Yeah, we just don't rate her.
Could we make it like a who tier? Because
Here, yeah, let's make a just don't know anything.
What's the
Oh,
point of even
okay.
putting
Nope,
a character in the
nope.
list? It's
I was
just for
gonna
the
say
sake
put
of
her in a
having
C tier just because she's just there. She's average, whatever.
Victims slash what do I want to call them? Insignificant? Insignificant's not true though. Victims slash dead people. We'll just do that. She's dead. And we'll make it gray. Alright.
Okay, gotta put Mia in there then.
Hey!
Hey.
We have interaction with her. Okay. How about this? Long dead people.
So no new victims. Oh wait, I see. Still keep the separation. Okay. Alright, okay.
All right. April, May. I don't know. What do you guys think of April, May?
That facial
Like,
expression.
She's
He
annoying,
is a
but,
low
like,
C for me. Very low
she's
C.
somewhat fun. So I put her in low B, but like the lowest B possible.
Charlie
See.
for me, she's an average character overall. She's just funny expressions.
Oh,
Said low C.
Damn, he's hurt.
Because
I didn't.
dog
I
or something.
I poured this rum and I thought I had poured the Coke and just drank a lot of it. That was
Oh.
just the rum. Oh God.
Is that bad?
I just took a huge like swig of it thinking it was also mixed with Coke, so my throat was not prepared for that burn.
Oh, so you're expecting something else.
Yeah,
Yeah, that makes
He took a shot without taking a shot.
exactly. And it's if you're taking a shot knowing you're taking a shot, it's not that bad. But if you take a shot not knowing that you're taking a shot, it's fucking awful.
It's like the orange juice milk thing. If you expect you're gonna drink orange juice, but you drink milk instead, you're gonna gag.
Yeah, that makes sense. Whew. Liquid cocaine? Yes, at least it was. April's C for you, Jake. And so Trep said B,
Low B.
low B. JB, you said C too, didn't you?
Yes.
I think C wins here.
Charlie for me too. Yep.
C for you and C for Amira. What did you vote?
yeah, I also said C.
Okay, yeah. So my vote doesn't matter. So we'll just put
As
that in
the
there.
professor
Yeah,
says, we
see.
got a couple of C dogs.
Yeah. Oh no!
I think it saves Domi.
Yes. Oh, thank God. This, I should have gotten another mouse when I thought it was broken just so I don't have this shit happen anymore. Oh, God. Okay.
He moved Amy though.
Yeah, that's weird. Oh, it's a ghost.
I don't know why it keeps kicking out the bottom tier. Every time you reload, it keets kicking out the bottom tier
That's so strange.
for some reason.
All right.
I don't think it happens, but
I know.
it does sometimes, and it's annoying.
I know Jake's. This is an S for Jake. I think I had her in low B or high C. It's gonna be interesting.
Oh wow.
Because 1.5, I'm getting back into 1.5 again to complete the VOD finally, and reintroducing myself to some of the side characters is really interesting. In that I think I might have underrated some of the side characters initially. Because as the case goes on, so too does the padding with the side characters, and I think that kind of soured me a little bit on them. But that's not really fair to them, because they're still good characters. It's just the story gets padded out, not that the character gets padded out.
1.5 does have some of the greatest depth for side characters of any of the cases.
I mean, all the time they gave to them, they'd be fucking better. I don't know. So what do you guys think?
I put her in high B.
She's a Bravo for me too.
C, B, B. Yeah.
Maybe probably D.
Not much. So I have no ranking for
Jake's an S. Yeah, I think I would move her up to at least high B from the kind of, she was here before. Now it's more like here.
To me, her and Ron are comparable, but like before, for me, Ron was a B too. So
there was something that annoyed me about her, but I think it was just the way. It wasn't like the character itself. It was the way she approaches something in the story that irritated me. But that was more just, that's what the character did. So it's not a knock on the character.
yeah,
I just don't like her in general.
Looking at things.
Love her design. Love the lunchbox business. Give me a fucking lunchbox. I want a bento.
Some of her lunches look good.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
What a change though from a detective, huh?
Yo, what's up, Max? So this one's a little different in that I'm actually taking votes from members as opposed to like just making it myself. Because I have to do another one that I actually have to post, because I still get questions about, are you going to do one for the trilogy? And I'm like, I did. I just haven't posted it yet. And I haven't, because I look back at it and I'm like, I think I need to rethink some of this shit. But yeah. So that's why. Hello, by the way. All right. Okay, so this one's really interesting.
Iris, right?
Iris, I feel like most of the community likes Iris more than I do.
I feel like she's an A.
Maybe I only get that impression because so many people ship her with Phoenix, and I just don't buy that at all.
I put her high B.
I put her in A as well.
A, high B. F for Jake. Oh my god. Jake, no lie, would have the most interesting tier list out of everyone. Because I think most people would look at Jake's tier list and just assume there's no actual rhyme or reason to it, even though he has his reasoning. It's not something that most people would comprehend, because like the way he thinks about it is so much different from everyone else. Character annoying, low key. Well, okay, I was gonna ask how you know anything about Iris, but I do actually believe you were there for more of Trials and Tribulations than most of the other games.
You're annoying, low key.
So yeah, I honestly found her to be a little annoying too. I know part of her thing is she's supposed to serve as a foil to Dahlia, so that makes sense. And the way that they do that is done in a way where that's very obvious.
Okay, so can I just say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
About Dolly. So basically, what I like about Iris is that, she's really trying to be nice and, always positive and, supportive, etc. But it kind of shows how, her early childhood kind of went when she, does really bad things, like transporting a dead body from one bridge to another.
Well, she has a literally evil sister that she had to,
Yeah.
I mean,
and her upbringing was probably, her dad and Morgan probably weren't good people, so that kind of also affected her. And like her whole deal with her sister, I think it kind of messed her character up. Like, she wouldn't have done those things if she hadn't this kind of upbringing, and I kind of like how that shows up in her character.
I guess one of the things I don't like is that, so she's supposed to serve as a foil to Dahlia, but at the same time, her character is still, she doesn't, because she just kind of does what Dahlia tells her to do because she's her sister, and she doesn't really do too much about it until much later. It almost seems like she's just an extension of Dahlia instead of her own character, like a shadow, as opposed to a completely separate character. And that kind of diminishes her for me. But I don't know how much.
Well, okay.
That makes sense.
When-
Iris being but to me, that's Iris just being a really, really, really bad people pleaser.
I feel like Iris just feels bad about Dahlia, like bad for Dahlia, because she also says it in the post-game credits. She's like, I really feel sorry for her, because if she had like someone that cared about her and was always with her, she could have turned out differently. Like, I had Sister Bikini, but she didn't have anyone like that.
One thing that I'll say about her that I do really resonate with is she's somebody who, she has these important people in her life, and she doesn't want any of them to be mad at her. She doesn't want to let anyone down. And so she ends up doing things sometimes that, like, they end up conflicting because of just how, if I'm doing one thing for person A, it's really going to directly go against person B, but I also don't want person B to be mad at me, so I have to juggle that somehow too. And as let's just say I've run into that problem myself frequently. So in terms of like her actions, I get it. Like, I do understand why she approaches things the way she does.
Yeah, she's a people pleaser, like completely.
But see, I didn't want to call her completely people pleaser, because she doesn't please everyone to the extent that they want to be pleased. I guess that's how I look at people pleaser, because she wants Phoenix to not hate her or whatever, but she doesn't actually give Phoenix what he needs to solve the case or anything until much later. But I think that's just a different way at looking at what a people pleaser is. But yeah, generally speaking, yeah, you're probably right. Maybe it's just because I don't want to see myself as a people pleaser.
And then to me, the amount of time that we interact with her is so limited compared to her sister, who overshadows her completely.
Yeah.
To me, she's average. She's a Charlie.
So you want to see Matt, and well, Max, you don't have a membership, so your vote doesn't count. Where did you go with Iris, Jake? F? That's right. Fucking F. And you guys both said A, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess B is the midpoint, right?
Yeah.
Or C. I don't know.
Because 2 A's, I would probably put her in low B or high C, and then Jake's an F. So B lower, like just in the middle of B, probably makes more sense.
Yeah, and I can see that. Fine.
All right, Bat. I mean, you're not dead, but basically. Can I say that I was actually really disappointed that this guy wasn't brought back in the one case in 2-4. I thought they were gonna bring him back in 2-4, and he wasn't there at all, and I was so sad. Like, just a little cameo. Just give me a little cameo.
Yeah, but no, Bill.
In my
It was Charlie the Killer.
headcanon, he got murked by the killer.
Perhaps. Perhaps.
But the bellboy is a pervert. A straight up pervert.
Max,
I saw
I'm joking. I'm joking. Don't worry about it. I wouldn't hold it against you even if that wasn't the reason. You're in college. Shit happens. I get it. The new DLC came out. I want to put my $5 towards that. Well, I mean, I know you got the pass, so you would have already had spent the money. But you get what I'm saying. I'm sorry. I'll give you a vote for this one, although you don't know who this person is, so your vote's basically just. Hey, I don't know. He looks kind of cool. C. So yeah, what the fuck's his name? Is he just Bellboy, right?
Yeah, just
Yeah, he's
bellboy.
just bellboy.
So he's a pervert. I don't really.
Yeah.
Was he? I remember him more for.
Have you seen the episode he was presented in the Ace Tournament?
But I'm not. This isn't. We're not talking anime here. This is just the game.
I don't think.
But
I think
still,
it's a full-on pervert.
He itself in the game, he's still pretty pervy about.
Yeah.
He's horny.
He says he
He's
gets
just
distracted.
horny.
He
I
was
wouldn't call him a
distracted by
full-on
Miss
pervert.
Maze to
Okay. The thing I remember most about him is the he like wants to be famous, right? Or is like into like famous gossip and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's what I remember
he wants
most.
to be in the newspaper as the bellboy who observed the crime or
Yeah. Okay, then what do you guys think? Because I don't want to vote then. If you guys remember more about the pervy thing than I do, then I don't want to vote here.
He's average to me. He's a Charlie.
No, you can vote.
ID or C? I don't know.
Low B behind Iris. For me.
What about you, JB?
Possibly C next to April.
All right, I think C is where we land there then. Yo, what's up, Mike? Oh, darn.
But I don't see Trillo.
Are we gonna combine the characters? I mean, this dude sucks. I fucking hate Ben. He is a pervert. Like, we are exposed to his perviness for hours. Hours.
And plus Trillo smacks him all over the place.
Trillo is just an extension of him. He's an asshole. He's just normally too quiet for you to know that he's an asshole.
I come in only to say that Ben belongs in Judge tier.
All right. Nice, Maxim. Damn. So Maxim's vote is judged here. Woo. Woo.
Goodbye. Because I have no time.
I know, honestly, Ben
My
is
own
low D tier for me.
That is
Low D tier.
strong. Low D, you said, JB?
Yes.
And
No,
Jake
D
said
for me as
B.
well.
I'd also say low D
I would say F, Foxtrot.
or F. I don't know.
Tier F doesn't matter.
So we have B,
As long
D,
as it's-
F, Judge. This is a wild one.
Maybe we should honor Maxim and put it in Judge.
Because this is the only one he might be able to vote in, because he...
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Oh, God. But we'll put him above
Why
Judge
in
just
honor of
because.
Maxim?
All right.
All right, Bikini. Bikini's precious. She's pretty funny.
Yeah.
I would say either low B or high C for Bikini.
B for bikini.
It just fits, right? Does anybody have a thought other than B-ish area? Anything that might push her more towards C or A?
Put a low A.
I said high C, so.
Okay,
She's
So
adorable, but I don't know
anyway.
if she's as memorable as an A character would be.
no, I would agree with that. Like, if she gets brought up, I'm like, oh yeah, I like Bikini, but I'm never thinking like independently. Like, man, Bikini was such a great character.
That's fair. Okay, I'll move it to high B then.
All right, so do we put
I'll
her?
go
But
with
where do
high
we put her? In?
High B, so like the top. That's my vote.
I would put her
I
behind.
agree
Okay,
with Trep.
we're in agreement on B. So
Yeah,
I said it's in the low B. So that'll put her middle for me. She's still B tier.
agreed. This is the head security CEO guy, right?
Yep, he's dead.
Let's
And we
impact.
didn't get to know much about him either, except for that he's the security guard. That's it.
Wait, what did you say, Trep?
Judge tier.
Judge
You
tier?
know why? You know why?
Celeste Impact's judge tier?
Because of that fucking picture that we get exposed to every 2 minutes.
I wish they made it like that.
I was gonna say it's not her fault, but that's not entirely true.
But she's
Twain.
dead though.
She has.
She's dead, though. We
I will
don't
say,
know
compared to the other victims, she has a little more backstory to her,
Yeah.
to which we could actually rate her.
I
mean, we
give
could
her F
rank
tier.
the victims in their own tier.
Yeah, could do that too.
She would be top then, because we know the most about her.
Celeste Impacts is the person. She committed suicide prior to 2-4, and she's kind of the central character as to why everything starts to happen the way it does between the characters.
Yeah, she's Adrian's mentor.
Mike, I'm not indulging in your let's make Twain feel that existential dread tonight goal you got going on there. God damn it.
Also, that they show that image all the time. There was like a really easy fix there, because half of the time they were talking about the suicide note, and they should have just shown Juan finding the suicide note.
Yeah, you could just see,
On
or
the
you could,
table.
yeah, you could see either Juan finding the note or Juan just show him going, huh, instead of showing the dead hanging body every 2 fucking minutes. It was embarrassing. It was
13 times.
embarrassing how often that
13
happened.
times
13
throughout the course of the case.
that's crazy.
Yeah, I counted.
By the way, Twain, 25 likes.
Hold on, I need to get over this real quick. Just how
And 13
embarrassing. Oh god.
13 times is a lot because we only learn about it in the second half of the case.
Oh my god.
So like it's 13 for 4 hours.
Yeah, for like a focused period of time.
Yeah. That's pretty bad.
I'm trying to
It's
sleep
like
back
6 hours, I think.
Oh my god. How have I never heard that one before? All salads are Caesar salads if you stab them enough. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mike came and wanted to stun it, trying to stone cold stunner everybody here, I see. Okay, I'll leave her here, just because I don't want to think about that fucking picture anymore. All right, Dahlia.
She's very
Dahlia.
interesting.
Solid
IA.
A tier for me for being a evil villain who was really good at being evil.
Like, she was scary. She was really scary.
She's manipulative. She's cunning. She plans things far in advance. I think she's Sierra. She's a very, very, very intriguing character and pretty much makes game 3.
And
He
her
made the
breakdown
case- he
was
made the
something.
cases that she
Yeah,
was
it
in
was.
very
Yeah, it
interesting.
was.
So she's a solid A tier for me.
Jake,
She did
Jake going with the
exorcism
F.
with lawyering.
I put her in A.
Yeah, Jake. I guess Jake is only in F's and S's.
Yeah, the middle tiers don't exist for Jake.
She's
Well, yeah, put her in
cringy? Dude, she's such a good villain. Like, I guess that's part of the cringe, is like, she's so nice. She manipulates everyone. And what's more cringy than her is everyone falling for her bullshit.
I agree.
Yeah,
sure.
but Phoenix no longer fell for that bullshit and
Oh, yeah. Hook, line, and sinker.
The little apple of pain.
Because I looked at the Phoenix's face is like, I am not faced by her anymore. He gave her the death stare.
She might be my favorite, like, villain behind Von Karma, but I'd have to think about that. Manfred Von Karma. I don't consider Francisca to be a villain. Just an antagonist.
I
put her behind Adrian in A tier, so like middle.
put her about
Sierra.
Where do you want her, Ramiro?
What are the rest of the votes?
Adrian.
What are the rest of the votes?
Jake said F, so I don't think that one's gonna get there though. Oh man, I kind of want to put her in low S, but A's probably more reasonable.
Ace probably would be the middle anyway, even if you did pick S.
One problem I had with my last tier list is I think I put too many people on S.
Yeah, I think you put like 7 or 6 up there.
There's a lot of people in S, and I need to make it more special than that.
Yep. So yeah, A I think is fine.
Class rep also said, yeah, she said F because somebody else said F, and she's programmed to do that. She has no thoughts of her own.
Says F. If all you say is F, you don't get to count. That doesn't count.
It's 2 crouton. This what? Who was this?
Cindy Stone.
The
Or
first
something.
victim.
That's right. I forgot who the fuck she was last time too.
Obviously, she's S tier.
It was Larry Butt's girlfriend who died by Frank Solid.
The Thinker.
Kid.
The Thinker should be a character.
The
It's
Thinker
not just
should
an
be a
object
character
anymore.
that we can rate.
Cody.
It's quite the
Cody
fucking
boy.
murder.
Cody.
Yeah, where are we putting this little snot-nosed brat?
Low B.
Hey, for being a
Low
silo rat
B?
here.
Yes.
Loki.
Oh my god. That is
Is
Oh
that
yeah, D
too
tier.
low?
I
that
agree.
surprises me.
Is that higher Twain?
Or high
He
C.
was
I don't know.
interesting enough to be put
Jake
in.
says
D.
Delta.
He was
Yeah.
interesting enough.
Jake says D. What do you say, Tom?
Delta.
I mean, you said D, Jake.
2 D's. 2 B's. What did you say,
He's
JB?
nuts. Oh.
Oh, hell yeah. What'd you say, JB? C?
I said D.
You said D. Okay.
So the middle would be C, or like high D.
Well, we have 3 D's. I
One
would
D.
I would personally put him mid C, low C.
I think low C. it
Actually,
is.
yeah, I would too. Low C.
Yeah, I think that's.
I
the
don't
middle.
think B. I said B,
Oh.
but I don't. I changed.
Sure, Trep. Be the devil's advocate. Be like,
What
well,
is
I don't know.
Said anything.
Devil's
I
advocate.
was the first one who said anything. By that logic, you guys are the devil advocates.
This is what's his face, right? This is don't we
Joe Dark.
Dark.
Joe Dark, who yeah. Who what?
He's a dead
Yeah, I don't
killer.
think he counts.
He's just dead. Okay.
High B. Or low A.
C. I really don't care.
I
So
like
it's
her.
just C.
Hey, don't give 2
I
shits
do
about that
too.
character, so F tier.
See, I feel like the characters in the third cases are gonna be really divisive like that. People are gonna be like A, B, F, because like there's just so many varying opinions on it. Jake, what do you say? What do you say about
F.
Miss what the fuck's her name? Not Violet.
D.
D.
Vasquez.
D. Vasquez.
Yep,
yeah.
Diva.
Diva.
D. Diana Vasquez.
The don't care. I mean, this is basically the don't care tier, but I mean, I guess it's a little more specific than don't care.
C tier for me.
Said C. Who said A? Amiro? Did you say A?
Yeah, low A or high B.
Okay.
People don't like
not
her
chiming in.
breakdown, but I really like her breakdown. I don't know. I like emotional breakdowns like that instead of just
Jake says
outright
B.
ridiculous. I mean, outright ridiculous breakdowns are also cool, but like, it's nice to have a change.
Yeah,
once
I agree with
once
that.
in a while.
Jake says B. I think I'm gonna go high B.
So where does that put
That's
us?
fine.
Like C or B?
I'm with that.
Like low B, I
No.
think.
Low B or high C?
Bravo. I was thinking Bravo as well.
I guess B.
Okay,
then, yeah.
so then I think it's more mid B then in that case. Like here.
She's cool and collected, but she's, thinking her stuff out pretty far.
I mean,
Manipulative,
he
blackmailing.
literally almost got Phoenix and Maya knocked out unconscious.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she does provide Gumshoe's an opportunity for a shining moment. Where he comes in and is like, oh, dude's not just a, fucking pussy. Dude can come in and knock some heads. He comes in and we're like, oh shit, that dude's huge. Like, yeah, he's awesome.
He alone takes on 4 Yakuza, right?
Yeah, that's like, it's great. And he does it with no fear either. He just comes in like, this is wrong, pal. And I'm like, wow. Holy
does
shit,
the same
Gumshoe.
with Tigray too. He does the same with Tigray too. And Cross Tribulation.
Hey, Mike. Why are you in the chat right now trying to blow everybody's mind? We're just sitting here trying to have a good time, and then you're in here like 1985 by Bowling for Soup came out in 2003, 18 years after 1985, and now it's 2021, 18 years after 2003. My brain can't take this right now. What are you doing to me? You're tearing me apart, Mike.
Oh my god.
Amadeus, to answer your question,
Let's
your
go
vote will
first.
only count in a tiebreaker scenario. Otherwise, only member votes are being counted for this. But you can feel free to share your opinion. This is that
Sweet,
officer that
great.
died, right?
Yeah,
Officer
and
Dusty
yeah,
Lawrence.
and 2-1.
2-1, yeah.
What,
Oh, I wonder
what
who the
Maggie
next
ever
person
see in this
is.
motherfucker? God, he's so
We even
generic.
need to-
Edward.
He's so basic. Look how basic this dude is. They took they took a generic template for like an MMORPG where you're like, this is the face that you start off with, and then all you did was add a police cap to him, and that's your character. You took a fucking Fallout basic dude, didn't make any facial changes or anything like that. You're just like, you know what? Oh, this guy needs a hat. And that's Dustin Prince. That's Dustin Prince. Like, come on, be a little more. Maggie's a great character. I love Maggie's design, and they set her up with this motherfucker who doesn't deserve to stand in her shadow. Edgeworth, best character. I still think he's best character.
For
I
evolving
don't
into
agree.
imposter, he is.
Average C
For
rating.
evolving, he
I
gets
agree.
that tier for me.
I agree that for this tier list, he is best character.
Is there anybody who doesn't think he's an S tier character?
I don't.
No, I don't think so.
I mean, he doesn't exactly prosecute very ethically. Give him like a B. No, he's an S tier. Let's be fair. He's
Even Jake says S tier. Now, when Jake gives you the S tier, you're like, yeah, he probably S tier.
Yeah, that's true for sure.
Okay. So one of the most disappointing things in this entire trilogy to me.
Good character.
What's her
until
name?
she
Faye?
died.
Something Faye? What's the mother's name? Misty Faye.
Misty Faye.
Misty Faye. She kind of has this build up since the first game where she is missing, and it obviously had a huge impact on Mia and Maya growing up. So she's just like this character that you're not sure if she's alive or dead. And maybe she comes back later at some point, because they're not just going to leave that open-ended, right? That's going to play into their story at some point. So they bring her back, but oh, you didn't know it was her at the time, so whatever. And then, oh, by the way, we killed her.
I
What?
really hated that. I was like, what the fuck?
So, in my opinion, she gets F tier, but she should be in the victims list.
We could
Well, no,
we could
you
just
knew
put her in
her.
the
You
victims
got to-
list, but we do
you got
meet
to
her
know
for a
her,
little
though.
while. Like
Yeah.
like her backstory is still part of her, so she's like way more interesting than any of the people down here.
Yeah, I think we should rate
C.
because we spent time with her,
Yeah.
like to some
I'd
extent.
say C.
I'd say B.
Like,
Yeah, there's no way to me that she could be in the F tier when she has so much depth behind her, and you have people like Luke at me who is not in the F tier. So
Yeah, and
I
like
would say Charlie.
the issue with it isn't
Hey,
her
Luke,
character. The issue is just how
I
the
can agree.
story, how the writers fucked her over. It's not like her character
Yeah.
suddenly was bad. They just killed her. Like,
maybe if we could have like exposed
Yeah,
her
they just
identity,
told her, like, what
in
the fuck?
court or something.
Why not kill fucking Godot?
Or yeah, if they
Well.
were going to kill her, they should have had her stick around for a lot longer than just
Yeah,
like, 5
just-
frames of the first.
Yeah.
and then when they find out that it was her, Maya like spends like what, all of 2 minutes reflecting on it, and then that's just it. And you're like, what? She, that's like, I'm pretty sure word for word my reaction to that. I guess more sound for sound, but
Word.
I'll go C too. More like I think I'd put her definitely over Bellboy, but do we put her over April May?
For sure, I think. I'd put her low B, below Iris.
I mean, all of her history really does put her above those other average
Yeah,
characters.
I would agree
And
with
she's
that.
only a C tier character in my mind because your interaction with her is so average. But if she was a victim in the purest sense that we were just ranking based on the fact that we know more about her than just that she's dead, I would actually probably put her in the B tier. But she's a very interesting character. But when you actually get to know her and see her, she's so bland. Oh, it's a children's author. Da, 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 da. And then, like you said, oh, she's Misty. Oh, mom's dead. Okay, okay, I'm done. It's like,
Alright,
oh,
no,
no.
emails. Vote for the next character.
I think you should sleep, but I mean, feel free to stay around if you want. So he's the only competent lawyer in the OG series from like Justice for All on. I don't actually think he's very good in the first game, in terms of being a lawyer in his arguments. But like,
He's unethical.
yeah, it hits. He really. Trials and Tribulations is so interesting in that being able to play as him really is what tells you how incompetent Phoenix is without Mia. You play as Edgeworth and you're like, oh my god, is this what it feels like to not feel like a fucking idiot? Oh my god. Becky, look at his brain. It's so big. That's oh god.
Oh
amazing.
my god. Look at that cravat.
All right, Emma.
I have a proposal.
Definitely F tier.
What is your proposal?
Are you proposing to Emma really right now?
Yeah, is it an actual proposal to Emma?
No. Well, maybe, but about S tier. We put an Emma tier and put Emma there. How does that sound?
No.
She would get her own tier
Oh.
below S tier?
How
No,
would she
above
have
Oh,
a-
above S tier.
How would
So-
she have a separate tier and Miles would not?
Exactly.
because Emma,
Definitely
to him,
above
Emma's the best character.
Yes,
Well, he's wrong.
and it's objectively true. I don't accept any other answer. This is
What-
not a request.
Can I give an unpopular opinion?
I
Alright.
say she's S.
Yeah, by all means,
Jeez.
please.
She's really not that good of a detective when you actually. Wait, never mind. We're talking about trilogy, right? Straight trilogy.
Yes.
Yeah, we're
So
not talking
just
about
one-
Apollo Justice.
So just one
Okay,
fight.
never mind then. I'll take that back. For now.
You better take that back.
I'd either of Adrian and A.
Wait, Mike,
Budge with an
why? You're not an access worker, an intake worker, right? Why the fuck would you have to work on a Saturday? That sucks. Sorry. I always empathize with social workers because I know how that shit works. Not because I did it, because my dad did it. Anyways, go ahead. So yeah, we're just talking 1-5, Emma, not big Emma.
All Emma is good,
okay.
Emma.
No, she's I know your name is Emma Simp, but I'm like as 1-5, I'm like, okay, she's I would say she's a good A. She's an alpha. She's fun. She gives you a lot of actual help as an assistant as opposed to just being there for comic relief.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I think
would
she
give at
really
least
isn't in there
S.
enough. I really think
I
she
don't-
isn't in there enough to put her in S. She's just in one case.
That's true. That's a good point.
Hey,
She's
whatever.
only in 1-5, even though 1-5 is all of the rest of 1 put together. She is really
Yeah,
only in one
no.
other case.
Yeah,
But
strictly trilogy. Yeah,
I agree with Tom in that it was, as much as I like Maya a lot, but like going from Maya to Emma, who was both able to balance comedic effect with I am actually kind of helpful, was very refreshing. And her humor that she had was different from Maya's. It was still kind of make fun of Phoenix, but in a different way. And it was like, it still differentiated her enough that you weren't just like, oh, she's just Maya 2.0. Because that's what I was worried about going into the case. Like, oh, she's just going to be another Maya. Especially after we saw Lana, who I was like, oh, that's Mia 2.0. They look like almost exactly the same.
Yeah,
and then
so
Emma had emotional investment towards the end of that case too.
I would personally put her high A still, I think, but I do think I would drop her from S just because of the time amount.
Yeah.
I think can't keep her.
I mean, you're
an
entitled
S.
to your wrong opinion, but whatever. I don't care.
Well, your vote
You
still
can do
counts.
whatever you want.
So
High A,
Amiro
high A.
says S. Trep says A. What did you say? It's Jake.
What did Jake say? Oh no.
Jake.
What did C? He said C.
Jake.
That's better than F. At least he said something else.
It's good F, but jeez.
Oh, you were funny, dude. You were fucking hysterical.
Funny. Very funny.
We're sitting here determining like S, A, I don't know, and Jake's over here like, fuck all of you. C. God. Whew, don't remember Emma judged here? Well, be happy you don't remember Emma. That means you didn't watch any of my 1-5 streams. It's hard for me to watch my 1-5 streams. So I would say she's higher than Adrian.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes.
I agree.
Okay, Francisca. Now I know I don't think you guys are among this group, but I definitely see it in the comments. There are some people that cannot stand Francisca, and I get why.
Oh, yeah, I know.
I do.
Yeah, there are some people like that.
I personally really enjoyed her, and I think she's actually the best prosecutor in terms of like her actual arguments and case presentation of everyone in the trilogy.
And I will admit, at first I didn't like Francisca, but over time I started to like her character more as she developed.
Which I think that's how we were supposed to feel, right? Because first she's just a gigantic bitch, and then you learn about her more, and then by the third game you're actually working with her, you know?
Yeah, so I would put her in either high A or possibly next to Edwards in S tier.
I put her S tier. Below Edgeworth, obviously.
Yes.
I want to hear Tom's unpopular opinion that I know is coming, because I heard the sigh.
What are you thinking, Tom?
Oh, who did you say was C then? Okay, you said Emma was S. Okay.
Oh.
I saw the same thing that Trep said, so I was confused.
Okay.
Oh, what was the C he said? Was that something else?
Yeah, what was the C for? What was it for?
Maybe it was for
I
Misty,
see.
actually. I think it was for
CC.
Misty.
It could have been for Misty. Yeah, that would have made sense. Okay, sorry, Tom. Go ahead.
Okay, so Francisca is a highly competent attorney, just objectively. She's one thing that I think she actually has above Miles is that it does not appear she was ever unethical. Whereas Miles did, at least in the beginning, have some unethical evidence that he was presenting, or ways in which he was practicing.
First Edwards had forged evidence, but he evolved by the second game.
He didn't ever using forged evidence though. Like
I should say
investigations,
it's not necessarily forged evidence. It's more like improper discovery practices. He didn't give Phoenix the proper autopsy report, which is why it's a meme in the legal profession. So it's still unethical. He's trying to be Columbo or something, and it's like, no, we don't have any Columbo moments in this profession, not for reals, or not. You know what I'm saying. But so I actually think Francisca's a better attorney than Edgeworth is overall. But then you contrast that with her immature inexperience. We know she's very young. That whole whip thing is extremely immature, but then she grows. The thing is, I think a lot of her growth occurs throughout the series, and I'm trying to remove what I know about her past Game 3. And that's my contrast. Her immaturity, the whipping thing, which is just insane, versus her very high competence as an attorney.
There are some people that really don't like the whip thing. Really don't like the whip thing. And you would think that I would probably be one of those people, but I think part of the problem is that whenever she whips the judge...
Whips.
I feel just a little bit better inside.
What about when she whips Gumshoe?
Yeah, I feel bad for him. But, like, would I rather whip the judge or not whip Gumshoe? That probably makes me a bad person, but I'd rather whip the judge than not whip Gumshoe.
She does whip Miles, too.
Unconscious, that was hilarious.
Viola and Gumshoe.
When she whipped Phoenix unconscious, that was too fucking funny.
All right, your votes are noted, Jake, in case you have to head out. So then, where would you be ranking her, Tom?
I would still rank her S. I'm actually just really fighting over whether or not I would put her before or after Edgeworth.
I still thought I know what you're talking about with the like complete growth, but if I'm remembering correctly, I was still satisfied enough with the growth that we did see that I still put her in S last time. Because if you just took her character from the first part of Justice for All, and that was it, she's just a not nearly as good version of Von Karma in terms of personality, not in terms of actual practice, because she doesn't do unethical. She doesn't attack you with a taser to try to actually incapacitate you. Right. But she's more than that, and that's what elevates her, is very much like Edgeworth, is that she actually is a dynamic character that rises up. I wasn't sure if I was going to drop her to A, though. I don't think so. I think I'm also going to vote S and put her there.
If I stop talking, that means I passed out.
No worries. Jake is putting in his last votes before he leaves. He said Gumshoe and
Francisca
are S. Yeah, he voted Francisca for S too, as well as Emma, and then he's also putting Maya and Phoenix are S, and Larry is a B. Larry is a B, not the B or
That's a lot of S's.
I'd say Larry's an A.
Hey, let's wait until we get to Larry here. All right, Gant. Gant is somebody that I really want to put in S, but he's just not. But see, if I make that argument for him, I have to make that argument for Von Karma. Though that's not necessarily true. I guess the difference between Gant and Von Karma is that even though they both appear in one case, the looming manipulation and presence of Von Karma is basically there the entire time. Because
Yeah.
he is why Edgeworth is the way that he is at that point in time. Whereas
that's one of the things that I think is a tragedy, that 1.5 is a specialty case that was added to the advance or whatever, because Gant, when you really think about it, he and Von Karma are two peas in a pod. He was a part of the whole entire manipulative thing too, but because the game was not written with him around, he doesn't come into play until 1.5. Ultimately, though, I think he probably was there in that same manipulative, overreaching thing, because somebody in the police department has to be providing that false evidence, or manipulating those detectives to provide that false evidence.
Right, which was part of the issue with 1.5, is you're like, why wouldn't he have had the same influence that Von Karma did? Oh, because this was a DLC. Like that's literally the answer. Otherwise, it might have been, the first game might have been constructed differently in terms of Gant's presence and Von Karma's presence.
Yeah.
Well, for me, Gant is high A for being a good villain.
He is a good villain. I love his design. I love his general approach. He's menacing without being rude or angry, or he just sits there and stares, and you're like, when he's polite, you're like, oh my god.
He's just joyful most of the time, very joyful, until you see him freak out for the very first time with the maniacal freak out.
Let me just tell you, from
With all the
personal
lightning and shit.
experience, it's very interesting when the nicest guys end up being the most corrupt in your workplace.
Because they know how to work it.
Gant makes that connection to me. He is, if we're talking manipulative masters, that guy. Oh.
Which I think it is what sets him apart from Von Karma. Von Karma's like hilariously evil. Like, he's just got like cartoon villain written all over him. But Gant doesn't really have that same obviousness to him when you interact with him. And that's what makes him really interesting.
To me, that makes him a deeper character.
It makes him deeper. He is a deeper character. But I'll also say that he still just wasn't as... Von Karma did more with less time, somehow.
Yep.
Maybe because he's just so absurd. So it's...
What I liked about... Okay, go on, please.
No, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say, I like Gant because, you mentioned that, like, the little deepness. He's not completely cartoonish. Well, he at the end of the case, he's like, you'll realize, Edgeworth, that you're not one man, that you're just one man, and you can't do anything, and that kind of thing.
Right.
I just kind of like that about him. Like, he kind of developed a disbelief for the judicial, like, towards the law, and she just gave up on doing anything for people, and he just focused on himself. But other than that, he was menacing, etc., etc. But I didn't like. I was impressed, but he wasn't that impressive. Like, he was good, but
so then where would you put him? Well, I know you put him under
like
Emma, because everybody would be under Emma.
Yes, everybody's under Emma.
I put him high in, like, the top of B.
You put him in high B. Interesting.
Yeah.
And you're somebody who loves 1.5.
Yes.
That's
I feel like-
really interesting. I love Gant, but
Twain.
don't like 1.5.
We've all said A or S, and Trep is now saying B, so it just.
I
you
guess
know,
A is
whatever.
in the middle.
Like
If it's an
low,
A, I'd
low.
put him behind Dahlia probably.
I'd be like low A.
I would put him at high A.
I would put him at high A too.
So I guess in the middle then is where he ends up. So like between Dahlia and Adrian.
My hey, high A.
Yeah, I think he's a better villain ultimately than Dahlia. And Dahlia is really good too. Cause he's just he the difference between him and Dahlia is that, well, it's not that Dahlia doesn't embody somebody that could exist in real life, but Gant is the type of guy that we actually run into in our professions more than you would like. And so that's what makes it so like it's scary. Like, oh, those types of corrupt people, they exist, and they exist just like he does. Now, they don't walk around with a fucking cross tie, but that's just because they're not awesome enough like he is.
But then you have your psychopaths, like I had mentioned before that. Who did I say is a sociopath, or probably a sociopath?
Acro?
Acro, yeah, but Dahlia is probably a literal psychopath.
Yeah.
I agree.
I also want a cross tie. Oh, man.
Do it.
We'll see what I can find. Godot. This is where I think I differentiate from most of the fandom. I think his character is cool. He is a shit prosecutor. From what we saw of him as a defense attorney, he seems okay, but he was also only assisting Mia in the case as opposed to her doing it on her own. Or as opposed to him doing it on his own. And his whole, this whole reasoning behind what he did is just... I don't... It's ridiculous to me. So I'm pretty sure I put him in low A or high B. Because his character's...
That's exactly my thoughts too.
His character's still super cool, and his presence is good enough that you still really like him around. But when you look at the actual his actions, it's just it doesn't match up with how cool of a character he is.
Okay, so I think that's more of a positive to me because he's supposed to be like a broken shell. Like he's supposed to be a broken person, right? So before he got comatose, he was like all cool and stuff. He was like his morals were all built in place, etc., etc. But after he woke up, his life just got messed up. So we see more like a broken person. So you can see the remnants of that coolness and that solid person. But there is something wrong there, and that last case is where it all comes out. And I just like how flawed he is, despite being so cool.
So I could buy that. I guess I would feel more strongly about it if he just wasn't so bad as an opponent. Like, he was laughably bad in many circumstances, and I'm just like, I remember thinking in my head, like, this is the guy that everybody's hyping up. I mean, I see he's cool. He's got an awesome theme. He's got the coffee thing. His sprites are super cool, but holy shit, is he a bad attorney? At least a bad prosecutor. Like, laughably bad. But I can buy the other flaw being actually a positive if you're looking at it from that perspective in terms of the dynamics of his character. Son of a bitch.
The broken button.
Son of a bitch.
And yeah, it kicked out the people in low tier again.
You should make another tier under that tier that's just there to
to buffer the... How about I just not make that fucking mistake again and stop being a dumbass?
Twain, how about you make a tier below the victim tier just empty so that it doesn't keep kicking out the victim tier if it happens again?
Tom, is there an echo in here? I think That's literally what Tom just said.
Trep, I would prefer it if you would listen to me. God do not need to repeat that.
Wait, what's going on? I'm confused. What's going on?
Tom literally said that right before you did. That's what we were talking about.
Oh. Wait, really? I did not hear that at all.
That's what he's saying. Counselor Trep. The judge would appreciate Your Honor would prefer you pay attention. All right.
Okay.
Hold on. Buffer.
That's my dad. Okay.
And you can put Bruce Goodman in there.
Yeah, he's the buffer. I actually like his outfit a lot.
Yeah,
that is a cool detective outfit.
Oh, we didn't finish.
Right after Labor Day.
So I could go with A, but I also wouldn't be unhappy with B, with high B.
Either top of B or bottom of A for me. Like the very bottom or very top.
Has anybody else said anything about Goodell?
I'd say high A, personally.
Hi, Yahoo. I agree with 100% with the attorney aspect. He is a horribly bad prosecutor. And I also found the whole coffee throwing thing to be as annoying as the whip thing, but at least it wasn't as frequent.
That's true.
He's a B for me, a high B. He's above Angel Star. I would say again he's above Ron Delight, but that was not in my control.
I'll put him. I'll put him there. We'll put him there. That seems to be in the kind of the middle of the high A. Low. Me and Trep, I think, are around the same, and then Tom would have him high B. So lower A makes sense. Okay, this guy. I mean,
Gregory.
We saw. No, we didn't see any.
Edgeworth.
No, we didn't see anything of him.
Yeah. Okay. So
we saw him in the anime, but
he's a victim that we know a little bit more about.
And
less impact, not a lot about, just a little bit about.
It seems like as the series goes on, he becomes more rateable. But yeah, through the first 3 games, it's not much. This guy, we had enough of him. He's an asshole. I think we could rate him.
I'll put him in
Dr.
C.
Turner.
Yeah, we were with him for a bit there, like 20 minutes before he died.
Probably.
And he was just a dick the entire time.
Yeah.
Also, isn't he the reason why Mimi did really make a mistake in medication, but he was also the one that assigned 14 patients at once.
Right.
To Mimi.
Yeah,
So he was also part of the cause.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He created the hostile work environment, and she wasn't competent enough to deal with it. That's correct.
So, I think, and he's trying to blame it all on Mimi. So, I don't think he's that nice of a person. So, I'd probably put him in low D.
And not only is he not, it's for me, it's more than that. It's more than he's a dickweed, but like his personality also gives me no reason to buy that he deserves to be a dickweed like Von Karma. That like as bad of a person as Von Karma is, I see him and I'm like, I see it. Holy shit, this guy's just a dickhead just to be a dickhead from what I see, because his personality's generic. He like doesn't have this reputation or anything. He just is a doctor that seems to blame everyone else for his problems.
Can I say that everything you just said right now, to me, it makes him is exactly what I think, but to the point where he's so average that he's just a C. Like he's just an average everyday dick.
Yeah, I could,
he's not written poorly to the or anything. He's just a dick. He's just.
They're just like, we want an asshole, and so they wrote an asshole, and that's. What do you think, Trep?
Come on, Trep, advocate for the devil.
I also think he's C, or like low B.
Or low B?
Yes, like the bottom of B.
What? Trev, are you in your right mind?
Yes.
Jake's not around anymore, so somebody's got to be the contrarian.
So yeah,
okay, I'm saying F then, in place of Jake. I'm saying F.
I was with the Miro, so if we go like C, high C, higher, I would put him higher D because I still liked him more than Look At Me or Acro, but oh man, this feels dirty. Something about this.
I like the Bellboy and Cody more than him, to be honest.
Low B?
I agree.
No.
Like, why would you say such a thing?
I know.
Walrus Boy, with some lemon breeze or whatever the fuck that dude was saying.
He's just he's another partner, average.
The days of my youth.
Like the scent of a fresh lemon.
Yeah, scent of a fresh lemon.
See.
Young whippersnapper. He wasn't bad, but he wasn't great. Was my view.
Actually,
Yeah, I'd put
yeah,
him
low
low
B
B.
is probably.
I wouldn't put him low
I think
B.
he's more interesting than Missy. Or what we met of him, I should say, not because of Missy's backstory.
Okay.
What we met of him.
I'll put him bottom of B just because you guys have Iris there. But if Iris wasn't there, I'd put him a bit higher.
What did you say, Miro?
Low B.
All right, we'll go with
Not
low
a
B.
B tier for me. Oh. He's just an average partner who got himself in trouble with an evil scam guy from America.
He's sometimes funny.
I would agree, but like the difference between him and say Fuckface here is that I really like his design. like his design is really like it's comedically excellence. As opposed to this dude who's just, oh, you have your hair is two different, like completely different colors for some reason. Okay,
like
cool, anime, gotcha.
Marlon Grossberg was wearing a wig because that's just what it looks like to me.
It does kind of look like that. Make it even more hilarious, though. All right, Gumshoe.
Yeah.
Is there any reason he shouldn't be an S?
He's a bad
reason.
detective.
He's a bad detective.
No, that's not
B.
a reason.
B.
No, that's
He is a very bad
that just
detective.
Adds to his, that just adds
He's
to
a
his character.
horrible
I don't
detective.
care.
I think I
You know
do
what?
think it
I'm
adds
a low person.
it adds to
I will
his
say this.
charm because he tries so hard. He like it put
Yeah.
earnest effort into everything he does.
I will say this. He's such a poor detective that he's accidentally ethical with discovery.
Yeah, yeah. That's he gives away, and he's like, "Oh shit, I shouldn't have done that." And we're like, "If this were real life, you would have done that."
In fact, you'd be like compelled to do that.
All right, Larry, Mr. Mingus, take it easy, dude.
Yeah, he's S above Francisco for me, below Edward.
I'd say below at Francisca.
Well, I'm all weird to you guys because Franciscan me would be above Miles anyway. So,
But where did you say you would put Gumshoe? You'd put
Me?
him. You'd put him in B. So.
no. I said me.
Oh.
I was asking you me.
Yeah,
Like,
you.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, you.
I mean, you know, we're looking at he's a character, right? I think he deserves to be in an S tier. He has his moments. He is a poor detective, but
He is really bad.
it is ultimately part of what makes him such a memorable, great character. And like you guys said, he is earnest. So
I'm trying to like. There's a character that is like on the tip of my tongue where it's like they're bad but they're lovable. As like the main character of a show. Maybe like the Tick is what he would be kind of akin to, where he's like kind of bad at what he does, but you get behind him anyways. That's not who I was thinking of, though.
did you say Hick?
The Tick.
Oh, the Tick. The Tick. Okay.
What
No.
the hell are you guys talking about?
It's a
Freakazoid?
superhero.
Oh.
That's more like it's more. There's like more humor around it than anything else. He's not
Remember
like Batman.
Freakazoid?
Yeah, I do remember
90s.
Freakazoid. The
That's
blue-green skin and the phoenix hair. Well, I guess kind of phoenix hair. Except he's got the lightning bolt gray through it. Yeah, okay.
who you maybe think of right now. You mentioned the Tick.
Man, I haven't seen Freakazoid. The Ticks had another show since then that I've seen, so that was more fresh in my mind. But yeah.
Oh no, you threw me back, man. You're freaking throwing out all this Papa Roach stuff.
This
I'm
is
just like,
this is a
holy crap.
nostalgia stream. All right, this guy.
Back in the old days.
Yeah,
Is that Juan Corrida?
I think it is.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Okay.
Victim of two.
Senor Juan Corrida.
And this
I mean,
is.
if he wasn't a victim, I'd put him in F because I hate that.
He is kind of a
You-
dickhead.
Yeah.
He is.
But he is a long dead person. Well, no, he's a victim.
But if we have Celeste here, then we can't rate him. I don't think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
if,
guess,
if,
I
if
guess.
we rate Corrida, then we rate Impacts and we rate Edgeworth Senior
Yeah.
and Bat. We'd have to rate all of them because we know a lot about them.
Yeah.
Oh no. Who the fuck's this guy? This is the detective, right?
The detective with
No, this
1-4.
is Hammond.
Oh, the lawyer.
He's a defense attorney.
Oh,
Defense
right.
attorney.
Yeah. Okay, so
1-4.
victim.
Robert Hammond.
Okay, this the chef guy.
Armstrong.
That
My
is
name
the
is
only
Zalmstorm.
character who has pissed the hell out of me, and I would put him in F. He's just so freaking irritating. He's such a stereotype. I'm like, no, no, no,
No,
no,
no,
put him in
no.
F.
Non.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, what do you guys
That's me.
what do you guys think?
Um,
That was strong.
I'd say C
Yeah,
or
Armstrong.
something.
I'd put him higher in B, but because ours is so low, I'd put him below ours in B.
I will. As much as I think Tom's right, I can't put him below this dude. He's gonna throw off my entire fucking voting now.
But you
He-
see,
Let's see
Dr.
this kind of
Turner-
seamless.
Dr. Gray is an average dick, whereas Armstrong is a stereotype, and it's just like.
But he's more memorable
grates
at
on
least
me.
because of that. You're right.
He's an early 2000s stereotype. But you're right, that is more memorable too. And-
I definitely think he's better than I like his character way more than At Me, despite his flaws.
Well, I would have had
Agree.
F anyway, so.
That's also fair enough. Yeah, I'm gonna put him. We'll put him there. Kind of split
Where?
the difference there.
Okay.
Low C above fucking. All right, this guy.
F. Instant.
Yes, I agree.
Yes.
I don't remember how I rated him last time, but this time in retrospect, this dude is awful. Like it's supposed to be funny,
It's not.
but it really
It's
really
another
isn't.
Creepy stereotype crawling up your skin, and it's just like, what's this guy doing? Being able to just walk around this clinic, being all pervy.
It was
not-
it was more fun attempting to give this creepy guy a personality that made him not seem immediately creepy than it was like his character in general, because we were supposed to believe that he was the director, right? So when I first started voicing him, I'm like, okay, he has to sound like
Yeah.
he could be this person that he claims to be, because I don't know. I assume he's lying, but I'm not sure. I haven't gotten to that point yet. So I think that's like the only good thing that came of his character for me, is I'm like, I was satisfied with the way I personified or represented him when we were going through that case initially. But yeah, he's a fucking creep. I hate his design. It's cringe.
He's also a pedophile.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
ugh.
So like he has nothing good for going for him.
Except the pink mohawk.
The what?
Disagree.
Disagree
Disagree.
as well.
Yeah.
Oh man, and in before the comments section, where they go, you're mentally health shaming him. Yeah, well, you know what? If you're a fucking pedophile, I'm gonna mental health shame you. That's just the way it is. This guy, I fucking hate. I hated his character
Kudo.
so. I hate his design. He was like the stereotypical old, like
Ornery.
ornery old man. I didn't find anything interesting about him.
That's interesting. Yeah, again, I would put him higher, but Iris is so low, so I put him behind Iris.
You put him in B?
Why is everybody
Yes.
behind
Yes,
Iris?
actually, because I would put him high, but because Iris is so low, and I wouldn't put them above Iris, so no, a bit
Because
lower.
of the contrarian.
I mean,
Actually,
what's
I
his
thought it was
fuck's gonna
pretty
be
fun.
my benchmark, so I understand where Trep's coming from. Everyone's gonna be like, can I put him above this guy? Probably not.
See, and here's the thing. See, that's what makes Kudo different to me from Dr. Gray, because Dr. Gray is generic a-hole. Kudo, with his red nose and his weird garb, I forget what exactly that thing is called. That's flamboyantly annoying, and that makes him even worse for me when it knocks him down to the D tier for me. I mean, if that's my personal thought. You know, Gray is average in a dick. Kudo is annoyingly worse than that in a dick.
Yeah, he's pretty bad. Yo, what's up, Smole? What do you think, Amiro?
I'll just agree with you because our opinions seem to be the same.
I'll go D2. He's just bad. Oh, at least with this guy, I wasn't like upset when he was on the screen. He comes on the screen, I'm like, no.
You hear that dun dun.
Oh, God.
Dun, dun,
Um,
dun. You're like, no.
Shouldn't he be in C because of my vote?
3 Ds to your low B?
Wait.
I guess. That makes
Okay, there is no Mimi on the list, I think.
Yeah, there is. She's right
So
here.
that's not any. Oh, and
I was gonna ask about that too.
Oh, there's a Mimi. There is a Mimi.
Okay, but here is the question.
What do we rate
Do
here?
we rate Eni because her sister was actually, like, reenacting her?
But we don't know if that was
Actions
really
and
exactly how she
mannerism.
was.
I mean, how would have she just gotten away
Because
with being her then?
Either way, you can only vote. You can with that logic, you can only rank one and not the other.
Let's put it this way: everything we know about Eni is hearsay from Mini.
Yeah.
So
I guess
it's
so.
so no, Eni has to be just a regular dead person, in my opinion.
I agree. I think.
Okay.
I think initially I was using. I think I used her, and then I think somebody pointed out that it made more sense that she just being victim, and I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. What the fuck's his name? Lone Star guy.
Jake Marshall.
Bang bang, Jake Marshall.
From West LA.
He
Yep.
was good. He did get kind of grating towards the end.
Grating?
But grating. So like,
With a T, not a D.
Yeah.
yeah. So like, I feel like his character got drawn out more than it needed to. But again, that might be less his character's fault, more the story padding, like Angel Star. But I also think why he was being so stubborn seemed kind of ridiculous. And then all of a sudden it was, all right, I'm not being stubborn anymore. And it's like, wait, what? Like, what? I remember not getting his 180.
Wasn't his brother the one who
Died.
one of the
Yeah.
victims?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He died to Joe Dark. He was the last victim.
Well, I mean, technically he died to Gant, but
Yeah, true.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
So,
again, that was actually killed him.
Gantz
Marshall.
killed him?
Yeah.
Yeah, Marshall killed Dark, and Emma pushed Marshall, thinking he pushed Dark. Then Gant picked him up and just stabbed
That's
him
right.
into
Gantz
one of the
actually-
statues.
Actually killed Neil Marshall. That's right.
Yeah.
Because Marshall killed Dark. Neil killed Dark. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh man, I haven't thought about that in a while. I'll admit, when I started watching your 1.5 way back, and then I heard Lana's Schwarzenegger voice, I was like, I might skip this one.
I wouldn't blame you. I'd love
I'm
to
gonna
skip
be
it.
honest, I thought the same. That Lana voice, oh my god.
I can't remember who it
Lana
was, but
voice.
somebody keeps saying, dude, leave it. And I'm like, no. Absolutely
I
not.
still have yet to hear it, so
Good. Never hear it.
I might.
Never hear it. Please, Emiro.
Look up California governor, Austrian man, and then play that, and then that's the voice.
Have you ever heard? Yeah, have you ever heard Arnold Schwarzenegger talk?
The Terminator.
No.
Oh. Well, then,
I
yeah.
hadn't either.
Just look up Arnold Schwarzenegger and just imagine
kids.
that being superimposed onto Lana
Oh god.
poorly.
These kids saying, "Oh, I've never heard of Schwarzenegger." Whatever.
No.
Hey, I haven't,
Schwarzenegger.
I haven't heard him.
But
Yeah, no. I mean that literal hearing. Yeah.
by the way, this is Corda, so this guy was not Corda. I don't remember who this is.
Wait, no, what?
Oh, that's the samurai guy.
Oh yeah, from 1-3.
Guy.
Yeah. That's right.
Oh, Jack.
He's
Jack
Vasquez's
Hammer.
victim.
Jack
There
Hammer.
we go.
Okay, so I'm thinking Marshall's low B. I
I
like
put him
them.
in low A.
You would put him in
I
low
would put
A.
him. I
Yeah,
would put
low
him
A.
above Grossberg.
Well,
And maybe even above Iris.
you would put Grossberg in like F. What do you say, Miro?
He's an average.
Okay.
What about you, Emiro?
Comfortable partner. He go in
Who are
C.
we?
Jake Marshall.
Big Marshall. Okay. I say B. Like low B, middle.
Okay.
I guess middle
like
then,
here.
on average.
I think he would go. I think he would go next to Star. I think he and Star are peas in a pod.
They were utilized very similarly in 1-5. Does that make sense? Canadian Judge. We don't get much of him, but man, he's way more confident than Udgy.
What
But
are you talking about?
yeah. but just that we don't get too much of him. I don't think he can be above C. But I also don't think he's bad, so I wouldn't put him in D.
He's highly
I don't
competent.
think he's
and
that
he's
bad.
not interesting.
I think he's bad.
C is perfect.
I think he's bad.
You
D.
think he's bad? Why?
Yes.
'Cause
Because
he's
I like normal Judge more, and you put low. more normal
Okay.
Judge low.
Because you like normal Judge more doesn't mean he's bad. That just means you like the other Judge more.
Objective versus objective.
I still didn't like him that much at all. I guess low C then makes sense. I put
That's
him
the
low
thing.
C.
He's so normal. It's
Yeah.
a little annoying because he's so normal,
Would you?
which means that he's a regular judge.
I'm switching these two. What would you put him above or below Cody?
Below Cody.
Back dab in the middle. I think you
I
still
agree
put
with
him
that
above
placement.
Bellboy though.
Cody is definitely more memorable than that judge.
That one we're
Yeah.
leaving. Diego Armando is Godot, so we'll just leave that. All right. Would be the best
Mine's
character of the
like a
game
long
if we were talking about more than just 1-4. But I loved Von Karma. He was fun to VA. He was fun to go against. He was actually kind of terrifying. I could not believe that he actually tased us. That was fucking hardcore. His
And
objection
his
is
arguments
amazing.
Were, oh my god.
Oh god, his arguments were
Some of his arguments.
his arguments were bad, but the difference between his arguments and Godot's arguments is that his were hilarious. My granddaughter has a dog named Phoenix, and you're like, what does this have to do with anything? Oh,
That is
just
true. His arguments were absolutely irrelevant.
they were so fucking funny though.
So many of them are just relevant days. But yeah, but you see, I can see Rookie Phoenix being like, he's just making fun of me. What the hell?
Yeah.
That's what throws him off. And then and let's be fair, Von Karma's been practicing for 40 plus years. He comes across as an attorney who can probably read very well his opposition. And maybe he realized that Phoenix, as rookie-ish as he is, just needs to be smacked around a bit, and he won't put up that
Right.
fight. Which would in turn then be a tactic. And as long as the objection's not raised, the judge, let's say the judge is competent, as long as the objection's not raised, the judge isn't going to say anything, unless it gets way to the point where he's like, okay, Mr. Von Karma, let's try to keep this a little civil. But even then, it wouldn't be an objection getting rid of the argument.
Right. It's still on record. It's not something that's been, overturned or overruled, I should say. Overruled. So I don't, because he's only in one case though. He can't be high S. Like I don't think he can be higher than Gumshoe, even though I just absolutely love his character. I think this is just objectively speaking, when somebody hasn't been around enough, but they still leave that much of an impression on you, you can put them up there, but I don't think you can say like move them up here or something like that.
I think he suffers from that in the same way that Misty Faye does. That it's like there's so much behind him, but then you only see him for the snippet. Of course, the snippet's a lot longer than Elise Delacroix, whatever her name was, and then it's like Misty Faye. But yeah, that is the same thing too. That we only actually interact with him for this just small amount of time.
Any objection to putting him in S?
Yes,
Objection.
I guess. I put him in behind Emma in A.
So you would have him in high A behind Emma. What about you, Amiro?
I don't have any objections. I agree with the placement.
Those guys at the end, Diego, why don't you make them the buffer?
So I might have to put him back if I do that thing again. Oh, this is that guy.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Who the fuck is this?
Doug Swallow, the first
yeah,
victim of the third 3-1, third game. 3-1.
And who is this?
Misty Faye.
That's Misty, but her old thing,
Yeah,
right?
that's the old profile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's young Misty.
There's also the
Why
Wingmaster
is
in
the
Rogue
parrot
2.
dead?
Uh,
The parrot's
There.
a witness.
There, the parrot's buffer.
The parrot's a witness. How many times do you cross-examine a parrot?
Never. I'm still not sure it actually happened in this game, or if that was a fever dream.
Who agrees with me that Veronica Hawthorne was the best of those three sisters?
What? Oh.
You actually put Armstrong in C?
Oh yeah, there was a pretty strong. There are some people that wanted him lower.
I want to higher.
And there are some people that wanted him higher. Yeah.
Why do people want him higher?
Where would you have put him?
He was fun.
Make him his own little tier, like one tier that just separates from everything else, and just name it Armstrong.
I call it.
Well, we have that. It's the judge tier, but man, Ben got some hate. So Ben is welcome to the judge tier, Ben.
Maxim specifically tuned in just to
his
rate
one
and
vote
on judge.
His
Oh my
one
God.
fucking vote to be like, put him in judge tier. All right, this
Lisa Basil.
she is a robot with like her usage
I don't
was
know if she's actually a
amusing.
robot or not.
Well, right, we're not sure. But like that's supposed to be her personality, right? She's very flat and like emotionless. I did think it was
That's, like,
amusing the way they
particularly
used her, but I still think she's probably like actually just mid C.
I think she's
Yeah,
low
probably.
for this pure purpose that all those other characters are just more memorable than her.
Including
She
Armstrong?
isn't very memorable because you only see her for like 20 minutes when you're doing that cyclock. That's pretty much all you see her.
Man, I
Except
love
she
how
can
they
be above-
used her.
Above Dr. Gray. She can be above Dr.
I could go with that. What do you think, Amiro?
Yeah,
I'd
I
say,
just agree with everything.
I'd say
Yeah.
behind Misty.
Up here?
Yeah.
She is not as interesting as April or Cody or Canadian Hoo-Ha.
Hoo-ha. All right, we're splitting the difference. She's going there.
Yeah. Okay.
Lana, non-Schwarzenegger.
No.
B, low B.
Unpopular opinion, but I really liked her.
Is that an unpopular opinion? I thought not liking her that much was unpopular.
I sure think
mean-
so. From speaking all the tier list.
Look, okay, as a person, she's like nice and she's not completely bland, but comparing it to other characters, she's like not that impressive. So
Yeah, ultimately, I would agree with that. She's a very average.
So like
character,
not
all
as
things
memorable.
considered.
Right.
Yeah, which makes her a C tier because she's a district attorney, and she pretended to kill someone.
I don't.
To do.
Yeah.
The only reason I find her somewhat memorable is because she's a part of 1-5, and that is only memorable because I despise 1-5.
What's wrong with 1-5? What? I don't get it. What's going on with 1-5?
I don't get it either.
What's going on? Well, first of all, the case went on for 8 hours too long, which is a huge problem. There's so much padding in that case. It's oh god. I'm not talking about cases right now. That'll be a different time. I'm gonna redo the the cases again too.
1-5 could have been a DLC. Could have been its own game leading up to it.
Yeah,
like, that's how much they try to pack it in there.
1-5, no, like 1-5 hours to complete.
Yeah,
15 hours
basically.
But
it was the rest of the game.
Most of her character development comes from Emma and not from her directly. So
right.
Really?
Well, because you get most of it through Emma's point of view, her talking to us about what's going on. Lana herself, you don't really interact with. I mean, you interact with her, but you only really get a sense of her through Emma because Lana's presentation is very.
She wants nothing to do with you.
Yeah. So she's just kind of like emotionless most of the time, or terse. It's just like. Fucking whatever.
So yeah, I find her to be another just average C tier.
I'd say she's better than C. Like she's B, low B.
minus?
If we ever got to see her practice or ever got to see anything about her as an attorney, I would say that. But because we really don't know.
And you said you wanted her in low A, right, Trep? I think Trep's busy. Oh.
No, yeah. I put her in behind Dahlia.
So you'd put her here. Man, higher than Godot, huh? Interesting.
Yep.
So Tom C, I would probably go low B, B minus. You'd go A. And what'd you say, Muriel? Somewhere in B?
Low B.
Okay.
I also said low B.
All right.
Personally, from what I'm hearing, I'd say around C or C lower, lowercase c, C minus.
Do you not know anything about 1-5?
Not really. I actually don't really know a lot about it and why it's getting a lot of hate. So that was kind of a surprise.
So you played the original game, just not 1-5, right?
Well, I followed somewhat of the plot, but like not all of Ace Attorney, and this is one of the parts where I haven't really caught up to.
Well, don't bother. Actually, yeah, you should.
Yeah.
You should form your own opinion. But I agree with her. I'll put her in B. I just don't know. She's probably better than Grossberg.
Like I said, Grossberg is an average partner.
I like his design more than her though.
No, I like Lana's design with like the military outfit.
More.
Yeah, to me, I'm like Lana is a Jag. If we look at her design, she's not a DA, she's a Jag.
Yeah, be careful for that, Jag. Tom. You're gonna get recruited to be a Jag like immediately when you're out of school. For people that don't like, just want to get that recruitment commission.
I live right next door to Edwards Air Force Base. I've already been approached in the bachelor in the undergrad level.
All right, Larry.
A.
Butts. Jake said B. That was one of his. Oh God, you guys.
Highly memorable.
Okay, the thing is, the thing is, people don't like Larry because he appears to be like and especially in Trials and Tribulations, he kind of appears malicious. Like, for example, when you're talking to Pearl and Larry's like, "Ooh, that sounded hot. Who's that girl?" Or like in the last case when he sends a letter and it's like a blackmail letter, but it was meant to be a love letter. So, okay, what I like about him is, he lives up to his name. It's like, it always appears like he is doing something wrong, but he actually doesn't mean to do that. Like, he doesn't mean to go that far. He's doing mischief and he's aware of it, but he doesn't mean to send a blackmail letter. It was a it was a fucking invitation letter
Right.
to meet up with Iris, and I think that's hysterical.
So here's the problem I
That's
have with
weird.
Larry. He's exactly the same every time you see him. He gets into the exact same shenanigans. His personality's exactly the same. He learns nothing. And it gets kind of old after a while. Even like misunderstandings aside, he's the same dude at the end of Trials and Tribulations as you meet in the first case of the first game. For somebody that's been as had as much screen time as he's had, that's bad.
Can we at least put him in B tier? B for bots?
Oh God,
He's consistent.
he is consistent.
I put him above Ron in A.
And Amiro, you put him in
Below
A.
Ron.
You put him below Ron. Sure, we can put him in B. It's everyone's
Same.
vote, not just mine. So, but we're in B.
Bottom.
Yeah.
I think like middle or like high middle because of average.
I'm going to use the restroom. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Lot of heart. Somebody else that never really grows. But I will say Larry's more endearing than Lada is. I don't think I want to see her character again. Unless there's something very different about the presentation. Because she, like
I
Larry, is
feel like
exactly
Lada.
the same. It's not that she's bad, it's just based on what's happened, she should be a little different over time, and she isn't. And I don't get it. Like, how?
I know, I say low
The
B.
way you worded it just sounded really cruel. Like, damn.
Yeah, I do that sometimes. I'll say she's
They
high
don't be
C.
like that, but sometimes it do.
Yeah, that is true. What do you think, Trep?
I think she's low B.
I agree with Trep.
I'd say C.
All right, we'll put her in low B. Maggie. I love Maggie.
S
A.
tier.
I would put her in S, but I really like her. Damn.
A.
I'd put
A
them
is
in A.
fine. A is fine.
I'd put her in low
Above
A, I
Adrian.
think. You put her above
Actually, no,
Adrian?
No, okay, I'm sorry. Below Adrian.
You put her
I
here.
changed my mind. Yeah.
All right, what about you,
At
Trep?
least an A.
I agree with Miro's placement.
Wow, really? I
Yep,
thought
right,
I
right,
liked
right.
Maggie. You guys are stands. I can't agree that she's this high.
I mean, I really like her design, so I.
But yeah,
can't-
you voted her in fucking S tier, so I can't really go much lower than this. Maybe I could argue that Gant's a little better.
I mean, I'd be okay with that.
Oh yeah,
I'm not
Gant is
entirely
still
like rigid on the
glorious.
placement, but she's A.
Damn, man, I thought I was standing after her. Okay, all right, well, that's interesting to know. Desiree, I liked
Melody.
I like Desiree. She isn't amazing, but I like when she's around, and she serves as a really interesting motivation for Ron. And like you see why. You get enough of her that you understand why.
And they're an interesting couple with Ron.
Well, like when I initially first started playing, I'm like, oh, she's with them because of the money, right? But then like you realize that it's kind of weird reasons as to why, but she actually like genuinely loves him, and that makes her a little more endearing too, because despite her definitely being out of his strike zone, she is a very genuine person and genuinely loves him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems. I'd say B as well. That seems pretty good.
We're talking about Mrs. Light.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, B sounds right.
I think I would put her over
B above
Bikini.
Divas.
You put her above D. Vasquez?
Yes.
I mean, I would agree with that.
Oh, you guys did a lot of heart too.
I tried to make it go as fast as possible. And then everybody's like, B! And I'm like, you're all crazy. All right. Mr. What was his fresh like a spring breeze?
Oh, yeah.
Fresh like a spring breeze, Matt and Guard.
Refreshing, like a...
Yeah, refreshing.
I
like
like how he planned out everything in his case. I'd say at least A.
I thought he was a good villain. I honestly did not see that flip coming.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That was pretty good. I'd say A tier.
Even if you see the flip, like...
Well, I mean, you see...
Still shocking.
Yeah. Tom, Trep, what do you guys think?
Sociopath.
I put him above Dahlia.
Ooh. See, I don't think he's as good of a villain as oh yeah, that one was a shocker. I thought I was gonna overrate her, and then everybody else came and blew me out of the water.
Maggie's an A character? Okay.
It's called simping. I'm sorry.
Yeah, kinda. I can't. I'm gonna say he's low A.
Yeah, that's fine. At least
He's
if
not
it's
a
A in
Dahlia.
some way.
I think Dahlia is a better villain than him, but he was very good.
Yeah.
Uh,
Adrian's a better villain than him. Okay.
Maximilian
Max is one of my favorite clients.
Me too.
I thought he was
What
fun.
was his name? Maximilian?
Maximilian Galactica.
Billy
Billy Bob Johns.
Yeah, sorry, Billy Bob.
You mean Billy Bob Johns?
I love that little twist that he's actually just like this country bumpkin, but he has this, I thought that was really cool because I did not expect that to be the case either. It added some, relatableness isn't the word I want to use here. It added some depth in that that he isn't just this completely shallow guy. He's just trying to escape what he sees as like his flaw of being where he's from.
Yeah, and he, like you said, he wasn't completely like a douchebag or like someone who doesn't care about anything.
Right.
He just didn't know how to express his view on life.
Yeah.
But he's also another 20-something-year-old trying to date a
That's
14-year-old.
also true. That's also true.
Yeah.
That's a knock against his character.
That is a
Yeah, that
legitimately
is a knock.
big knock.
Should we say
the father's hand in marriage.
I should
I
just
should-
make a category for Regina Simps so that we don't even have to discuss them.
Okay, so I
They
wish
make it
they
seem
just
like
changed
normal.
Regina's age for the localization.
I mean, they still have her as below 18. Like, when he joined, she was a couple years even younger. Oh God, yeah, that's a big problem.
Sorry.
But so oh God, does that drop him all the way to F?
No.
No.
I'll put him in B.
I mean,
Because they get
we should
like it's
also
normal.
be wary of the context because this game was made in Japan. But I'm not saying it should be like a deciding factor.
Well,
But
here's the
I don't think
thing.
it should be F.
He didn't creep on her like Ben or Trilo did, and he
That's true.
asked her father, which is technically legally correct in terms of emancipation of minors through marriage. That sounds gross saying that, but
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Oh.
welcome to being the defense attorney, guys.
This is where I'm finding him. Like, I liked him as a client. I thought he had some good stuff going for him, but yeah, he's much better than Ben in that he wasn't really like standing after her. He cared about her, which, you know, okay. But you still kind of wanted to date her, and that's not okay.
Yeah.
Aw,
Yeah, probably
that
C.
sucks.
Sorry,
B.
I had to bring up the negative.
Great.
I would have put him in high B if not for that.
Yeah,
I
probably
can't
me
believe that
too.
brought down his score. That is so uncool.
What?
Really? That's a surprise.
I can't believe that just came out of nowhere. I was like, damn, he's good, and then that just appears out of nowhere.
Maybe it's
and-
because I didn't want to see his flaws. I just didn't want to acknowledge him. Maya. How good or bad is
S tier,
Maya?
Probably.
Oh, oh.
Maya is useful in that she channels Mia.
Yeah. I'm gonna make kind of a strong take a strong position here. If you find Maya to be anything below A, why are you even still playing Ace Attorney? Given her like amount of involvement. Cause like if you don't unless you really like Phoenix's character, like that would be the only reason I would feel like that would make any sense. But I feel like Phoenix's character is much less interesting than Maya is.
I agree.
I would put her in
I
S.
do have like criticism of Maya, which is, you know, she has this whole, you know, I have to be the master of the crying channeling technique thing, right? But I don't think it gets explored to the extent I wanted it to be explored. Like she doesn't really get that much development until like the end of Trials and Tribulations, where she's like, I don't want anything to do with channeling techniques anymore, because what the fuck is this family tree, and why is everyone out for blood? Why am I living through this? And yeah, I don't know. I wish they had handled it better.
I do think they didn't explore enough, like, why she felt so strongly that she had to do it. It was basically, like, the way they presented it was because family, because heir. And they didn't,
Because
like...
main branch.
Yeah. And they could have went into depth a little more about that, about just how strongly she felt about upholding the family tradition, instead of just saying, upholding the family tradition.
Yeah.
But I still think she's S. The thing that keeps her below somebody like Von Karma, oh, I don't know. No, I'd probably put her next to Gumshoe. But like, what's preventing her from being like up here is that I think they needed to make her a little more useful on her own instead of, oh, she channeled Mia.
Yeah.
Like, she's still useful, just not as much. That, and I was honestly really disappointed that she got accused again in Trials and Tribulations. Like, dude.
Put her down for a tier for every time she's been accused.
No, then she'd be in what? C? I can't do that to her. That's
then she'd be in like D or C.
But like that was honestly really frustrating. I'm like, are you kidding me? Is this really where you had to go?
Down a tier for every accusation, and then down another tier for every kidnapping, and then she's in judge.
Oh yeah, plus the kidnapping. That was the thing in 2. So yeah, I don't think I can put her. I think I would put her below Gumshoe, but above Von Karma just because of her.
Yeah, same, exactly.
Volume
for me.
Yeah.
That's exactly where I put her.
I will concede the point.
This guy sucks, but I'm sure you guys like him.
Meekins. Fuck Meekins.
Yeah, Meekins is trash. I can't believe this dude is tall. He doesn't deserve his height.
Fuck Meekins. S tier.
I do like him more than fucking at me though. Fuck at me. No.
At me.
No. I didn't say anything. Edie or Meanie, which one is the
Meanie?
Meanie.
The nurse.
Me.
Loved
Me.
Meanie. loved her character. I love that fake personality she put on. I loved all the interactions with her. I was just very pleased when I knew we were going to talk to her next because I thought she was hilarious.
Me too.
She breaks character and
And the
starts
dab in the
swirling around
anime.
her hat. And it's just, I mean, that's pretty great.
Yeah.
No, she's a good villain to me. Yeah, I like her.
But
And her backstory is just.
But yeah, I think you
it's
still
like a gut punch.
You still probably can't put her like I could buy low A, but I don't think I would argue low A, even though I liked her a lot. I still think with her limitations, she's probably in high B then.
Again, I would put her above Rhonda Light, but in the B tier. So.
Well, then we'll put her there. Yeah,
put her there.
Tom wants the light down there.
No.
Actually, more like
No, B. He's a B.
He's a B.
He's a good B.
You're a fucking B. You're a fucking B, Ron. All right, Mia's really interesting.
No.
I loved Mia's character until they started overusing her, which isn't her character's fault. I still really enjoy Mia, but they used her way too much. Way too much. It's not until the end of the third game that they're like, maybe we don't need to use Mia anymore.
I will say when we get to actually play as her, I think it's the same concept as Edgeworth. She's highly capable. She's a great attorney, and even as a rookie, she was at a much higher competence level than Phoenix was.
Yeah, that is true. Like her thought process, you're like, yeah, man, that's a lot better. And she didn't have to rely on a spirit medium for her to get what she needed. She didn't even have to rely on fucking Cyclops or anything like that. She was just that awesome.
You
She
can
didn't
tell
need any powers.
You can tell that Mia was a person who went to law school because she wanted to be a lawyer, and that Phoenix is a person that went to law school because he wasn't sure what to do. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, because
you wanted to save Edgeworth. You wanted to save Edgeworth.
Yeah, because it makes sense because I'm the person that's in that latter category. So I understand entirely what that, the difference between the two. Well, I consider myself a little more competent than Phoenix, but in terms of it's not like I went to law school because I'm like, I want to fight for justice and the people that can't defend that wasn't me. That's not why I went. I was like, hey, I'm good at arguing and writing.
Honestly, that sounds like a reason I'd go to law school for.
What? Because you can argue and write? Or because you want to defend people?
Justice.
Oh, well, that's good for you.
Justice, says Satan.
Shut up.
Yeah, maybe I should just start calling you Satan. I've been calling you Small since Smash days, but no, you gotta stay Small. You gotta say Small. Okay, so
there's no Satan like Small Satan.
But my problem. So what I was struggling with was that is she S or is she high A? I don't know.
Probably high A.
I would say she's S because she is a much more developed character than a lot of the A's that we see. She is such a consistent character throughout the entire series.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I put her at the very bottom of A, maybe above Ron. Something about it just I don't know. Something about it just doesn't really appeal to me. Yes.
And N.
I don't know. I don't know if it's below Godot or not.
Well, we'll say high A because I would also vote. If I vote S, Amiro, you said S or A?
A.
Okay, you said A. So yeah, that would be splitting the difference because I think I would put her in low S, and Tom puts her in S. You put her in high A, and Trep puts her in low A. So yeah, that would be high A would be the spot then. Good doggy.
S tier.
Obviously, that's
S tier. No questions asked.
Missile's an S tier.
S plus.
Missile is supposed to be
Judge
the
tier.
professional police
Judge
canine
tier.
who is not finding any of the stuff he's asked to find.
But you do understand that's the point, right? It doesn't matter whether he's good at his job or not. He's the best boy, and he deserves all the pets.
S tier. S plus. No questions asked.
Tom is not as much of a dog person as everyone else.
I'm not that much of a dog
Yeah.
person. I'm a cat person, but I still love them.
I love.
Yeah,
my
me
dog.
too.
I'm not allergic to cats, so they get that benefit from when I'm looking fondly upon them.
I'm also a cat person, but I
But
like
see,
Missile.
because Missile is a police dog, he's an officer.
The best boy.
You know, Officer Missile is as incompetent, if not more so, than Detective Gumshoe.
Yeah, Gumshoe's still S tier. He's kind of like a puppy,
Yeah.
except not as cute.
Aw.
B,
You do kind of want to rub Gumshoe's head.
Gumshoe is adorable.
yeah, you just want to pat him on the head and
Missile
say,
is cute.
dude, it's all right. You're trying your best.
Scroogey.
Lugia over here dropping the B on Missile. Like, you're okay. You're a little better than average. I've seen better dogs though. Mo, I don't think I like
I like
Mo
the
as much
Mo.
as everyone else does.
Yes, you definitely don't.
I think
People like Mo.
I'll just leave
apparently
this to
Yes.
you.
Yes.
apparently
people like
he's
Mo.
he's like a highlight of 2-3 for them. He is better than all the other characters, but that's like saying I'd prefer to throw up or have diarrhea as opposed to vomiting everywhere. Like there's it's not really saying too much.
Oh my god.
I thought he was repetitive. His jokes were, I know they were meant to be bad, but they weren't even like the funny bad. I don't know. I did not like. I will say, part of my bias towards him is that I fucking cannot stand clowns, and he is everything I hate about clowns. So that doesn't help. So he's probably deserving of a little bit higher than what I'd be giving him, but I still don't think he's a good character.
So like
Or yeah, he'd be average. I would put him in C.
C.5 or C.
No, I can't make a whole new thing just for Mo. Clown.
2.5 GPA.
Yeah, there you go. That's about Mo in terms of his character grade. All right, guys. So you guys who like Mo more, you tell me where I should put him.
Momo.
No, they will not, Lugia. No, they will not.
2.8.
Below Grossberg.
So you'd put him below Grossberg, but above Lotta?
Yeah.
What about you,
Above
Amira?
Lotta.
I'll just agree with whatever you guys come up with because
I'll
I don't
still
want to
say
form an
about
opinion
C.
on him.
Why?
I just don't want to think about it.
Oh, God. That's a bad
See,
thing.
And that's funny because I
Like-
like for most of the case, to me he's a D tier. He's just an annoying character who's repetitive for no reason. And then at the very end, you find out more about his backstory, and that kind of redeems him a bit, and that makes him more of an average C for me.
Yeah. Yeah, he is significantly better in like the last, hour and a half, 2 hours or whatever.
Last third.
Last third of the case than the first 2/3. But then okay, so he's C. Do we put him? I can't put him.
C middle. I'd say
He
D
does
middle.
sing He does sing Fresh Prince, so that's a good thing for him.
Okay, so above Canadian Judge. Cody doesn't look like he
Let's
sings
let it
Fresh
go,
Prince,
man.
so we're putting him above Cody.
Wonderful.
The fuck's the
Morgan.
Morgan.
Margaret.
Not Luffy, just Faye.
Okay,
I
this is kind of
go ahead, Amiral. You can kick us off. Sounds like you have some strong opinions.
yeah. No, actually, it's kind of the opposite. This is the most divisive character for me because I both hate her guts and love how she plays into the story, like how she comes back and does all that fucked up shit, and but she does that fucked up shit. So
Like,
I
hate her as
really
in
don't know.
Good way hate, where like
That's what
he's
I
made
was
hateable
assuming
in a good way.
he meant. Like he hates her because he's meant to hate her, and they pull it off well.
Yeah,
She's a
but
master
I also
manipulator.
kind of rank characters based on how much I like them as people, because that also.
Oh,
kind of
well then all
factor
villains
for
would be
me.
low tier, wouldn't they?
No, the thing is, sometimes one just comes one just how do I say this? There's like a balance, and if I like how they play into the story more, I rate them higher. But if I don't like them and don't like how they play into the story less, then I just rate them lower. But Morgan is kind of like a really good balance, so I don't know where to put her. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Anyone else have?
I'd put her
Yeah.
probably above
Why not?
above Jake Marshall.
You'd put her here.
I'd also put her in the B tier. She's very she's a good villain. She's manipulative. She's calm, and that kind of makes her not I shouldn't say nearly, but not as memorable as some of those A tier villains. So she's more of a background villain. So I would say B as well.
So
I'd say B too. B seems fine.
I was really disappointed with her. When I learned about like what her character, like what I thought her character was going to be, I thought she had potential to be like up here.
Yeah.
And I think she ended up falling a bit flat and being kind of more of a, like the setup was so good though that she's still a good villain. It's just I think they could have done way more with her than they ended up doing. I guess I would definitely put her above D Vasquez, probably above Desiree too. So she'd be like somewhere here.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah. Sure.
Because like to me, the best villain of that chapter is Mimi.
Yeah, Mimi's the full villain. Morgan's the background.
Okay. If you guys could tell me why I should not put Old Bag in F or D, that would be great.
Funny.
She's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Another
F tier, you say he put her in
old-
G tier.
I think that's at least deserving of a C tier.
Oh, God.
She's she's the female Victor Kudo to me. She's an ornery old stereotype. Only thing is, like Larry, she's always around and she never changes, and she sims for Edgeworth hard.
Damn. Okay.
What about you, Amiro?
I mean, I put her in low C because I don't actually hate her that much. I don't know why. Like, she's kind of funny to me.
What? Why is she so funny to everybody? I don't get it. I don't get it.
No. Oh, okay. I know why. One reason I like her, because in 1-3, she was, she actually showed some kind of human emotion and was not just some sort of stereotype. And that was kind of nice. But other than that, she was kind of the same all the time. But it wasn't that unfunny for me. It was okay.
All right, I'll put her a low C. I'll give you C's the nod there. What's his fuck? Now this one's really tough because dude is actually a pedophile. By
But
the definition,
probably.
But he's also
know that
he like
bad.
actually suffers from cognitive delays and stuff like that makes his judgment simply not good. He's just not a smart individual. So like it's this weird combination where you feel really bad for him, but he's also still, legally speaking, a really bad person.
Like I think it was also partly because, Dahlia is a minor, but she is more cunning than Terry, who's actually an adult.
Or like Regina,
So, like,
who's just,
it's kind-
like she doesn't know what she's doing.
Regina's just ignorant.
So like it kind of creates this weird dichotomy where Dahlia should have been the right one, the one that should be the victim, but she looks more like the perpetrator, or like not the perpetrator, but yeah, she probably just deceived Terry into doing what he's doing right now. but it
Oh, she absolutely.
really doesn't seem like that just because Terry is an adult. And I don't know, it's kind of interesting and it's also perplexing, so.
No, Dahlia is a master manipulator, and I think mentally she's way more mature than Falls is, and she uses that to her advantage. And he's got mental cognition problems. It's hard not to judge people on the same level as everybody else, but when you have to take some of that cognition stuff into account, he's just a tragic character.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't want to put him in F, because if you can make a tragic character, then regardless of how disgusting they are, they're not a bad character, right? In terms of like, man, I don't know. It's so tough.
Nothing about him is inherently evil, like the other.
Yeah. I don't think he's even like ignorant of what he's doing. He just doesn't know.
Yeah.
And he never knew. Like he's
I'm not sure
unable.
you could explain it to him, and I'm still not sure he'd get it.
Yeah, so I'd put him in B or something.
A little bit time. Who is next one?
Oh God.
Max.
What did you say?
Who is the person we're judging right now?
Terry Falls.
Terry Falls, C tier.
You put him in C? Yeah, I don't know.
I'd say B.
See, I ranked him in B. I think in my old tier list, but I'm not sure I could put him there.
Why I put him there is because like he was like, you know, it just made me feel a whirlwind of emotions when I think about him, and I think that's something good that the character can do. Like it's not
with,
black and white,
say,
and it's like
it's hard to say it's his character or the situation itself. Like situation itself was had more impact than like his personality, I think.
Right. Yeah, I don't. He does. He really like. I just feel sorry for. I just feel sad when I think of his story. I don't know, Tom. What do you think?
I go for Charlie.
Yeah.
I go for mid B. Like
you would go
above
for
Vasquez.
mid B.
Here's the thing. His situation is tragic, right? And I'm actually tabling the the whole Dahlia is a minor thing. I'm just putting that aside because she's so manipulative and so mentally more mature than he is. But to me, it's like his situation is tragic, but when you get past that situation, the actual character is kind of bland.
Yeah, because I mean, there's only so much you can put into a character like that, right?
Right.
that situation is part of him, I think. So
that's why he's a C for me.
Where would you where in C would you put him?
He's more interesting than Bellboy and Basil. I put him after Cody.
After Cody, there. I can get behind mid, like just flat old mid C with all the. It's like it's a scale, and we have like all this shit on both sides, and it just kind of ends up balancing right in the middle.
Okay, I have some time, so let's.
Winston Payne, where's he going, Maxim?
He's going to C, in my opinion.
Going to D?
C, I said
C.
Charlie.
All right, what do you guys think? I actually, I think he's kind of underrated as an attorney.
Awesome.
Yeah, he is underrated.
Automatically gets an F tier from me.
Like he doesn't lose because he's bad. He loses because his cases are shit. Like there's only like 2 times where I was like, dude, what are you doing? Like this is a bad argument. Like I could immediately think of a better way of going about this than you are. But I think about that for him far less often than I do with like Phoenix, for example.
He loses because Phoenix has psychic spirit powers.
No, than Phoenix, don't you think?
Bad character. F tier for me.
I hate his design. It's just ugh. but I think that's the point. You're supposed to look
yeah,
at him and be like, bleh.
He is an average prosecutor. He's got his short hair, his glasses, his suit. He's plain.
You don't want to defeat a person with glasses.
He's as plain as Basil until he becomes obnoxious, and then it's like, okay, now there's a little bit more to him.
I think I would put him above Mo.
Okay.
I put him on top of D tier.
Top of D?
See, that's the thing. Like, he's not a jerk. He's not annoying. He's just.
I think he plays his beat 'em up role really well.
He's kind of a jerk in Apollo Justice.
Oh my god.
And
We're
everywhere.
not looking at Apollo Justice right now.
Okay.
Yeah, this is
He's
just.
a jerk in this game too. He's
This
a
is
jerk in
just
these games too.
1 through 3.
He was not a jerk. He was kind of a little annoying in the way that opposing counsel almost always is in a case. That's the thing. When you're in a case like this, your OC, your opposing counsel, is never gonna. It's almost rare they're gonna be a complete genteel person. Usually, there's some abrasiveness that just comes with the nature of opposing arguments, and that's where he is. Only in game 3, I think, when he's facing off against Mia, is he really more of an ass at that point. Oh, you rookie.
Yeah, and then she cut his
But he
balls
kind of does that with
off.
Phoenix too. He kind of does that with Phoenix too.
Well, no, see that he kind of does that with Phoenix, but I think it's not to the abrasive point where it is with Mia. It's more like, let me try to jar this guy a little bit, make my case better. Okay, that whatever. Now I'm past that. But in all of this to say, that all seems pretty typical, which again puts him into an average attorney, and if anything, just makes him a little bit more memorable than the non-memorable people.
Yeah. I mean, I personally think he's high C. Possibly even low B, if I was drunk
I'd
enough.
say low B. Low B is my rating.
Son of a bitch.
Top of D still.
Hey, the buffer
Who is
works.
Who is Chris Chan that Mike is asking about?
Isn't that there was some news regarding
Yeah, it's
that
Chris
recently.
Chan- oh
unpleasant.
god, no.
That
Let's please not talk about that guy. There is way too much to talk about there, and I don't think there'll be enough even time to even scratch the surface.
If someone named Satan is telling me not to talk about a guy,
Sounds like an.
Okay,
It's Christian. Sounds
Okay,
like an
okay, listen.
obscure
Oh,
person.
okay. Incest. That's all I need to know. Next case. Next.
I read that too.
Yes,
Wait,
Mike,
no.
I do
There's a
feel
lot of
sorry
crosstalk.
for that lawyer because I would never do that personally. Never, ever,
You would
ever,
never do
ever.
that or never defend that.
I would never defend. I
I'll be
would
right
never
back.
defend that.
Okay. Because I think we know you wouldn't do that.
I would never put myself in the position that attorney has put his or herself in.
I
That's,
watched
that's,
I'm like, friend and I are watching the documentaries of what he has done, and it is so fucked up. Like, damn, this is not even all of it. These recent news, there's way worse things to talk about.
Yeah, like Winston Payne and his position here. So you guys are putting, you guys are saying he's D. I'm saying he's high C.
I'm saying
Low B. I'm saying low B.
Maxim said
I
C.
think middle C. Yeah. Like,
Middle C. And what did you say, Tom?
Charlie C, definitely. I would put him above Terry Falls. Maybe above Cody too. You said above Mo.
I would put him here, yeah, above Mo. But
Say
with-
low C.
you say low C? Okay, we're gonna put him in
Yeah.
mid C then. With all the balancing there. Okay,
Middle C, right in the middle of the piano.
something fun, happy, pearls, yay! Where are we putting
Hey.
pearls?
Pearls is S.
I think
tier.
A.
That's above Maya.
Who said A? Who doesn't have a soul?
Maxim. Was that Maxim?
I said A.
Maxim
God.
doesn't have a soul.
Yeah,
I
he
don't.
doesn't.
Kick Maxim out of the
You need
call
to
right
get
now.
used to him not having a soul.
I'm gonna disconnect him from the call.
Are we sure it's not Trep who's saying,
Here.
well,
Yeah, S for
Actually,
sure.
just an A.
He's S tier.
Trep, stop. You said you like playing. You said you like playing devil's advocate. So advocate me here.
If Missile gets his own test tier as best boy,
Good lord, Mike.
Pearl gets her own tier as Adorbs Girl.
Just best girl. That's no. Because in anime world, that means something different than I want it to
You know
mean.
what?
It does. It
That's
does.
right. You're right.
Yeah, best girl means like in a waifu way.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
I actually didn't know that. I thought it was just used to refer as your favorite girl.
To my credit, I did say Adorbs Girl. Not
You did say Adorbs girl.
Still.
I was the one that made the mistake.
And Mike, I'm like.
I've been innocently using best girl all this time.
It's a good insanity plea if they can, if they can get they can convince the court that he's being serious about it.
Which is going to be kind of hard to prove. Okay, I'm going to put her. We say above Maya. I'm fine with her being above
Yeah,
Maya.
I said above Maya. Yeah.
Okay,
I agree with
above
that.
Maya.
I'm okay with
I don't
her.
actually remember if she had any character development or not.
Pearl had some good moments in 3-5 with the whole plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that. She does really shine in 3-5, whereas Maya kind of just doesn't. Because she's fucking
Maya
gone
isn't
most of the
in
time.
3-5.
Yeah, she's not
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Okay,
I did become Dahlia Hawthorne to hide.
What the hell's her name? Penny?
Penny Nichols.
Penny? Okay,
Penny
Penny
Nichols.
Nichols. Okay, so I love her design and I love her character, except she
Yeah.
like is actually just average.
She was
That's
dubbed the
literally
most
what she's
forgettable
supposed to be.
character in all Ace Attorney series by Ace Attorney creators.
Also,
if-
I don't like how she has literally 2 sprites and then that one card sprite. Like, you could have just given her more attention, please.
Or
Or
give
just
her
But
give
then
her
she's
some-
not an
Right,
average
mean
character.
about
I
it.
think she's supposed to be average. Like that's literally her role.
Like Penny Nichols is the bland, perfect average, whereas Lisa Basil is the shiny yet still bland. It's like
Yeah.
two different sides.
Yeah. So we should put her next to.
Blend.
It's just a matter
I
of
would put her
which
behind Lisa.
it's a matter of do you like the shiny or the dull? Most people pick the shiny, I would think. Okay.
I like doll.
Actually, we're gonna save Phoenix for last.
What?
Like he's a huge case to talk about, so
Yeah.
that's fair.
Will Powers.
I like
Will
him.
Powers.
I liked Will Powers. I didn't
He's a
think
lovable guy. I don't
I
think
think
you
he's
can
a
hate
B.
him.
He's a good guy.
B. Yeah, I don't think he did.
Yeah.
I didn't think he had much depth to him, but he was an enjoyable character to be around.
Yeah. He's just a good guy who is very nice.
Yeah, I'd probably put him
Whenever you see
above
him, you don't
Grossberg,
go-
like here.
This guy again.
I put him, yeah, there. I put him there.
I guess he's B
Hey.
tier.
Again, I would put him higher, but Lana and Iris are so low.
I think he's better than Grossberg.
Why is Larry so high?
Don't ask me. I'm not the one who wanted him there. Red white.
hate-
I like
Oh,
red
no,
white.
Like red white that much.
Red White is
I'll be honest,
great.
Mike.
He is
I-
just really great.
He is fantastic.
Red White is hella annoying.
Yes, I think he's just annoying and he's D tier in my
He's a-
Oh my
He's a stereotype. He's a D tier.
Yes, because
I
here's the
say
problem.
B.
He's
He's
boring.
been hyped up to be so cool and powerful, but in the end he's just so fucking stupid. So like,
He is kind of though, like he fucking murks Phoenix when he's at the office. You're just like, oh shit, like this dude's no fucking
yeah, but,
joke.
in court, like realistically, there is no way we could take down someone like this in case 2. Like there is no way.
I mean, it's happened in real life,
Well,
To
I
me- to
don't.
me,
but Phoenix wouldn't have been the one who did it. So let's put it that way.
Yeah.
the way, like you said, he murked
Well, it wasn't really
He
Phoenix who
makes
did it.
in
It was
the
mostly Maya.
office.
Mia.
To me, that just came off as like not really believable. He's so pompous and he makes up complicated words. To me, he seems more like a
Here's the problem. He's being
pop,
very.
I don't know what the proper word is to say this. The only word I'm thinking of is not a nice word.
Okay, let's just say like this. He's like
dandy.
if Damon Gant, yeah. He thought he was a Damon Gant, but he was a Frank Solis in the end. So it's like.
Okay, let's calm down before we say something we're gonna regret here. God,
Can I
Frank
also
saw it.
say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
My problem with Red White is that they didn't pull off the pompous attitude very well, in my opinion. Like, yeah, he used big words that he made up, etc., but it didn't go beyond that. Like, he just changed his language and he was like, "Oh, you're puny lawyer, blah blah blah." Like,
America.
yeah, like okay, like there wasn't that. It wasn't that ridiculous. It just kind of fell flat, in my opinion. I just wish for more.
See, I completely disagree with the. All they did for his pompousness was the made up words. I think it was far more than that. His general cadence, I think, was done really well. Like the way that he presented himself in terms of like his mere presence, I personally thought was done really well. And it was more than just, he made, like the big word thing was just a silly thing I thought they added that they'd even really need.
I agree with that. He's built, he's bulked, he's got all these shiny glittery gems on his hands, that crazy machismo grin. But that just all adds to the whole assholery of him to me that makes him part of the D tier.
He's simply built different, okay?
Yeah.
See, for me, that assholery is like that's what his character is supposed to be, and I like it.
Yes, I understand, but I don't think his assholery was pulled in entertaining way. It was just in annoying way for me.
That's fair. I mean, if you found it annoying, I found it entertaining. It's
and there you go. See, because that's the thing for me too. Like Victor Kudo, his orneriness was part of who he is as a character, and that's what made him D tier. And that's the same thing for me for White. But but then some people, might actually enjoy that as a character, like you do, Twain. So it's it's one of those situations.
So what were the I don't. So Tom said D. Who else said D?
I said D.
Okay, you said D. Trep, what was your vote?
Above D Vasquez. Above D Vasquez.
You put him here in mid B. And
say below.
Where would you put him?
Low B.
Low B?
Low B.
I would put him after Mad on Guard. Well, I'd probably put him here between Godot and Ron. So I guess we're looking at a lower B.
Middle. I would say middle of the
lower
range.
A.
If you put him in an A, you're then.
I say low
if
A.
you're averaging it out, then he's a high B.
Well, okay, yeah. If Small's gonna put him in low A as well. So I was thinking D is a really D's offsetting it more than the A is if we're looking at B, but
yeah. So you've got two people saying B, you've got two people saying D, you've got two people saying A, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, so high B.
Regina.
C. Like I think C.
Regina?
Low C.
Low B.
I don't like her character.
Low C. Low C.
I don't like
or
her as a
high D.
character. I find
Low
her
C or high D.
very annoying.
Her character is basically just a naive girl who is so naive. It's
like, unbelievable. Like
Yeah.
that's the thing. It is not believable at all.
I would believe it more if she lived in a secluded society type situation where she and her dad lived alone in the woods, but she's part of a circus that travels and has tourists. I'm like, no, she can't. She's so naive.
She lives in a society.
I mentioned this to you earlier, Trep, or not Trep. I'm sorry. I mentioned this to you earlier, Twain. That everybody complains about you doing Schwarzenegger's Lana voice, but nobody complains about you doing Regina's Smoker voice. And I think that speaks a lot as to what people think.
Because nobody fucking cares.
I don't think it's about Regina herself. I think it's more about not caring about 2-3 as a whole.
But she's part of that. She's part of the reason why 2-3
yeah,
is
but
like, who cares?
Yeah,
not really. I think most people dislike the case, like the case itself more than the characters. I kind of like Regina. I put her in B.
I think Regina is a very weak part of that case.
Everything is a very big part of that case.
Yeah. That whole thing is just a weak old link.
But if the case is so bad, wouldn't that mean that average characters are good, relative to it?
What?
What?
No, in fact, you could argue that what it's doing is making average characters seem better by comparison. So, like, really, it's not that Max is a great character, it's just everything else was so shit in that case that he seems better than he really was. I think that's more likely of an effect.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. I put her above Lara. That's it.
So you put her B.
I stand by what I said about Regina and her smoker voice. She's a D tier.
And Amira, where are you putting her?
Lugia says
Low
D.
B.
I don't know if that matters.
Low B?
Yeah. I mean,
C.
I kind of like how
C.
she just developed and got out of the, the naivety she had by the end of the case.
I'm gonna say low C2. Because I'm not sure I could. Well, I guess I'd put Old Bag in F, but now, relatively speaking, she's got to be above Old Bag. Okay. Frank saw it. He's alright as a basic intro boss.
He's
excluding investigations to just D tier.
I'm saying yes.
D.
I think D's probably correct just because of how little you see of him.
Yeah.
But I actually think he's a stronger D than like your average D character.
Yeah, I agree.
I think that he would be better if we included investigations too here, but well.
Yeah, which I'm gonna do that later, and that'll take the newer games into consideration too.
Also, he's like high up because of how he's introduced as this first tutorial sort of villain. I think they made it pretty solid.
Oh yeah, I agree.
That's why I think it's pretty good.
Leet Speak, Roxor's editor.
F tier.
He's a freaking creep, and
F tier.
he deserves that F tier.
He is
above the doctor though, above the fake doctor.
I would agree that the language alone puts him above the doctor. I love Leet Speak. That speaks to my early 2000s internet life. But yeah, he is a fucking creep.
Think I cannot do Jews.
Let's
put him there.
Is great, but then I see it coming out of that character's mouth.
I have no objections.
Zipper face.
Killer.
B. High B.
Okay.
No, he's not showing a killer. He's Zipper face. That would be such a better
Twain.
fucking serial killer name. Or assassin name.
Twain. I heard you call him Zipperface for so long, and I must say that when I lived in Japanifornia, it's a fashion style. You cannot, think of him bad just because he wears zipper on his face. It's a discrimination.
It's a fashion style for him to stitch up the middle of his face for no reason.
Yes. I lived there for 2 years. It's a fashion style, and this minority is a very bad discrimination. They think they're all bad guys, so you must be ashamed of yourself.
Wait. Let's make sure not to compare someone who is, by choice, allegedly, stitching up the middle of his face to somebody who's actually born a certain way, in a way that they can't actually choose. This guy, either way, it's absurd to me that he's able to walk around with a zipper up his fucking face, and people are just like, "Oh yeah, that's normal. That's not a suspicious guy at all. Let's just let him work at the goddamn hotel." Oh my god, it's kind of infuriating.
It's more than that.
Jackets have zippers. Are you saying all jackets are suspicious?
Everyone's just like, look at this guy's face, this poor man. Let me not judge him. Oh, people probably stare at him all the time. I better look away and be polite because what a horrible person I am.
Oh yeah, what a poor person he is with his monocle. How many homeless poor people do you know walk around with monocles? This is just
not poor. What a horrible person I am for looking at his disfigured face.
Ah, I see.
Let me look away.
Well, that's the thing, though. How many different ways, reasonably, could a person need to stitch up the middle of their face?
Have I said that I was fencing for 7 years? Yeah, that's how you can do it.
This isn't anything against this character. I just wanted to comment that I think it's fucking ridiculous that people keep looking at him like, oh, it's a normal person. Oh my god, that's Shelly the Killer? He turned out to be an assassin? Are you kidding me? And I'm like, yeah, okay, what the fuck ever.
I mean, in the last testimony, Will Powers has pointed out that the stitches are weird.
Try to like repair the platter, and just put on the hat, and then you know it's him.
Well, Powers, that wasn't even the first thing he said. He was like, "Hey, come to think of it, this dude had zipper up his face," and you're like, "How do you
Actually,
forget
he didn't.
It's like
I remember it well. He didn't phrase it like that. He was more like, he mentioned the money and thing, and he was like, "No, that's not all." You're like, yeah, what you might have said might be true. But this dude that fucking stitches on his face, what the fuck? There's no way this dude isn't suspicious.
You gotta windmill slam that description, man. Like, that's so much different from everyone else.
And I know we're talking 1 through 3, games 1 through 3, but can I just say that when I first played Investigations, and Edgeworth did not immediately recognize the killer, I was extremely pissed off.
Absolutely ridiculous.
I wasn't pissed off because of how ridiculous it was. It was so ridiculous that it was more funny than annoying.
Because we know his description. Edgeworth was there.
Yeah.
How many other people with stitches up the middle of fucking face does he know? Oh my god.
Edgeworth
Well, I don't need to repeat myself, do I?
Shut up.
Yeah, he recognized.
Max.
That was because they were on an active investigation.
Oh god.
So
do I need to repeat myself?
Okay, so let's rate him. Let's rate him.
So I like this character. His whole like I'm an assassin with honor thing was interesting. Piece of shit, obviously, but I thought he was menacing enough. The design's actually pretty menacing. It just makes it really easy to pick him out of a crowd. But
especially when he's covered in red.
Yeah, exactly. He's like,
except if you're Edgeworth, apparently.
Well, this is just ketchup. What are you talking about? Oh no, yeah, it wasn't me. I just got shot in the arm the other day, but I killed nobody. I swear. Like,
I'm
oh
a
my
hot
god.
dog vendor who uses a monocle.
Yeah. God. But I do like his character. I'd put him in B somewhere.
I'd put him above Morgan.
You'd put him
B
here.
sounds good.
Yeah, put him there.
Okay, the gangster guy.
He is not a character.
Yeah, we really know like nothing about him other than he wanted.
We saw him for like, or no, did we ever talk to him, or is he just he's just background? Okay,
he was only a profile. That's literally the only.
Gotcha. So he's just a background as Viola's dad.
Granddad.
And I think Jake said he wanted her an A, so that was his vote.
He said S.
He said S. Okay, let's calm down for a second and realize that that's just the...
Yeah, that's definitely simping.
No, but to be fair to Jake, that's exactly the type of girl he would simp over. This is the dude who writes detective novels and shit for a living, right? Like, I get it. I totally get it.
She is the femme fatale.
I believe
Viola.
I'd put her bottom of A or top of B.
I also am thinking top of B. I liked her character.
Me too.
Top of B.
Viola,
I think she's more fit in B, but like, it just her character basically is that I am an evil girl. Oh no, I was hit by a car. I'm sad now. I was deceived. The end. Then we never see her again.
She's menacing as hell, though. Like, she just talks so quietly. You just know she talks so quietly and without much emotion, and you're like, oh wow, she might slit my fucking throat.
Well,
but she's
to be
also
honest,
kind of nice.
Quiet talking was your doing, not like it's.
Is she supposed to be loud?
I have no idea.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure she's supposed to be quiet and creepy.
I never saw the anime for Trials and Tribulations. Well, I saw the first case and a half.
The first season? Oh.
Of the Trials and Tribulations part of the anime, but I didn't see
first case and a half.
So like, Kate, it was fuck. What's the first case? No, that's right.
Mia's case.
So it's Mia's case is first. I saw the Just Godot's case. Just Godot's first case. That's the only case that I saw. So 3-2.
Yes.
Yeah, 3-2.
Okay.
That's all I'm talking about.
I think I like her more than Stitchface. Personally,
I agree.
No,
I think I like her more than
I
everyone.
think
But
I think she's worse than Shelly.
Stitchface. Okay. What do you think, Tom? Oh, Tom's muted.
Sorry, one of my kids started crying, so I was checking on her.
Oh yeah, no worries.
High B, I guess.
Shelly the Killer versus Viola, whatever her last name was.
Cadaverini.
I think Shelly the Killer would win. He will just kill her.
Well, sure, he would win. But I mean, fucking Gant versus Pearl. Gant would murder Pearl, but that doesn't mean he's better than her.
Not true.
Pearl will challenge
Pearl will
like
just
a sumo wrestler, and Pearl will win.
I think Shelly is just more of an impactful character. He's a professional assassin. She's I think he would go before her.
And Amiro, where are you putting her?
Put her
the Killer.
below Shelly. Yeah, good boy.
Oh, you said about the Killer too.
Wait.
I'm not taking Amira hostage. What are you talking about?
Mr. I'm really a homeless man, but really want to be a Richard Wellington.
The very bottom of D. God, he's so obnoxious.
He is very obnoxious. At least Acro wasn't that obnoxious. Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that placement.
This fucking guy annoyed the hell out of me, but I'm not sure if it's because they wrote his character so well, or if it's because they wrote his character badly and it was pissing me off.
There are two ways of that, yeah.
What is his name again? Oh wait.
Yanni Yogi.
Yeah.
He's a bear.
No.
He's a
Put him
bear.
in C. Put him in C. Yogi is in C tier. I'd say C tier. Even if low, I don't think he's deserving of D tier.
Yeah.
When he
Basically,
does-
his character is kind of a mess because
I
he's
agree.
basically just like
tier.
confusing, really.
So
I'm saying C.
C?
Yeah, C.
I don't know where to put him in C. I'm just putting him in the middle.
Yeah. Sure.
This is absolutely fucking stupid. And I hold it against this character. Furio Tigre
I
is
hate Tigre.
absolute trash as a character. The whole concept behind him is bad. He's not intimidating in the slightest. He's more just like,
Evil Phoenix Wright.
Loud.
God, loud. He's just loud.
No. I think Tigre is actually very good because
God.
he's trying to be an intimidating, scary guy, but in reality he's just a pathetic coward.
Hey, you was talking to
You're
me.
entitled
But
to
I
your
think
word.
I think we were supposed
that
to.
guy. You're
I
not
think
that
we were
guy.
supposed to think he was intimidating.
Yeah,
But,
I don't think so. I don't know.
I think
I don't know.
he's I think his animation where he just, rubs his hands and being sweaty is basically showing his true colors, that he's just, like a person who is just cowering all the time, but puts on the, basically, bark the louder than it.
But in that case, he's just generic henchman, because, like, he acts all tough, and then he gets around Viola, and he's like, nothing. No, I'm shitting myself. Don't worry about that smell. But it's okay. I'll go take care of it. Okay, all right. Where do you guys want to put him? Because to me, he is either low D or high F.
I kind of
Yes,
don't
I
give a
agree
shit.
with Twain.
I don't know enough
I
about
put
this
him in-
character
I
to give
put
a
him-
shit.
I put him at the bottom of C.
I put him in middle B.
Middle B? Oh my god. Okay. All right, fine. Middle B, low C. Tom, where are you putting Furio Tigre?
Delta. Low delta.
Low delta. Okay, so high B, low C brings it up a bit, I
I'd
suppose.
say low D too. Or high F. Low D or high F.
God, I hate his character so much. But I'll give you guys at the upper end a bit of weight here, and we'll go there.
I should have came
now,
only for
here-
Tigre, so he would have to honor my
I would
only.
have had to have honored your B tier for Tigre.
I should have. It's not
Here
Benjamin.
comes
I
the
must
smoking
have come
gun.
only for Tigre.
Here's the big discussion.
Furio Tigre. Okay, now
There we go.
I had Phoenix in, I think, mid B in my last tier list. And I'm honestly still not sure if that's what I really feel about him. He is really tough. You like him as somebody to get behind, and he works well as a protagonist. The problem is that the game does not progress him as a character and his skill set like it should until the end of the third game, which was very frustrating as somebody who wants to see, as somebody who's like a fan of RPGs. I want to see my character, like, I do stuff and win with my character. I want to see progress. He doesn't progress. He's the same damn
The
dude up until
problem,
3.5.
The problem
Well, he
with
plays the 4D plus in 1.5, but that's pretty much it. He just
the
goes
Yeah,
back to his
yeah,
stuff and
yeah.
stuff wrong.
That's true.
problem with Ace Attorney is that they try to make the games kind of like you can play them in any order you want. So, like, if something major happens to the character, it cannot be
Son of a bitch.
directly mentioned in any other game, basically.
Yeah.
This is like it hinders the storytelling.
My opinion is that he is high A, but that's because I kind of like him as a character. Because he has this subtle bit of character in him, but it doesn't get in the way of you being him. Like, he's kind of like when he's in university, he's like all loud and shit, and like when he's grown up, he's still thinking about that one elementary school memory, and I think it tells us a lot about him. But his character development was not done well. Like, I just wish they planned it out better, and like trials and tribulations wasn't.
He is basically
just
a shonen protagonist, and I do not like shonen protagonists. So,
Yeah, kinda.
His character development wasn't done well because of the no
Yeah.
spoiler rule,
yeah.
where they can't spoil any previous games in case someone plays them out of order, which I find to be completely
That's
stupid.
so, especially with, that's so bad. That is
Yes,
so
it's
bad.
actually terrible. I hate it with a fiery passion.
That
They
I
sometimes
hate that
literally
rule so
like they cancel out character development sometimes because of that, and it's kind of bullshit.
people are gonna realize that Mia's alive in one game and not alive in the other two games. From the start of 1-2, that was a terrible fucking idea. Oh,
And yeah, they literally break the rule themselves sometimes. Mia's coming back as a spirit proves that she's dead.
it
Or like,
just-
tells
Well,
people she's
no,
dead.
no. Trep doesn't think she just has a twin sister, also named
also
Mia.
named Mia.
Yeah.
Okay, let me.
Oh my
Can
god.
I say something?
Yeah.
The no spoiler rule applies to later games. The trilogy doesn't really obey it as much as the later games. So, for example, when you're
his character was
playing
just done bad.
Investigations, Twain, you said why don't you mention your best friend who literally changed your life by his name?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why don't you just... What the fuck?
Yeah, in
That's not...
investigations, Edgeworth doesn't mention Phoenix ever. He just says that man.
And like, I understand the reasoning behind why they would want to do that. I just think that this is a series where you cannot do that.
Agreed.
Yeah.
They just limit themselves so much by doing that.
To placate people that might play the games out of... It's not fucking Final Fantasy. Like, you're supposed to play these games in... Oh, God.
Yeah. If someone plays out of order, that's their fault. Not that's like the person's fault, not the team's fault.
It's just...
Why should they try to help that, especially if it hurts their own writing? By a lot.
I think Capcom itself is like pushing this no spoiler rules instead of...
I'm sure that would not surprise me if they were looking at it like, we will be able to sell more units if people don't have to worry about having to go back and buy more, because then they might just not invest in general in the series. But like, that's still... it's still bad. It's still bad.
Well, let me tell you something. And Apollo Justice... Shutakumi strictly didn't want Phoenix in Apollo Justice when, they were starting it. When he didn't get involved in the development anyways.
I'm glad he didn't get his way, because that might, like, his whole, like, it was so cathartic. His being confident is, like, the highlight of the entire series, because it should have happened so much earlier. And when it finally happened, you're like, oh my God, thank you. This is all I've ever wanted.
I kind of agree, but also Capcom kind of, contradicted itself there, because you can't really...
You can't play that out of order, right?
Yeah, you can't play that out of order, but you want to start a new storyline. Like, I think it would have been better without Phoenix and just a new, completely new storyline.
Yeah, like...
that would have done so much for the series,
like the Greatest Attorney, it worked so well because it's not connected to anything.
Right,
So, like,
it's completely its own thing. And even the investigations games, like, they still work because it's not actually connected to anything that Phoenix is doing, and his story. So it's fine in that regard. You have an entirely new assistant. The side character, like Wolfie, the fuck's his wolf guy. Yeah, I can't remember anybody's fucking name today. And then Judge Courtney in the second one, like, it's got its own universe going on, and that makes it so I don't have to judge it based on the rest of the Ace Attorney, series itself. And Great Ace Attorney has that same benefit to it, but the other games, they're all fucking interconnected that way. But he is an underdog. You do root for him. I never get sick of his personality. He's corny without being too corny. He's just the right amount of corny.
Yeah.
I like his design. I the whole Spike thing's endearing. Blue suit, red tie. That's good. That's what you should be doing. I mean, it's a really blue suit, but it is still blue suit, red tie. They went with the tried and true there. And his relationships are all very interesting with all the characters. It's just that his competency as an attorney really fucking bugs me throughout the 3 games. Just, oh God.
Okay, as far as I can see, Judge would be the worst character, right?
Yes.
So let's get ready for the next game, Judge, the Ace Judge.
Wait,
that
what?
Would be the best game in the series for you, Twain.
The Judge game? Ace Judge?
I'm joking. It's not really.
The fact that you were putting that in my head, though, is just, what my blood pressure is right now, what you have done to me?
Actually, there is a meme which they made Quercus Alba Ace Ambassador.
Oh God, no! Ace.
So you just object all the time.
I am the accused, and all I'm supposed to do is just be a stubborn asshole without any good arguments. Good God, that would be terrible. Holy shit.
I think it would be fun for someone.
I'm sure. Trep would love that game. I just get to be a contrarian the entire time.
Being an asshole and stubborn and being accused.
Trep's not an asshole though. He just likes to be difficult sometimes, which I understand.
I put him at S below Maya.
You put him S below Maya. What about everyone else? No, Lugia said low
agree.
S, high A.
The top of A.
Top of
Okay.
A.
I think if we only take the trilogy, then he's below Maya.
In the S tier?
Yes, if we only take the trilogy.
Yes. We're only taking it. All right, Tom, what about you?
I haven't said Jack. I've just been listening this whole time.
Yeah, what do you feel about Phoenix?
He's... Ugh.
That's not a good start.
It's a lot of the same things he said. He's not a very competent attorney, and it remains that way for a long period of time. I think he's a victim of game design more than actually being a bad attorney, though.
What?
I mean, in 2-1...
I can't hear you.
Hold on. Turn him up, then. You have a slider, don't you?
So what I was saying was that he's I think he's a victim of the game design and not necessarily being a bad attorney for such a long period of time, because like you guys had already said, he needs to have his beginner episodes. I mean, in 2-1 he's literally knocked unconscious and has amnesia. That's insane.
They let him continue to practice. And he had amnesia.
Oh my god.
And if he was hit so hard to have amnesia, he has to have some kind of head injury. So
you know, like new age attorney Phoenix is being cloned, but this is a new thing with no experience of lawyering, so he comes in the court again, a rookie. Yes.
Well, and I don't think
a tutorial case, everybody.
And I don't think anybody came out of that case going, "Oh man, he won because he's just so good. He didn't even need his memory." No, that wasn't the case.
Freaking Maggie was panicking. She's like, "What the hell is wrong with you?" You know, like.
Yeah, you don't want your client to react like Maggie did. That means you did something very wrong.
Do not worry, Beggy Murd. I will save you.
What's your name again?
So
it's Maggie.
So it's just I feel like his character really gets undercut by that a lot, and he's probably a much more competent attorney in mid 2 and throughout 3 than he is led on to be believed because of that design, because of the way they designed the game. So I don't know. Of course, he's our protagonist. He's our main character. That makes him very important already. He can't be less than B simply because he's the main protagonist and he's not a dick about it. So yeah, I mean, I'd probably put him at the low S. He is the ace attorney, and the thing is, the game prompts us a lot of times that make it seem like he is incompetent, but it's just phrasing a question for us as the audience to answer, or as the player. And when you really think about it, the way he would have thought it in his head, it's not going to be, oh, somebody says something and you know there's a contradiction there, and then he says to himself, oh man, I have to figure out a contradiction in this thing. And it's like, no, that's the game telling us that through his mind. What he would really be thinking is, that guy just said, I don't know, I'm making something up here, that he went through a red door and that we know the door was blue. So if we were really thinking about this as Phoenix as a character, not a player character, he wouldn't be that incompetent where we have to tell him what it is because he's already thinking it himself.
So
I still say he's in the S tier for that.
And I think I think we had I would have said I think high A at this point. So with all the people saying behind, I think there was 4 people that said S, low S, something like that. So
Low S,
makes
high
it-
A. That is my rating.
Yeah. So the only thing that I'll say about what you were talking about, Tom, is that you're probably right, but we're still making kind of an assumption there, right? Whereas like something now, if you'll be like, oh my god, Twain's such a Makoto stan, and I am, but let's take Danganronpa. I thought Danganronpa did a much better job of not making Makoto seem like an idiot when you were in that type of situation. The way they internalized the dialogue, I thought was much more appropriate than how they're doing with Phoenix.
Also.
He's what?
And
What'd you say, Maxim?
He's a teenager, so I think it's kind of easier to make this character to be more, how to say it, not that competent in this job, and do not see him out of place, you know.
But that's what I mean. Makoto seems more competent than Phoenix does for most of when you're talking about like the inner dialogue and stuff like that. And to whom is the dialogue directed, towards us, or is it Phoenix? You know, because there is some ambiguity there, like Tom said, sometimes, where it might not be that Phoenix is really that incompetent. It's just that the game is not doing a good job of communicating to you that, you know, this is for you to think about, not Phoenix.
I would agree with that. Makoto, there are several times towards the end where he's like, XYZ thing, is that even possible? And then he says himself, no, it's not. I know that because, and then the prompt comes up whenever you have to choose. So that game does a really good job of that. Also important to remember too is that Makoto is not a reoccurring character through multiple game series where you have to do that level 1 case again and again and again. So that really undercuts Phoenix in games 2 and 3 when they have to make him
like it has to be some wacky situation in order to fit the tutorial-esque nature.
I mean, 3
of
does a better job with us playing as Mia, but yeah, exactly.
It makes sense.
Can I also say something else?
Yeah.
As far as I know, Shutakumi made the first game and just gave it to Capcom, and it was successful and all. And Capcom was like, okay, so you're doing 2 more games and making this into a trilogy, and that kind of took Shutakumi by surprise. So
yes,
I
he was
think
planning to make it a standalone game.
Yeah, so the development of Phoenix's character was kind of unplanned. So I think that's where that was kind of messed up, because he said that he already told the story he wanted to tell with the first game, and like it cut off nicely.
Sure, and I get that it was not planned to go past the first game, but then it happened, and at that point, I expect you to try to be as competent as possible about it. And thus, criticisms, I'm still going to be like, this was bad. I don't care that the game wasn't planned. You still worked on it. I would expect you to try to fix issues like this. Just because it's not like they had to do it that way, right?
Yeah, but he wasn't also experienced with, like, writing. Because, this Ace Attorney was one of those projects where Capcom was, like, accepting ideas from their more or less experienced developers instead of just focusing on their already successful titles. So Shutakumi was kind of one of them, and I think that also contributed to it. And I think you will see when you play The Great Ace Attorney more consistent writing throughout the story.
But right, so then they should have just done that from the start in terms of like having a larger writing team. Like that's on Capcom. That doesn't excuse the quality
I'm just
problem.
explaining the reasons. So like, yeah, I agree.
So yeah, I think this gets a little meta. Because it's like, yeah, there's stuff going on with these that could be leading to the reason why things were written the way they were. But ultimately, the ultimate thing is, do we give Phoenix credit or not for the fact that it's unlikely that he really was this incompetent without trying to just help the player along. But yeah, bad writing is bad writing, and that doesn't.
Well, that's my point, though, is that I think you could have done it in a way where I don't have to make that assumption in the first place, because the game just does a better job of making it so that's not a problem.
I think Phoenix Wright, this trilogy, is the first example of a game like this, right? And would have been something that Danganronpa and other games in the future could have built up upon and realized, hey, this was bad and this was good.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't really know the history of visual novels. I would that would make sense.
Yeah.
When Phoenix Wright came out, it was a huge thing for that time in like 2001 or whatever it was.
Yeah, at that time, storytelling in games were like, slowly picking up their pace and becoming more sophisticated. But like, it wasn't like today where games tell whole stories and it blows your mind.
I played Final Fantasy VII in 1997. Tell me that I didn't get full-blown stories that blew my mind. Let me tell you, young whippersnapper. PlayStation 1.
Remake.
Hey, old man. Whatever.
Did the FF7 remake do Air's Dirty?
Did they do what?
Because in the remake, in the reboot, they don't kill her, right?
We haven't gotten to that point yet, so we don't know.
Oh, okay.
That probably won't be for another 2 games, at least, I'm guessing.
Well, okay. So.
But yeah, that's the list. I'm gonna cut this down and post it as a separate video, so you guys can look forward to that and see which of your comments made it in and which of them I said, no, you know what, we didn't need that. We didn't need that. For most of the case, though, it's not going to be because I thought your comments were bad. It's just because I'm going to have to... This took us, like 3 hours? I'm probably going to have to try to edit it down to a reasonable length.
Okay. Can I ask you, are you going to make investigations all 1 and 2 tier list, or investigations 1 tier list?
Yes. Once I'm done with 2, we're gonna do another updated tier list.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, because I can't really do an investigate. I prefer to be able to do investigations all at once.
Okay, I see. So I will go now. I will see you on your next investigation stream, unless it's very big circuit, so it will end in 3 minutes. Goodbye.
All right, later, Max. Take it easy. Thanks for hanging. Hey, Dreamer. No, we haven't really talked much about Apollo Justice.
Except I was about to dip into Emma as a detective, and then I was like, oh, wait.
Yeah,
I held my tongue.
I guess I don't know where I'd put him yet. Mostly because I mean, it would be just based on Apollo Justice. I like him, but he wouldn't be an S. I'll tell you that. Probably somewhere in A. I don't know where though. He'd be below Mia and Emma. Maybe that's where. I don't know. Yeah, I'd have to think about it more. But yeah, so that'll do it for tonight. Thank you to my members for coming and help me putting together this community tier list, which looks pretty good. I like the distribution. Seems pretty reasonable.
D and S are the same. B and C are the same. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, and then you have the worst of the worst, and then it's very rarely going to be an excellent perfect bell curve, but I'm pretty satisfied with this. And normally I get annoyed when I'm like, well, if everybody's A, then what's the fucking point of this tier list? Like, everybody's good. Yeah, great. Okay. But yeah, thank you to Tom, Trep, Amiro, Maxim, Smole, JB. Who else was here earlier? Wasn't there somebody else who was here earlier with us? Jake, yeah. Jake.
Max jumped in for a split second.
Yeah. And helping us vote this tier list together. Thank you to all the viewers that came in and gave your input as well and watched this very extensive. You know, I was going to do a Ace Attorney 1 through 3 plus Apollo Justice plus Investigations 1 and 2 tier list. I'm not sure I can do that. That's way too long.
Maybe separate the series.
Yeah. To have like Investigations 1 through 3 and then Apollo Justice is a part of the other trilogy. Problem is I wouldn't be able to rate Apollo Justice then for a long time if I did it that way. Well, yeah. All right, everyone. You have a great evening or day or whatever, because it's like morning for me now. And I'll be back Monday with, I think, Danganronpa is on the schedule for Monday. Yeah, that'll be the plan. All right, everyone. Take it easy. Thanks for hanging. Talk to you guys later.
Good night, sir.
Good night.
Yeah.
He's not really. He works out like his upper body only, but he's also a little bit anorexic.
Yeah. He just works out arms and shoulders.
He never misses arm day, but skips leg day often.
And ab day and
ab day.
Core day. His core is awful.
Dude does his presses for sure, though. He's got them fucking fat ass shoulders.
He looks like he has to take a dump the way he's walking.
He's trying to hold a roll of quarters in his butt cheeks.
A roll of quarters?
All his protein shakes. I've been shitting 4 days.
He squeezes it together like...
Oh my god. Oh, there's a fox. Oh, there he is.
Oops.
Oh,
Really? I thought we were supposed to avoid him.
fox?
Yeah.
Careful, buddy.
That was a fucking joke. Holy shit, dude.
I will next time you right now.
Next time the shit out
in
of
the middle of your fucking sentence. I will
Shots
next
fired.
Go
Bang,
for it.
bang, 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 bang.
No balls, you won't do it. No balls, you won't do it.
Well, how many? Wait. How long?
Episode.
No. Bang, bang, bang. Worst episode ever.
Yeah, slide down the hill, bitch.
Oh my god.
Oh, fuck. Never mind.
Run away.
I have a high grind now. What the fuck?
You're no Obi-Wan.
Correct.
It's over, Anakin.
I have the high...
Oh.
He just fucking throws his lightsaber.